In the world of radio shock jocks, the biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their offspring.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Po po boo bo banana nana banana fana fofo fee fi momo po.
Who thought you were dead? The people you were partying with?
Dealers, yeah.
Dealers and stuff, and they just threw him in a dumpster in London.
Well, you know, I
left him there.
I think it's pretty funny when no one wants a dead rock star.
This is where entertainment is going.
I shot my computer. You can't shoot guns in suburbia.
And I fully expected the police to show up.
This is showing responsibility.
Opie and Anthony.
I think worse than having sex with a man would be, as you're kissing one, to feel his man hand holding your head like the sweat of a man hand right on the nape of your neck. This is the worst. This is the worst show I've ever been on.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Is it time for another Opie and Anthony show already?
It seems to be. Boy, they seem to creep up every day or so.
Day after
every
day
24 hours.
Day after. Oh, boy, don't say every 24 hours.
Why?
You're going to make Travis very sad today.
What?
His hero's going to jail for 48 hours. Or 48 days. 48 days,
48
right?
days for 24-star Kiefer Sutherland. I know. He was feeling pretty bad.
Kiefer Sutherland's going to jail for 48 hours. I keep saying 48 hours. Well, when you hear 48 hours, 48 hours, the dumb TV show. Yeah, 48 days.
And Travis is convinced that, like, he's going to break out and, you know, he'll be on the run, but he'll be okay, and he'll somehow be able to clear his name, or he'll do something to save the country, and they'll pardon him.
Yeah.
Like, Travis has a hard time distinguishing reality from fantasy.
I realize that Kiefer is just a little sissy. He can't stop having a few belts before he gets in the car.
Loves drinking and driving, does he?
Among other things, yeah.
How bad was his drinking that he gets 48 days? He got really F up to get 48 days.
He's done it a few times.
But he didn't crash into anyone. He didn't kill anyone, thank God.
No, it doesn't matter. He's done this too many times.
It's just one of those too many times things?
He did take out a Christmas tree once. Not with a car, but
with his body.
He was just hammered in the lobby of a hotel and decided to throw himself drunk into a Christmas tree.
I kind of did that back in the day. At the BAB Christmas party, I jumped into the tree.
Why would you do that?
Oh, because I was the outrageous night guy.
Oh, so you got to be crazy.
I got to be crazy night guy. Oh, he's uncontrollable. You don't know what he's going to do next. Phone number 877-212-O&A. You got the O&A radio.com. That's where all the links will be for anything we talk about that's visual today. We got, the phone's ringing like crazy. And we got lots to talk about today. I need to find out more about this gas tanker explosion in the Boston area. I believe it was in Everett. So if you're listening on BCN right now, please. I was just perusing BostonHerald.com.
You were perusing it?
Perusing a little bit.
You should read.
I like to just peruse. I just like to pick up on some keywords like gas, explosion.
Those are good
fire,
words.
Tornado, triple decker, destroyed.
A fire tornado.
Yeah.
That's scary stuff.
It sounded cool, man. It sounded like they were filming a movie, but this was real life. Some guy, how many gallons? He just filled up his tanker right to the tippy top.
Right to the tippity top.
This guy fills up his tanker to the tippity top. You couldn't get another drop of gasoline in this tanker, whatever it holds. What 9,000 gallons? You want to go there?
Wow.
Is that about right?
That's a lot
I'm
of
guessing.
Gas. Yeah.
Is that too much?
No, 9,000 for a tanker truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll fit that.
Is that about right?
Yeah.
So
Sounds
then,
good.
I don't know if the guy fell asleep or what, but somehow the tanker now flips over and explodes. Okay? Now there's a river of fire in Everett. Just rolling into everything.
Yeah, because it's still liquid, so it's pouring down the street like water would during a rainstorm, but it's on fire.
You know, I'm going to have to tell everyone how much of an idiot I am today. I'm thinking I'm talking about a nice little local story. I want to be local for, Boston, everyone listening on BCN. It's on CNN.com. It's like the top story.
Oh, yeah, people love tanker fires.
So then I guess it was a tornado of fire just rocking down the street. And then there was a river of fire. And this is the cool thing about the river of fire. It was going under cars, and as it went under each car, the cars are now exploding.
Sure.
And no one died.
An action movie.
I think it happened in the middle of the night or something like that, so everyone was okay. Sam just ran in some audio of this. This story was pretty damn amazing, man. Yeah, it was in Everett. Okay. Here's the news story for everybody. We'll start with this today. Overturned tanker. And go.
More than 100 Everett residents were sent running for safety when a tanker truck overturned at the traffic circle at Route 16 and 99, sending a river of burning fuel into the streets. Calls came flooding into 911 at 1:35 in the morning.
There's a fire on the rotary. An oil truck blew up.
An oil truck blew up?
Yes.
Do you think anybody's hurt?
I don't know. The whole, it's spreading the whole, there's a big fire.
There's a big fire.
There's a big fire.
That sounds like the broad that wanted the Donna Summer tickets. Lingy. Wow. Can you imagine?
No.
Residents of these two apartment buildings also called 911 when they saw the flames. But when the fire approached and caught their buildings on fire, they had to cut the conversation short and run for their lives.
Hello? Yeah, I think she's speaking on the house, trying to get people out of the house. Okay.
Some officials say it's a miracle no one was killed in that accident.
How
A
cool
miracle.
is that?
The real miracle would be that it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. That baby Jesus got involved and made sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen at all.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah.
You want the baby Jesus miracles.
Yeah, around the holiday season.
Let's go to Jim in Boston, listening on BCN. Jim, what's up?
Yeah, Duffy was driving the truck, and he came around that corner, and he just lost it, the whole thing. It was a towering inferno. Bad news.
Yeah, was the guy just going too fast in the traffic circle? Those traffic circles suck to begin with, but...
Oh, it was a nightmare. Duffy was all done.
Who's Duffy? Are you trying to do a little bit, bro? Who do you think you're talking to today?
No.
Who's Duffy, then?
Yeah, who is it? Go ahead.
He's just a guy out here. He's known in that area, and he's just...
Sir, are you trying to do a prank? You can tell us now, because I don't know who Duffy is. Was he
No
the
one
driver of
does.
the truck?
We have a Duffy
It's
here.
an inside joke.
Huh?
He's part of the truck. He was just with the truck. He was the driver. It was all over the news.
Oh, yeah?
His name's Duffy.
That's what the news said.
And Duffy's known to do this.
I guess. I don't know. That's what the news said.
All right, thanks, bro, for being an ass. Carl in Boston.
Guy's named Duffy.
You
It's
actually had
silly.
dumb Eric Googling it.
Huh? What's up, Carl?
Hey, the tanker apparently was going too far into the rotary. Apparently they were on the phone with a radio show, and the passenger was throwing a bag of some sort of substance at the window, and the radio hosts were getting a kick out of it. Linger on there.
I should have known our listeners would take this opportunity to just mess with us.
Of course.
So referring to a bit we did, I don't know, over a year ago now, where a husband and wife team were driving around the country, truckers and
long haul truckers in their the cab of their truck,
and they explained how they have to do things when they're in the middle of nowhere. And this girl kind of demonstrated by doing something into a bag,
into a plastic bag. It was great.
And then she kind of sealed up the bag real nice and just decided to keep throwing it against the window of the truck.
Well, we had kind of asked her to do that so we could get an audio thing. Being radio, you need some audio, so it made quite the kersplat sound.
It was very,
hitting
very
the
funny.
window, yeah.
All right, so we'll get more on that story, but just an amazing story up there in Boston today in Everett. Then you got the mall guy.
Ooh.
Mall guy.
This little selfish, spoiled brat.
I don't like his
Not
red
even
lip.
spoiled. He was just Angry.
What a creep.
Where was this? Omaha?
Granny. Yeah.
Omaha Mall madman kills 8 in holiday nightmare. It's on the front page of our paper today. I guess this guy, Hawkins, 19, broke up with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Been kicked out of his home.
Mm-hmm.
And got fired from McDonald's. This guy had one hell of a life going for himself.
Nothing going on.
So he decided to go to a mall and kill people.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Go down there.
Innocent people?
Shoot some people. Because he said in his suicide note that he wanted to go out in style, and he goes, I'm going to be famous.
Well,
he wanted to be a somebody.
Well, the media, once again, I mean, I guess you have to report the news, but it's such a weird line because now his picture is everywhere.
You gave him his wish.
You really did. I mean,
and maybe somebody else that's feeling a little similar. But what are you going to do? Just not report it? I mean, it's kind of a catch-22.
Not report it in a certain way. Like there's a certain way to report it, and they should report him as just a lonely nothing that he is. They always tend to report these guys like they're villains in a film because it makes it more captivating television.
Yeah.
Like when Cho massacred those people, they showed the manifesto, and they just make him more important than he really was.
Yeah, make him bigger than he was. Yeah, Cho was just an ass.
He was a bum, and he couldn't write, and he sucked, and he was a nobody, and that's what he should have been reported as.
But man, did the media glorify that kid?
Yeah.
Well, and now, of course, following Jimmy's lead, the fear-mongering because of the mall shooting has begun.
Take a good look at the two guys walking through the aisles of this convenience store. No, they're not wearing flesh-colored pants. They're buck naked.
Now, one of them had their shoes.
Oh, wow. We got our stories mixed up.
I don't think that's the
we got
story.
Our stories mixed up.
That would be kind of funny.
All right, we'll have to play that in a second, but okay. Sorry about that. Actually, I will take the blame for that one.
Ooh.
It's a little early still.
Damn.
All right, here we go. The fear-mongering has begun.
The fear sparked by that deadly mall shooting in Nebraska is being felt at local shopping centers in our area. On Long Island, security...
Why?
The local angle. They love taking these stories and spinning them so they could scare everybody individually in their own cities.
These dead bodies aren't even cold yet, and your local news has to jump right on it and start the fear-mongering. Could it happen here?
Yes, it could.
Could a loser go to your mall?
The fear sparked by that deadly mall shooting in Nebraska is being felt at local shopping centers in our area. On Long Island, security teams could be seen patrolling the grounds at Roosevelt Field Mall in Garden City. Simon Property Group, which owns 16 malls in the tri-state area, including Roosevelt Field, says it works closely with local police departments to develop security measures. Many shoppers say they appreciate the added security.
Good.
Yeah, I always see them walking around. They got their walkie-talkies and everything. It seems like they communicate with each other.
Any kind of extra security added is always great.
Simon Property Group says it also keeps its security tactics confidential to stay one step ahead of the criminals.
Have you ever heard a bigger non-story than that?
No.
That was the worst case of just words coming out and filling space. There was nothing.
I want one of those security guys to go, look, let's be honest. We're all aft. There's no metal detectors at the entrances, and we can only patrol so much. There are so many people in here, we have no idea if they're even carrying.
Yeah, the guy apparently got in and up to the third floor with a rifle.
Yeah.
How does that happen? You just stroll in with a rifle and no one touches you until you start firing?
Well, did he have it concealed in any kind of a case? Like
He
a weapons
might have,
case,
but-
or, I mean, a weapons case. I mean, like a guitar case or something like that?
I want to be a news
guitar case. What is he?
Well, whatever. I don't know.
1930s. Pulled out a Tommy gun
from a guitar case.
Well, something. You know. Could that and the local shop? I like how they talk to the shoppers, get them to say something, and then just lead in with something that they already know the shoppers have said.
Yeah.
Like the shoppers could have both said, well, we don't know how we feel about Tuesdays. Local shoppers had opinions on Tuesdays.
The worst.
Horrendous.
I want to be a news director. My story would be a little different. I love Jimmy through that. Just going, yeah, of course. It was the perfect story, right, Jimmy?
Uh-huh.
It was perfect. You got a mall shooting. You make it local. You talk to the security people to make everyone kind of feel safe.
Yeah.
that they got measures in place. It was perfect. Perfect for everybody.
Well, their measures are confidential, what they do, because, I would think they just kind of walked around and see what's going on, and if there's a problem, they call someone. But apparently they have bigger measures that are confidential.
Confidential, they don't want to tip their hand to anybody.
Hate to talk to the people that are actually doing this gig, but mall security.
So,
the big boys are doing real security work. You enjoy your mall security job.
Mall security is pretty much, I can't find a directory. Can you tell me where the shoe store is?
Right.
Yes, it's like, hey, slob who used to torture animals when he was small. Point out the KB toys immediately.
Hey, we did a quick Google,
picture.
and E-Rock found a classic mall security guy. He's got to be 80. He looks like Fred Mertz.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, I got a job at the mall.
There you go. There's your mall security. It's usually guys, that retired cops and stuff.
Well,
but not even retired cops, like guys off the job for a few years. We're talking guys off the job for decades.
Dude, I saw at the Roosevelt Field Mall this woman. She was an African-American woman, and I could not describe or look away from her body type. It was just this mass, she was like Jupiter. It was a just massive body, all compressed. Her butt had the big shelf going, but it was giant. And she was in the little, ranger outfit. For some reason, mall security has to dress like park rangers. I don't know what it is. They're looking for picnic baskets that have been stolen by bears, but they have to dress with those stupid little ranger hats and everything. So she's going around, and just the most obnoxious woman I've ever seen. She gives people crap for nothing. That if a group of maybe 3 or 4 people are hanging out by the bottom of the escalator, she gets up and, hey, move it along, move. She doesn't want anyone standing anywhere. And she stands with her thumbs in her belt like she's the sheriff. The sheriff isn't. But it's just, and I look at her going, what the hell could she possibly do if anyone wants to do any type of crime? You could grab something, run out backwards as you taunt her with a backwards run, and just go, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah.
And she couldn't get you.
The Rambo guys are doing Rambo stuff. You know, so we're stuck with the lady you just described.
Oh.
Who couldn't stop nothing if it was really going down.
Awful.
But she'll beat the hell out of some, soccer mom just trying to get a few hours of shopping in.
Yeah.
She'll overpower them and make their lives miserable as they're trying to shop.
Well, I'd like to hear the local shopper angle on how they...
All right, yeah, let's get some local...
They ask questions they have to answer a certain way. How do you feel about mall security? I think it's good. If... Then they just cut them off.
So have you heard about the shooting, and does that affect the way you'll shop this? Yeah, I think I'll be a little more aware of my surroundings, and I have children, so I am concerned. Concern seems to be on the face of many shoppers after the shut up, it isn't, you're lying.
Stupid news.
That's exactly
I hate it. I know, that's what
the stupid news.
They just make up stuff.
I was reading a great article on local news. Actually, it was Lee Abrams, one of his blogs. He works for XM. He writes a great blog on media and stuff and junk culture, but he sucks on the radio, and even discusses that in his latest blog. How we say he sucks on the air. And he's like, well, that's still to be determined. Like, no, you really do suck. But he's a good writer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Because I cannot hit that delete button fast enough.
When you see those blogs come in?
Oh, it's just on my iPhone, it's a quick swipe push.
You don't read it?
No, why would I?
Good point.
But he talks about how local news hasn't changed in 20, 30 some odd years.
What do you mean?
And that the internet now does a better job giving you the news than your local TV station.
Local news has changed a lot. That's why it sucks.
How has it changed, really?
Because it used to be,
I'm not talking about like Walter Cronkite.
No, your
back
local
in the
news.
Day, local news was Walter, and I know he was national, but that's all you got.
Let me tell you something, though. Your local news, you used to actually get news from your little area. It was a little more. If you went network, you'd get the whole country, some foreign news, overseas news, and then your local news would actually tell you what was going on, and there were kind of some important stories, things you might want to know about laws being passed in the city and crime, things like that. Now it's news-ertainment. It wasn't that back when they had action news. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And who is the guy that come on there?
Was it Bill Butel?
It could be Bill Butel.
Jim Jensen. Man's men.
They'd come on and give you like the local news without all the flash or glitz because they didn't need it.
And the cleavage.
Because
you got to have cleavage.
Yeah,
now
the cleavage.
on the local news.
It didn't matter if they got ratings or not. It was kind of the local station's responsibility to just throw news on because, that's kind of what they said they had to do. So they didn't care about ratings or glitzing it up. But then it came to the point where they realized they could make some money through sponsorship, so they competed with each other. Really, because you think about it, the local network affiliates never really competed with each other in the news. They didn't care which one you watched. But then it got to the point where they actually started, hey, we gotta spice this up. And I think it really started with the Good Day New York type format where they'd have that morning kind of wackiness going on.
Kind of like a morning zoo radio show for TV.
Yeah. And they realized that was kind of working. Like it was bringing idiots in to watch it. When you'd send some guy, who was that English guy that used to just go around knocking on doors?
Gordon Elliott?
Gordon Elliott here. I'm going to cook breakfast with this family. Who cares? Who the hell cares? But that kind of started we're sending people out to do wacky things.
Well, every newscast now has to have wacky guy that has to go out and do that wacky thing.
Stunt guy. It used to be exclusively to Dopey Radio.
It's Stunt Boy.
Stunt Boy.
Local news now has a Stunt Boy. Like he's the guy that will go.
Spuds Buckley.
Hey!
Lingy.
But he's the guy that jumps in the ocean when it's like January.
Yeah, I'm gonna be swimming with the polar bears. This is gonna be great.
And then the dopey floozy behind the desk, like, oh, that's outrageous. Be careful.
Oh, you couldn't get me in that water this time. No. And speaking of cold,
shovel. Well, it's
shuffle the papers.
Shuffle the papers, even though they don't read them anymore.
Yeah.
So, all right, well.
That's got to be some shrinkage going on there. What? We on? Oh, boy.
Well, I don't know.
Shuffle the papers.
Straightening them out. Nervous little hand motions. That's all it is, a little nervous Nellies in front of the camera when it comes to improv. They don't improv when they're doing the story. You never see them reading off the prompter. Unfortunately, 8 people were shuffle.
No, they sit there and look all like they have knowledge on the subject. They're just reading it.
You watch when they go off book and they try to have personalities. That's when they have to get the papers and just shuffle them. Because the idea of just staring and bombing is just too much for them.
E-Rock, give me one of those, man. Where's the one where the anchor, the teleprompt or prompter or whatever, it breaks and the guy's like, he did good.
Oh, he lost his mind.
A bad thing happened or he did a good thing?
He did good over there with that thing.
Bad thing, good happen thing.
Can you find that real fast? You know which one I'm talking about? All right.
The best dude is that guy laughing through that driving death story.
Oh, God, he was laughing his ass off.
Oh, yeah, can you get that
people
one,
died.
He's making faces or something.
All right, we're finding a couple good ones. Let's say hi to Martina in Jersey. Martina, what's up?
You know how you guys talking about security at the mall?
Yeah.
Well, the mall by where I live at, the security guards have their own segways, so they kind of chase you around if you do something wrong. And then when they all meet, you have to see it. It's hilarious, man, to see them all, running after one person in the segways.
On those little segways.
Yeah, those segways really need to be destroyed.
What's a segway?
That's that big
two-wheeled little thing.
That goofy thing with the big handles.
Yeah, that's probably the best car to ever get to drive in their life.
You can't even... You look like such a dork. You could be like the manliest man on a Segway, and you just look ridiculous. Yeah. Wait, stop, and...
Put your little helmet on.
Might as well walk.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Martina. Here's a news guy losing the script. Here's a great one.
A local man spots something suspicious, and he decides to spring into action. He has done something that is very good. Port St. Lucie police need to know if you have seen anything of the man who exposed himself to several women and children. They released this composite sketch.
See how he lost in the
he
did something. Well, he did something good. And we're heading toward a break, but really fast. Let's squeeze this one in too. This is the one we referred to a little while ago.
Police in Portugal now have a description of a. Let me find that script here. I apologize. Here we are. Police in Portugal now have a description of a man they believe may be involved in the case of a missing.
He just had nothing. Let me find that script. I have nothing.
You got to get the guy laughing after.
That's the greatest one ever.
Do you have that real fast, E-Rock, or after the break? All right, after the break.
E-Rock. Okay.
After the break, we'll try that. Wow, phone's lit. They're talking about mall security. They're talking about the shooting in the mall. They're talking about that tanker truck explosion in Boston. We're off to a good start today. We got other things that. What?
He has it.
You have it?
Oh, good.
All right, let's do it real fast.
A fire crash leaves 3 people dead. Police in Nebraska say a rental truck carrying 2 people lost control, crossed the median, and collided head-on with a semi-truck. Both trucks burst into flames, and witnesses say there were several explosions. Excuse me. The 2 people in the room. The 2 people in the rental truck and the driver of the semi. This is a sad story, excuse me, were killed. Crews said they had fires contained in about 10 minutes.
If you're trying to make someone laugh at an inappropriate time, that is the granddaddy. That's the granddaddy of victories.
Yeah.
You can't pick a worse time to make a news guy laugh reporting a fiery head-on collision.
That guy will never leave that small town he's in. That guy's career is F.
Did they fire the other guy for doing it?
Who no?
I think they did. There's a follow-up. There's a guy making him laugh.
Wait, I don't know the backstory.
Oh, yeah. The reason that he laughed, there was someone behind the cameraman.
Just messing around with him?
Making him, like, making making
Oh, what an ass. Was he using a banana like a phone?
Well, I don't know.
That's funny.
It wasn't complete hilarity, but I mean.
Did he have his sunglasses on upside down and he was swim walking?
I do that.
I know you do.
Oh, I got
it makes me laugh.
I got a banana right now, and if people are doing something, I'll just go, watch this. Hello.
Say it's a phone.
But I'm talking to
it's hysterical, Jimmy.
Here's another laughing clip. Why not? Go ahead.
We're starting the skinny with a serious story, and we were laughing. We'll explain why in a minute. But first of all, this is tragic news here. Owen Wilson, a lot of... Here we go already. Anyway, poor Owen, says the graphic. He apparently tried to kill himself, which is terribly serious, which is why you should not be laughing right now, Taina. He overdosed or tried to on pills and slit his wrist. This is according to the New York Post, which, as you can see, they were nice enough to put this on their front page here. He's still in the hospital. There he is. But anyway, he's in the hospital in Los Angeles asking for his privacy. Terribly sad situation.
Yeah. Apparently he suffers from depression. None of this is funny when I'm laughing at this story. I'm just going to move along here.
You're not going to tell him why you're laughing?
Oh, it's so immature. I think not.
All right. That's pretty good.
Wouldn't it be funny if she said, no, because the story, I think it's funny.
Yeah, it's the story, you idiot.
Wrist cutting always gets me to giggle. We've talked about this.
All right, we're running late. It's Opie and Anthony. Stay there. Let's get right back into this. Another busy day in the Opie and Anthony show. Phones are lit. That's what we want from you guys. Lots and lots of phone calls. 877-212-ONA. Write that down. You're going to need it eventually. Where you want to go, man? We got lots of choices here. Let's start with Ed in Long Island. Ed, what's up, buddy?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I feel much safer that the fat, stupid little park rangers they have over at the mall there have walkie-talkies, not guns. They can all call each other and say, hey, look, everybody's getting shot. Maybe we can hide behind Fatty like a human shield.
Yeah, we're not too impressed with the mall security guys.
No.
We got a whole bunch of pictures up on our computer here of mall security guys from all over the country. Not too impressed.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to be impressed about.
I was telling Anthony.
Thanks a lot, Simon people, for the walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
To give them guns.
All right, sir. Thank you. What bothers me about this mall shooting is I think this kid started the mall shooting bit.
The bit?
Well, lack of a better way to say it, but I think the kid might have started the mall shooting bit, and that's kind of scary.
Copycats.
Because every kid that goes to school is aware of Columbine. Every single one. And then when they catch these kids that are planning school shootings, they all mention Columbine.
Yep.
And that's what's scary about this whole thing that went down yesterday.
Well, this was one of those kids that just felt he was an outcast. And we had said it before. He lost his job, lost his girlfriend. His parents threw him out of the house. So he
lost his lucrative job
at McDonald's, yes.
Yes, his McDonald's job.
His McDonald's job. And he decided he wrote in his note he wanted to go out in style and be famous. So he goes to a mall and opens fire. I don't know what kind of rifle he was using. The hell is that?
I don't know. You just mentioned something that reminded me. I was in the can reading, getting ready for the show, and you said how the guy wanted to go out and be famous or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a case here in New York, or a story, I should say. I got to find it really fast. A lady, she was I think 76. I guess I could do it without reading the story. 76. She decided she did not want to die alone in her apartment. So on the east side of Manhattan, she went to a little park, and she stabbed herself on a park bench in a park, and it had a suicide note that basically said what I just said, that she did not want to die alone. So this is how she decided to end her life.
She pretty much died alone on the bench, didn't she?
Yeah, I guess. Kind of creepy, right?
It is creepy.
Trying to find the story. Whatever. Here it is. An elderly woman killed herself on a Manhattan park bench and left a suicide note saying she didn't want her death to go unnoticed. The unidentified woman was found in this park. She had stabbed herself in the stomach. In her note, she said she did not want to die alone in her apartment.
In her stomach.
How depressing. How weird is that? If you take the death tour in L.A., they don't do it anymore because the local residents really, really did not like the fact that a hearse was driving around L.A. showing where all these famous people died. It was one of the greatest things I've ever done as a tourist. You jump in the hearse. What was it called? The Graveline Tour. And all of a sudden you're going down Hollywood Boulevard. They're at a red light. I've told this story a few times. And they point to the sidewalk and they're like, see that sidewalk over there outside that theater? And it's like, yeah, sidewalk outside a theater. Who cares? Oh, that's where Fred Mertz dropped dead of a heart attack after a movie premiere or something like that.
My arm's tingling, Rick.
I'm like, wow. But then I'm not sure. I think it was the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz. We drove by her joint or the hotel she was staying at late in her life. And they explain how she killed herself.
Yeah, real creepy.
And it reminds me of the story I just read.
Yeah.
She was a very
Even
old.
worse, yeah.
She was a very old woman. She knew she didn't have much time left, and she didn't want to live anymore. So she put on her favorite dress, like a gown dress. Ugh. She put on makeup, made herself look all pretty, right? And then she proceeded to take a plastic bag, tie it around her head, and tighten the whatever she used to tighten it, and suffocated herself with her nice makeup and her nice dress on.
Imagine the poor bastard that found that. How do you walk in there and see that blue face?
I don't know.
Just with the plastic sucked in.
Yeah.
Probably making the...
Oh, yeah.
Like that last gasping breath.
Because you might want to try to kill yourself. Well, you do, or whatever. But your body's going to do everything to try to survive. So that's exactly what would happen. You're not going to sit there, just calm and not try to breathe.
Like people who hang themselves but don't jump. They just kind of their feet are actually touching the floor. And
they want
to
choke.
It's like, how do you not just stand up?
Right.
When it gets too hot in the kitchen, how do you not stand up?
Let's go to Kiana in Boston, listening on BCN. Lots of BCN calls today. This is good. Kiana, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to call and talk about that fire in Everett.
Yeah.
It actually was because the guy was going too fast around the rotary. But I guess, the fire just stopped short of, an old people home. So they showed the cops pulling out the old people out of the house, and they were like, oh, I thought it was firecrackers, and I thought, my wife's new car. It's my wife's new car. So.
Oh, boy.
You don't have a wife, sir. She died 10 years ago. Oh.
You haven't had a new car since it was called a horse and buggy.
I thought we were going out to play kick the can so I could be young again.
Poor old folk.
Oh.
All right, Kiana, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's say hi to Scott in Iowa. Scott, what's up?
Hey, I'm not too far from where Omaha, where that thing happened.
Is Iowa near Omaha? I need a map today.
Omaha. Nebraska.
Nebraska,
where
Iowa.
the ball
Okay.
shooting.
All right, you're close. Sure.
Okay. So anyway, they had the news. They're showing this lady. They got out of there after the big drama happened, and she was in tears, crying. And the first thing the reporter says, "Do you think this will affect your shopping now?" And she's bawling her eyes out.
Of course it won't.
Yeah, they love getting in the face of people that are in a tragedy.
Oh, and they said that the guy shot a teddy bear in the store.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just flipped out, shot the stuffed teddy bear, and it said just flew all over the place.
Yeah, that's a lot more tragic than shooting a human being.
Yeah, the people.
Point blank in their face.
Poor Teddy Ruxpin, no.
All right, Scott,
A
thank you.
Teddy
Wow.
Ruxpin joke.
Let's go to New York City. Jay, what's up?
I used the term joke very
Hey,
loosely.
what up, fellas?
Yeah.
How you doing this morning?
Good,
Hey,
Jay.
yeah.
Beautiful. Whoa, what a beautiful morning it is. You guys heard about the guy running naked across the Brooklyn Bridge singing, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Fucking hit by... I mean.
Hold on. We got to start over because it cursed. Because that was a laugh curse. I love laugh curses. They're my favorite. So wait, Brooklyn Bridge, guys naked, running across the bridge singing, "Oh, what a beautiful morning."
Oh, what a beautiful morning, baby. And he was run over and just splattered all over the place. And real quick, I got to say what up to Jimmy, dude. Hey, Jimmy, I sent you a pint of my blood, Jimmy. I love you, man.
Thank you.
A pint of his blood.
That was very
Yeah,
nice.
Jimmy, did you get my cup of blood?
Thank you, I did.
What are you trying to do, sir?
Yeah.
Come on, Blades of Glory, Jimmy.
I only saw that once. I didn't like it.
People do these references that I really
It's
get.
not exactly Apocalypse Now you're referencing. My girlfriend made me watch that. 'Cause she's friends with. All right.
He's not stopping either. He won't stop. You're going to do it all day.
I hated Blades of Glory.
My girlfriend.
There were a couple good scenes, but
Were there? Apparently they were left on the editing list. Oof. My girlfriend watched it because she's friends with Amy Poehler. She's like, no, it'll be good.
Oh, she is.
Yeah. And I didn't care for it.
at all. Not
No.
not one chuckle, huh?
No, or the girlfriend at that time. For making me watch it. Good thing we didn't watch
I thought it was your current girlfriend.
Yeah, it is.
You said girlfriend at the time.
Oh, no, I didn't care for her at the moment I was watching the movie, I mean.
Oh.
Or last night, actually. We were fighting, and she's like, I'm
Oh, no.
Why were you fighting last night?
Who knows? Because women are emotional psychopaths. My hormones.
Oh, was that it?
I can't express to you how nuts they are. It's impossible to deal with.
Is it that time of...
Yeah, and she told
they
me...
get a little, they get a little...
And I just don't diffuse it.
No, you feed into it, don't you?
Do I?
Do I?
Like I sense there's a little fire in the room, so I douse myself in gas and I open the door quickly to allow as much air in as possible.
You know what? I'm kind of the same way.
Really?
Well, maybe not with necessarily with the fiance, but yeah, when there's, I don't avoid that stuff. Maybe I should start avoiding that stuff. I'm like Jimmy. I run toward a fire covered in gasoline too. I'm the worst.
We were just fighting last night on the phone, and she's like, "Look, I'm cranky, I'm emotional. I just want to let's just not talk. I'm not."
Wow, that's all right. That's a little like hurtful and rejection.
Well,
wait, she said that to you?
Yeah,
I really have a way with
she's saying,
with the words, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rejection-y.
I would be. I would be cool with that actually.
Yeah, I understood the fact that she was being like she didn't want to get into a big argument. She's like, "Look, let's just talk tomorrow. I'm not thinking rationally. I'm just cranky." But by then I was already irritated. I wanted to barrel in there, full guns blazing.
Oh, all right.
It wasn't that.
And did it escalate?
No, it was yelling, but it was like I believe we've had much worse.
Yeah. Let's say hi to Jeff Wood in Omaha. Jeff Wood.
Hey, Opie, Waddle Doodle.
Waddle.
I live about a mile from the Westroads Mall they're talking about, and they doing all the somber music and everything. And if you look, I'm right underneath the E-Rocks cam. I got the news on, and what they're doing is they got all that somber music and everything, and then right after that, they go to time saver, traffic and weather.
I guess in all fairness, I don't know if there's an easy way to seg into the next story after a mall shooting, but still.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's really embarrassing. It's embarrassing that this is what put Omaha on the map, you know?
Well, I don't even know what Omaha is good for. I really don't.
Mutual of Omaha Insurance.
You're talking to probably 1 million people right now, Jeff Wood. I want you to do Omaha proud and tell us why we should allow you to be part of the United States still.
Can somebody hit the crickets button?
All right, thank you, Jeff Wood. All right, hey, speaking of nude. We kind of played the first couple seconds of this by accident.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of local news, this is a story they're all over today.
Take a good look at the two guys walking through the aisles of this convenience store. No, they're not wearing flesh-colored pants. They're buck naked.
Now, one of them had their shoes on, so the other one was naked completely.
Store manager Samantha Cooley says the men strolled in around 3 a.m. Sunday morning. After picking up some candy and a drink, they walk right up to the counter for their full frontal close-up, just strolling around like
they had their clothes on.
The woman working the graveyard shift doesn't seem to mind. Lucky for these mystery men, the store was empty and there were no kids within eyeshot. Exposing yourself to a minor in public is actually a Class 6 felony.
Tell me about it.
For now, the store manager's thinking about investing in a new sign. No shirt, no shoes, no pants.
No dyes.
The clip did not call Phoenix police. The Phantom Streakers paid for everything they picked up at the store.
They're just trying to make their YouTube video. So obvious.
Yeah, everyone's trying to do that now.
Trying to make
Get the big
video.
YouTube video to put up.
That's all that is.
Did you see the video or the pictures in the paper? This group of black girls on the subway assaulted this guy. He's either white or Hispanic, and they were taunting him and they were yelling things like, "You think you're slick, white boy?" One girl screamed at the man, and they wound up attacking the guy. And it's on page 17.
Mm-hmm.
New York Post.
That's not a big story, though.
And no mention of any type of hate crime or anything like that.
Nope.
It's just and they're even saying, is it real or not?
Yeah.
We don't know. It's up there, but if it was the other way around, it wouldn't matter if it was real or not.
Just the way they act.
Just that's pretty much
just the way they act.
What they like, how they like portraying it.
Well, as soon as we all realize that there are white rules and black rules, we'll all get along much better.
No, as soon as white people...
As soon as we realize that that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
There's white rules and black rules.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, good.
What?
The Daily News did it right. Page 7, of course. It's not... They think it might be a hoax for some reason. I guess there's something in here that doesn't look right. But at least the
person that filmed it is an aspiring filmmaker.
Right.
Some girl.
Oh, so this might have been a setup.
Might have been a setup, but it might have just been, let's go out and really do this and get the real moment kind of thing also.
But it says web video shows group of black teens attacking white rider, but is it a hoax? Okay, that's fine. At least
the Post doesn't have that angle, though? That it might be a hoax?
No, they do, but they wouldn't. They don't. They mention the race incidentally in the middle of the article.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, really fast. This is a quick little story they did on the local news here in New York that made us laugh really hard. This is how stupid the news is today.
Falling asleep at the wheel? Well, drink a cup of coffee. French researchers say
French researchers say.
Wait. don't ruin my vibe here, because I before I go to bed, I always have a nice cup of coffee because that's what I use to make myself tired.
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Works every time.
What are they saying? What are these French researchers saying?
Are they saying that a drug called caffeine keeps you awake?
and listen to what they say, that it's better then.
Falling asleep at the wheel? Well, drink a cup of coffee. French researchers say they tested sleep-deprived drivers, and those who drank coffee drove better than drivers who took a quick 30-minute nap or those who did nothing at all. Of course, researchers say the best choice for a drowsy driver is to get off the road entirely.
Do me a favor. I'm not going to get angry if that story was from 1961. What are they doing?
What were they going for there?
I don't know.
And then they said the best way. Realize how moronic the ending of that is. The best way to keep from falling asleep while you're driving is to pull off the road and go to sleep, which means you're no longer driving. So it becomes irrelevant to the story. You are now just a person sleeping.
And I also pointed out to Anthony, as we were discussing this in the office, they're saying a cup of coffee better than sleeping for a half hour. And I told Ed, I'm like, what if you pulled an all-nighter and you're just dead tired? And you're like, well, I remember the news said a cup of coffee. So you drink your cup of coffee, but you're way tired for a cup of coffee. Now you're tooling down the highway at 70 miles an hour, just snoring away.
Snoring. You're just asleep with the coffee drooling out the side of your mouth.
Because you're just following what the news told you.
The news told me. I was going to nap, but screw it.
But you are no longer a driver once you pull off.
Once you pull off.
Right.
The best way.
Well,
of course. Because you're not driving anymore.
French researchers say that if you're tired, fly first class to Spain. What?
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
And, there's a big mall shooting, and they decided that they needed to...
When was that?
That was big.
They needed 30 seconds to do that story
Of
today.
course.
When was that from and where?
Today, local news. That's all I can tell you. But they're all the same news to me, except for Jill, because she looks hot and she shows cleavage. But besides that, they're all the same crap.
Could we please call them? I'm not kidding. We'd like to talk about this story.
The story, very interesting.
About the cup of coffee thing. We think that's
coffee.
riveting.
We could get Richard Huff on. He's always good. We love Richard Huff.
Richard Huff.
He's got a great little angle on this whole news thing. And TV in general. All right, hey, Bill Burr is joining the program next.
He is.
Yes, he is. And we got lots of
good egg.
Lots of stuff still to do here, man. News reports on water-powered car.
Well, problem solved.
A lot of water out there.
This is from more gasoline.
This is from 1998. Bill will love this. Bill loves this whole powered car thing.
Yeah, he's got some ideas as far as that goes.
So we'll get into that. We got Ellen talking to President Bush yesterday through his daughter,
Jenna Bush. Yeah,
I guess we got the audio of that.
If she didn't talk to the president, she would have talked to it as soon as the show was over. Have my banana.
Wait, we got breaking news from Chris in Jersey. Yes, breaking news, Chris.
Breaking news. You can actually move your lungs back and forth. You actually get oxygen. So if you're choking, breathe.
Thank you, sir. That's breaking news from Chris in New Jersey. It's Opie and Anthony. I jumped the gun there. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Bill Burr in studio playing Carolines in New York City, right? All weekend long, Bill.
That's right. Thursday through Sunday.
Very, very cool.
A whole weekend of hilarity.
Hilarity will ensue.
Hijinks.
Madcap mayhem.
We got David Tell at 8 o'clock?
Yeah, David Tell at 8 o'clock. Very busy show today. There's something I wanted to say real fast, but I forgot. I was just going to run down some of the things that America's talking about. We already mentioned Kiefer Sutherland. He's going to be serving 48 days in jail for his drinking and driving crap.
How come Paris Hilton gets like a few, whatever, and Lindsay Lohan got like an hour? And then he gets...
Well, because Kiefer is just completely
He's out of control. The guy is really out of control.
He loves his drink.
I was going to say, I thought like he already went through these years, and then he got the hit 24, and then they already do like the People magazine, an older, more mature Kiefer Sutherland.
You would assume that he would have grown up. Like all the other people I guess he hung out with back in his younger days. I guess they straightened up.
Years.
Yeah, the Lost Boys years, that kind of, that whole thing. But he just keeps pounding him down. I mean...
So
loves drinking and hopping in the vehicle.
And he's one of these guys, 48 days, he'll do that standing on his head, no big deal. And then he'll go back to drinking and driving. He's not going to change, right?
Dude, he does a one-camera shoot show that's like 16, 18-hour days. I mean,
yeah,
you got to booze after a while.
Maybe that's it. I don't know, but he's got to lay off. 48 days. When you're spending 48 days in jail, you really got to think maybe this is a problem. Maybe I'm in jail for this.
You do the math, like Jim was saying, like the whole Paris. Like, all right, well, Paris, she got a vagina. She could hook somebody up with a little favor, so she's in and out of here in about 20 minutes. So carry the one. Yeah, I'll be out of here in 11 days.
Yeah. Also,
you get time served for good behavior or something like that. Time off for good behavior. Even if you're only serving 48 days, good behavior.
It's going to be like 12 or 13. Yeah. Whatever. Also, you got Zeppelin. They're not sure if Monday is going to be the only concert they do. That's ridiculous.
I want to get tickets for that.
For the show on Monday in London? I think it's London, right?
Probably tickets available.
Yeah.
I think if you walk up, they
there should be some.
Like 18,000 tickets are available. That's what I heard.
I think they're opening up some lawn seats.
How many times is Jimmy Page going to remaster those same 5 songs? It's like, I already got suckered the first 2 times. It's like, and every time you listen to it, you're waiting for this whole new sound, and all he does is he just adds a little more audio in the beginning. Now you can hear Bonham going, a 1 and a 2, and then they just go into the song. It's like, dude.
Yeah, the remastering of the classic CDs and albums, enough already.
Here's an outtake of Row, Row, Row Your Boat. We decided we didn't want to put on physical graffiti.
They figure out some way to just get you to pay for the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And I see you're wearing the Pats hat there, Bill.
Yes.
Classic.
You know the game on Monday night, most watched cable program ever?
Dude, it's ridiculous.
Ever. 17.5 million people were checking out the Pats and the Ravens game the other night.
It's the most overhyped thing ever.
What?
The whole Patriots season. It's ridiculous.
Why is it overhyped?
Because the Colts went 13-0 2 years ago. Nobody cared. We were 11-0 the other night. They got Don Shula. I'm like, why is he in there? He's in the booth talking about it, and like, I don't know. I think if the Patriots lose one game, they're going to win the Super Bowl. If they win 16 in a row, they're going to lose to the Colts.
Okay.
Because people are so amped up. Do you see the Ravens fans? They're like a 4-8 team. They're swinging towels. They're going crazy, and it's like a playoff atmosphere every week. But the pressure is only on the Pats.
Yeah.
And the other team has nothing to lose. And it's like if they're going to go another month of this, by the time they get to the playoffs, they're going to be burned out.
All burnt out.
We brought this up a few times, and what's your answer? Isn't it more important that the Pats go undefeated than winning another Super Bowl? They got all the Super Bowls, but now they could add this to the list of accomplishments that they went undefeated. Say they go undefeated in the regular season, right? And
that would definitely be cool, but I would rather see them win
another Super Bowl
championship, because the Colts, who we barely beat, and they didn't have Marvin Harrison, is like, they're just sitting out there, middle of the country. Nobody's even watching them. The whole league is trying to basically break down the Patriots' offense every week, and nobody's looking at them. So if the Colts, you watch, and then if the Colts do win on ESPN, they're going to act like it's the most unbelievable thing that ever happened.
Right. How many have they won Super Bowls?
3.
See, one thing you got to say, this may help the Patriots, because every time, it's to them, the playoffs got to be boring. It's like, we're here again. Brady's the best quarterback in the league. I mean, it's like they're the best team in football.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, where's the challenge? Every year we do this. So now there's an added challenge. Like, let's see, the going undefeated thing adds an extra element to focus on, as opposed to just being blasé about being in the playoffs again. So it actually could work for them, where instead of being overconfident or cocky about, we can't lose, they have to focus more because they don't want to lose.
I just think these last 2 weeks, watching how up the Eagles got and the Ravens got, I mean, the Ravens, I mean, they're not, there's no way they're going to make the playoffs. It's like the first tackle of the game. They're just, pogo stick jumping up and down. You tackled him! Woo! And there's just people just hanging out of the bleachers.
These games that should be who give a crap are becoming, like you said, playoff atmosphere.
And literally, they're going to commercial. It's like 3-0, 10 minutes into Ravens, 10 minutes in the first quarter, and Kornheiser's going, "That's not a typo, folks." And it's like, dude, didn't Brian Billick just coach a team to a Super Bowl? He's been there. You got Ray Lewis. It's 3-0.
Right.
It's not that big a deal. Everybody, take it down a few.
Now, does Belichick sit Brady to rest him up for the playoffs?
That's what I'm saying. If we lose a game, that's what's going to be the better thing. Then we can chill. And Belichick.
No, I understand that, but now, as they keep winning,
they're not going to pull him if they're winning.
What does Belichick do? Because
No, you got to go for it. 'Cause
Undefeated
you
season.
You can't do that to your players. I think that he has to
Do
do
you
it.
sit them the last game of the season and they're 15-0, just to rest them for the playoffs? Do you sit them when they're 14-0?
No, because you'll have a bye week. With the playoffs, guaranteed they're going to have the bye week. So.
Yeah, but it's more about them worried if he's going to get injured.
They might.
What do you
bring
do
him
as a coach? Seriously, this is a tough situation because they don't need to win anymore. They've won the division.
Yeah, you know
He could
what I mean?
pretty much. They could pretty much ship Brady off to Hawaii and go, "Hey, enjoy the next month. We'll, come on back in time for the playoffs."
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if the Patriots lose, it's not going to be any. They're going and ESPN, because they're so great at hyping stuff, overhyping stuff. They're going to act like the Hindenburg went down.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the humanity! They're still going to make the playoffs. This is unbelievable. Who would have ever thought?
Jimmy's Cowboys have a shot. Jimmy's a big Cowboys fan.
Yeah, but I don't think they have a shot at beating the Patriots. Someone was talking about how they think the Cowboys are going to beat them in the Super Bowl, but I don't see that.
They were the first team to expose the weaknesses that we have on our defense. And then the Colts, we saw what they did. They didn't have Marvin Harrison. So I'm just saying, it's like, okay, as a fan, I'm like, dude, I'm talking trash. We're going to kill you every week. But obviously, as a football fan, you're watching this. Like, there's no way. If you got the whole league looking at you, and they also went on that Sherman's March in the beginning of, just raping teams that, it gets, after a while, they're professionals. They're like, all right, you're not going to score 50 on me. And you start seeing the guys, throwing blocks down by the knees.
Yeah.
It could backfire, is all I'm saying.
I'll tell you one thing. The reason that the Cowboys kind of exposed their defense in a way is because their offense was on the field the whole time, scoring on Dallas. I mean, that was a disgustingly high-scoring game. So it's not like
yeah, but they kept
lost it.
No, they kept coming back. But Romo's in his young Brett Favre years, where he's throwing into like triple coverage all the time. So once he stops doing that guy is he's going to be even better.
Well, he had a terrible playoff last year, which Aikman, I think, did his first one, too. I found that encouraging. Like, Aikman's first playoff was a disaster, I believe.
You got the Jessica Simpson factor, though, too.
Yeah, of course. Smell my fingers, guys.
Hey, that's what I would be saying in the huddle. Okay, we're going to run a post, too. Come on, man. What's it like? What's it like when you're on top of her? Are you thinking, like, this is that chick from that song that I hated?
You ever try to hold out by just thinking of her awful movies?
Yeah.
You think he has to kind of like listen to her music now on his iPod as he's getting ready for the big game?
Oh, yeah, and act like he always liked it.
Yeah, right? Just listen to her latest crap.
Great stuff.
Dude, that's a great contest. Actually name a Jessica Simpson song.
I couldn't.
Oh, is this it?
What is this? Is this a Christmas song?
Oh.
Celebrate?
Yeah, what the hell is this? This is a popular Jessica Simpson song, E-Rock. Oh, my God. Anyone?
It does sound like Celebrate.
It sounds like old Madonna.
E-Rock, is this off your iPod?
She's doing an early Madonna ripoff. No clue.
That's because you're too busy rubbing one out when you're watching the video to actually remember the song.
I'm just waiting for the hook. What's the hook? This is the hook?
Ugh.
That's nice.
No, you don't like it. Shut up.
This is the type of thing that like soccer moms with like really short haircuts will kind of clap their hands to at a wedding, walk around.
I think it's timeless. It's the kind of thing Jimmy Page is going to he's going to remaster it in like 7 years.
Hey, the mall shooting.
I know, Anthony. Another one. Your friends there with the assault rifles. You see what happens with you people with your guns.
Guns. First of all, I don't know what this guy was carrying.
They said it was something assault rifle.
Assault rifle. First of all, that's just semantics. There's no such thing.
How does
an assault rifle?
What is there a feel good rifle that they have out there?
An assault rifle, yeah. An assault rifle they classify as an assault rifle because of what it looks like, not because of anything else it does. You can buy a semi-automatic rifle that is not an assault rifle that fires just as quickly and just as accurately as what they call assault rifles. It's things like the muzzle, the flash suppressor. It just looks like an army gun. so they call it an assault rifle. But it's a semi-automatic. You're not rock and rolling full automatic. It's illegal. You cannot own a machine gun.
How many do you own behind that false wall in your den?
Oh, I got a few.
Don't even ask, Bill.
I got a few.
He's in the middle of getting his video podcast.
I got it on my iPhone, but I got to. The file was too big. I rambled on for 20 minutes
about guns.
About home invasions.
Guns in your house, basically.
It was about
it was an
invasions.
opportunity for you to show off your firepower.
How stupid is that? You know what
Why?
you're doing? You're doing the same thing that guy from Beretta did.
What?
Like when he was on the Tonight Show like 25 years ago, going, I could kill somebody. Sometimes I feel like I could kill somebody. And then he actually goes out and kills somebody. And then they use that as evidence.
Who, Robert Blake?
Yeah, that's going to be evidence one day.
No, I never said that. What I was saying, the whole gist of it is that in my own home, no one's going to come breaking in. I'm not going to be the guy with the phone cord around my neck, looking around, going, oh my God, why didn't I think about, what I should have done in this situation, as he's watching his family and himself being ravaged. And I mentioned how no matter how anti-gun you are, the second someone's choking you out and you're watching your daughter being raped, you want a gun. At that point, I don't care how liberal-minded, how anti-gun you are. When you're watching criminals raping your family and beating the crap out of you, the only thing you want in your hand right then and there is a gun to shoot and kill those people with. That's it.
No, do you have a license to carry?
I don't discuss that.
Because I wanted to know, like, we know when they're sitting there talking about this shooting spree, it said, terrified bargain hunters, their kids cowered inside store dressing rooms or ducked behind clothing racks while others ran screaming for their lives. Now, who do you think you would be? Would you be I'm going to duck behind a clothing rack, I'm going to hide behind this flannel shirt? Or would you be someone who was going to take off? Or would you have your little assault pistol?
I tell you, the best thing to do is to quickly identify where it's coming from and take effing cover. And just, you're not going to, what, are you going to be a hero? You get shot.
But running is a...
Running's, as a last resort... if you see the guy, pointing the gun at you, yeah, run, serpentine. But he was apparently on the 3rd floor of a 3-floor mall that has the open mall area. So he had the high ground there, and he was shooting down on people. So it's a tough situation if you're in his sights.
I played out that scenario on Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, you did? Yeah. I know. You've been in the mall.
You go into
Grand
the mall
Theft Auto,
and just have a field day.
It's easy because if you get knocked out, you just hit reset and you're back in. Just unfortunately in life, that doesn't really happen.
You gotta hide. I would be hiding guy.
You got it. But hiding guy doesn't always work, especially in those office situations. The worst stories are the ones that go, and I saw the boss run into his office and hide under the desk, and then the guy kicks the door open. You just hear pow, pow, pow.
I always wondered what would happen if I egged the guy on, like if I knew I was about to get shot, and I'm like, come on, man, go out, let's go kill some, like if I tried to join him.
Oh, join him at that final moment?
As self-preservation.
Yeah, come on, Jimmy.
Yeah. Just like, I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. Let's go.
You got a gun?
You got one for me.
You're going to step off and just be like, I like what you're doing, man.
Yeah, good boy.
I'm liking this, and just somehow.
You got to be like Hans Gruber. No, God, you're one of them. No, don't shoot me. And then when he gives you the gun, you pull the trigger, but it's empty.
Like, would he allow you to do that, or would he just say, shut up and pop you?
He'd shoot you.
You don't know that.
Wouldn't even. He's probably just hearing, wah, wah, in his head. The ring of his own gunshots.
I hate to say it. I'm gonna predict the future, though, because I'm looking at it right now on YouTube. Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, Mission No. 9 Mall Shootout.
Yeah, it's right there.
They're going to be showing this on the news today.
You think?
Look,
violent video games.
Look, I just gave the local news because they all listen to us. There's your little angle today. Yeah, go enjoy Grand Theft Auto. Find the freaking mall shootout scene.
Don't, because GTA 4, some new screenshots up today.
There's your angle.
GTA 4.
Run with it, you bastard.
Looks amazing. This game's going to be great.
Is this the one on the...
This is Vice City Mall Shootout. You just go in the mall.
There's a new one on that looks amazing, though.
And the Grand Theft Auto, I think they pretty much mock the fact that mall security guys don't have much firepower, and you could go in there and just have a field day.
Walkie-talkie, they throw it at your head.
But this never
with
happens,
that.
though. You don't want snipers in the mall. You
No,
don't want
it's-
National
it's-
Guard. It just doesn't happen.
They
right?
do have these isolated incidents of these lunatics that decide to do things.
Hey,
but it shouldn't affect you.
Hey, thank you, Than. This is a great segue, actually. This week, the week's fearmonger comes in the shape of U.S. Prosecutor Kim Worthy, who has just published her list of 10 games for parents to boycott over Christmas. You should not buy your kid Hitman, Blood Money.
Why?
That's number 10. Self-proclaimed most violent game of a series. This game glamorizes killing. So you should not buy that for your child this Christmas.
No.
God of War. You should not get that one for your
Kill
kids.
your parents.
A sea. It's described as a sea of unrelenting violence. You shouldn't buy your kid Resident Evil 4 this Christmas. Parents
Why?
aren't this stupid, though. I think, don't you think in general parents understand what their kid could handle? No?
Yeah.
I don't have a kid.
No, I think that they need to police us and parent all of us.
Yeah.
Know what we can and can't.
Also, on this list, 10 games to avoid this Christmas, you got Killer 7. I haven't heard of Killer 7. Have you, Ant? You're a big gamer.
Killer 7. No. It's anime. Adult game.
It's anime?
Oh, it's anime? Stop it.
Yeah, it's like
Stop
seriously
it.
I'm not gonna
stylized.
play that.
kind of thing.
Why would I play anime?
What is anime?
Oh, yeah. All I know about is anime porno, where they're all dressed like little Catholic schoolgirls.
Yeah.
The Japanese animation.
How did I miss
that's
this?
Really, the Japanese animation usually.
You know, the ones with the big eyeballs
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff. And what? The
G-Force.
Yeah.
Experienced adult gamers call this the most violent and twisted game ever played, this Killer 7. Another game you should avoid is The Godfather. You played The Godfather, no, Ant?
Yeah, good game.
It is a good game, right?
Liked it.
So basically it's saying avoid every cool game out there.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Games to
all
buy.
rated-
Tic-tac-toe.
They're all rated what?
It's all rated M for mature.
Mature, so kids aren't supposed to be playing them. They do anyway, but I would suggest you just get those baby games that are out for things like Wii, the Wii.
Yeah,
you know, Than knows about the Wii.
Yeah, how about you do a little bowling? A little Wii
Some
bowling.
bowling or baseball. It's safe games. The Wii. That's why the Wii is outsold other gaming platforms because parents know they could buy it for the kids.
There you go.
All ages, really.
Number 5
well,
is
kids.
the video game.
Kids of all ages.
A video game based, of course, on the movie 300. It's called 300. It invites game room gladiators to slice their way through the Persian army. Number 4 on the list is 50 Cent, Bulletproof. Rapper 50 Cent is involved in a web of corruption, double crosses, and shady deals that lead him on a bloody path through New York's drug underworld.
And what's the game about?
No, you didn't.
I did.
Number 3 is Scarface. You've played Scarface, no?
No, I haven't played that one. Was it any good?
It's just like it's a Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. A lot of them they try to make Grand Theft Auto. That's the one Pacino does the voice, right?
No, they had a sound alike.
They had a sound alike because for some reason he wasn't in The Godfather. They couldn't even use his image for the character Michael in The Godfather. Everyone else looked like their character. But when you played the game The Godfather, the Michael character looked nothing like Pacino, sounded nothing like Pacino.
Why?
Because they said that Pacino was going to do Scarface.
They got his likeness
video game.
in Scarface.
Oh, they got his likeness? Okay, then that must be why.
Yeah.
But he didn't do because he can't sound like Michael anymore.
No.
Hey, I'm going to go out and hit them all.
Right.
That's not Michael anymore.
That's a great.
It's not. But that's just the awful now Pacino.
Yeah. Well, a couple more lines.
I'm sorry, Kay. I'm not going to tell you about my business. What? What happened to his voice? He was like a soft-spoken guy for a while. He said, no, I think we could go in there and, he's a dirty cop, a cop that is involved with drugs. Cop involved with drugs! The hell is that? What happened to him?
I noticed it first in Sea of Love. And I think it's from all the smoking and all the scream takes he's had to do, like
Just
and Justice for All.
Effed up his voice.
All these
But
movies in the 70s
but
where he always
you
did
watch
these
The
takes.
Godfather, it's a different voice coming out of that
He
guy.
damaged his voice by screaming.
Apollonia, no!
No, I think once you establish yourself as a legend, by the third legendary film, no one could be, hey, Al, can you take it down a few in this thing?
Yeah.
So you just can go. I think Denzel is like that right now. Whenever
really?
Denzel doesn't know what to do in a scene, he has some cup of liquid that he can slap off the table. And I've noticed if you watch American Gangster, he did it like 3 times. He's getting interrogated, and he just when he just knocks his coffee off. And then he has another one. He dumps a pitcher. He slaps a glass of wine out of somebody's hand and then like dumps the water over his head. He just went crazy in this last one. That's his new tick.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, so you got Scarface on this list. This politician, she writes, speaking to the Detroit News about the extreme content of some of today's biggest selling games and franchises, Worthy said, "There's no way that anyone can convince me that the horribleness and gruesomeness of the crimes that we've been seeing is not somehow a result, at least in part, of the violent video game culture."
It's not. Shut up.
Shut the F up. Just look at the stats. You know how many people play violent video games? Why isn't it an epidemic of violent crimes?
Did she forget that people in this country were lynching blacks in the 40s and 50s?
Yeah, what video game was that?
Like the
and where can I get it?
People, but how awful people have been behaving for
Exactly.
centuries. It's like, it's not
Of course.
new.
Yeah, back in the day, rather than, playing like PlayStation, you just looked out the prairie and saw the genocide as they eliminated all the Indians. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those people seemed to turn out all right. They were flying kites and inventing yoga.
Oh, is there a stat out there? I need to find a stat. How many people play what would be deemed violent video games?
They
Seriously.
13%.
I love how Jimmy does that. He's acting. He just blurts out a statistic.
We used to fall for that, and now we just...
I know. It's like, 13. Okay, so 13%.
And then he
Wait a
starts
minute.
giggling.
Jimmy's lying.
No, I'm not acting, though. If I was acting, go ahead. Just say what you said. You'd like to know percentage?
Yeah, I would like to know, the percentage of people that play violent video games.
13%!
All right, hey, let's finish up this list before we go to break. Number 2 on this list of 10 games to avoid this Christmas as far as buying these for the children is Manhunt.
Manhunt, they had to tame down, what was that, Manhunt 2? I guess they had to tame that one down.
We saw Manhunt, right? That was the movie they...
That was the game they brought up. Yeah,
Rip
Rockstar.
out people's eyeballs with pliers. Like, how is that even why would you buy that for a kid?
Yeah. It's definitely, there are games that are just made for adults, and I don't think these politicians that are adults realize that adults play the games. They think it's like this weird, you're in your basement. If you're an adult playing a video game, you're in the basement, you live at your parents' house, no one's buying these things. They can't understand that people enjoy it. It's like taking part in a live-action movie that you control some of the action of. It's not like you're going to play it and then just bolt out your door and start firing.
It
at
also
people.
relieves stress from living this crappy life that we have to
I don't
live.
even see it as that. It's just fun to play like anything else that's fun to do.
I
as a
relieve
game.
stress by playing video games, absolutely.
Do you?
Yes.
Well, they don't understand that the kids who were playing Pac-Man and Asteroids are now 40 and 50 years old.
Yeah.
So
right.
It's actually a way for parents to get closer with their kids. Go
Exactly.
on there and pretend to kill people.
I remember.
Something I've mentioned many times. My nephew, he's now, in Gainesville there. He's pre-med. He's a huge Gators fan, right? He was exposed to R-rated movies at a very young age because my sister and her husband just felt like he could handle this stuff. Okay? Yeah. But they also supervised. But he was watching R-rated movies when he was 6, 7, 8 years old, and he was playing the violent video games as a kid. He's pre-med. He's got over a 4.0, and he's completely fine.
My parents,
you got to understand what your kid could handle.
Yeah, some kids can handle it.
So I'll openly admit, yeah, some kids, maybe they can handle the violence in the R-rated movies and stuff like that, sure. But my example, my sister, I mean, the kid is completely normal.
Let's wait till he's a doctor, though, and he's injecting people with cleaning fluid.
Yeah, right?
He's smothering old people.
He's rocking down there in Florida. The kid is amazing. And I remember going down to Florida, and we're watching Scarface and all these crazy movies, and he's sitting on the couch enjoying some ice cream and popcorn right alongside us.
I remember one of the first rated R movies I saw other than Stripes was Scarface. And before that, at that point, we'd only seen like For the Love of Benji. And and Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo. And so, dude, that chainsaw scene really messed me up as a kid to watch that.
Oh, yeah.
But I never thought I'm going to go to school and go do that to somebody.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't like... Yeah, they really think, like, I could have played that game with the pliers, getting ripped somebody's eyes out when I was 7, 8 years old. I would never think, I'm going to do that to my brother.
Yeah, it wasn't going to screw you off.
Speaking of that,
doing that,
we got to take Frank's call from Jersey. Frank, go ahead.
I played a lot of Pac-Man in the 80s, and I'm kind of overweight now. I'm thinking about suing.
Yeah, you were influenced by all that overeating that the Pac-Man character does, right?
I developed an appetite for ghosts. I'm about 15 pounds overweight. I'm suing.
Thanks for calling Evening at the Improv bit.
But he's just a caller. He probably works 2 jobs, Jimmy. He's just trying to get his moment on a radio
I
show.
apologize, Frank. You do as many dot-eating jokes as you want. I play Frank does it at work all the time. I play Pac-Man a lot. Get out of the way. I might run in circles and eat dots. Raise his cup as they all laugh. Hey, don't walk over that manhole. You're going to turn blue. I'm going to eat you. This guy's crazy.
And number 1 on the list, of course, the granddaddy of violence is still Grand Theft Auto.
Yep.
Allows players to act out crimes and rewards players for doing so. A game that we are involved with and might be involved with in the near future. You never know. We love Grand Theft Auto. We love Rockstar games.
Sorry to interrupt you. On the TV right now, they're showing they're showing the
John Mayer.
There it is. Oh my God,
the young John Mayer guy that shot at the ball.
It's Flea with long hair.
They're showing the graphic of like the mall, but it was just basically a drawing of like the 3rd and 2nd floor separated, and they had like the atrium, like a big rectangle for the atrium, and they were just showing the trail of the bullets going. It's the worst.
Yeah.
Piece of exploitive graphic.
There's his gun right there. That looks more like a Winchester.
Oh, it is. Look at that. Yes. Wait a minute. It's a lever action.
Yeah, bolt
holds 10 to 12 rounds.
Costs under $200.
It's an SKS.
SKS semi.
He had two magazines taped.
But they're showing. They say semi-automatic, but then they show a lever action graphic on the bottom. It's not it.
All right. Hey, let's.
Oh yeah, that's an SKS. Yeah.
We got to grab a break here, but really fast. Seth, he's on his way to school. Seth, he's 12 years old. What's up, Seth?
Yeah. I do love Grand Theft Auto, and I watch so many violent shows and play so many violent video games. I've beat all the Grand Theft Auto games. Beat The Godfather. Haven't played Scarface though, and yet I don't want to kill anybody. I also played Rumble Roses Triple X, but that's a different story. That's just women beating each other senseless. No, I'm serious. Like it's like Raw, SmackDown versus Raw, but you're women and you beat each other senseless. And my favorite character is the Flying Moo Cow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, I want my Islanders tickets.
Opie?
I'm not taking you. Do I have to take you to an Islanders game now?
Young Seth would like to join you at an Islanders game. You can make up the bad karma that you gathered when you left that other young boy out in the cold. What was his name?
Gary.
Young Gary.
What did he do?
There was a kid when we were at NEW named Gary. 12-year-old Gary? Was he 12?
Yes, he's 38 now.
Yeah. And Opie said he would take him to an Islanders game, and he never did. He never did.
The kid's probably in college now.
Yeah. And now we get Seth, who wants to go to an Islander game with Opie. That would kind of be cool, you know?
This reminds me, I just saw Bill. I don't know if you want to talk about it on the air because it's your bit, but I saw Bill recently taping his DVD, and he talks about like hanging out with kids and stuff, and how this day and age you don't.
That's the first.
You don't want to be.
You
don't want to be at an Islander game with a 12-year-old. In this day and age, it could mean just nothing but trouble.
But it's like, it's a radio guy. Seth listens, and
Mark
it's
Parento.
It's Mark Parento, and he wants to go to the game.
You know something? All they talk about is sexual predators now. The second you said this kid wanted to go to a game with you, I immediately thought, no, that's kind of weird. That's going to be a weird social
But in the old
situation.
days, it was just like, hey, son, we'll go to the game.
Yeah, exactly. And if that kid ever fell down, you'd have to comfort him from a distance as he's crying. You'd have to have like a stick with like a tissue on the end of it, like trying to wipe his tears away, just so there's any sort of question of what you did.
Yeah, because everyone has cell phones too, because all of a sudden there's a picture of you like holding the young fella, trying to comfort him, and now they twist it into something else.
You're checking for injuries, and you end up looking like that guy from Russia who kissed that kid on the stomach.
Yeah. Putin.
Yeah. I can if I was your business manager, I would advise against
a stick with a tissue on
it.
Well, they got us all paranoid. Like, after seeing you, I was in the elevator going up to my apartment. There's a mom and a kid in the elevator. I'm moving so far away from the kid.
Oh,
You just get immediately paranoid. to be around strange kids.
That's what I don't
In
like
any
either.
social situation.
I will not be alone in a bathroom with a little kid.
No.
Like, if I'm in there and a little kid's in there, I walk right the hell out. Because I don't know what... He touched me. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything. There's a slapping the cuffs on you.
Mid-urination. You'd rather get arrested for peeing in public than actually be alone in a bathroom.
Exactly.
I can't even go out and give my anonymous horsey rides anymore. Do you know how frustrating? I would do is we go for rides, and I would just give little horsey rides and drop the person off.
Innocent?
Yeah.
All right. We got to say goodbye to Seth. We got to take a break. We're real late. Bill Burr at Caroline's all weekend long starting tonight?
Yep.
Okay,
212-757-4100 is the number.
And David Tell's going to be on the show in a few minutes here.
Good.
We haven't had him on in years, man. We'll talk to Dave in a few minutes.
Well, he's actually here to talk about my New Year's Eve show at the North Fork Theater.
I heard about what city is that in?
It's the Westbury Music Fair on Long Island.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
And what's the date?
Oh, New Year's Eve.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Huge Unit is saying it would be very funny if Lindsay pulled the same gag with little Seth and made you hold his hand as you're walking out of the... all of a sudden, Ovi's walking out and they switch hands and you're holding hands with a young 12-year-old boy.
Big grin on your face.
You heard that story, right?
No.
That was a good one.
Maybe after the break. I'll tell it again.
Okay.
It's Opie and Anthony. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show, featuring Bill Burr, who's going to be at Caroline's all weekend long. We have JC from New Jersey. I think he's another 12-year-old calling the Opie and Anthony Show. JC, what's up?
Adorable.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Anthony, do you want to go to the Harrisburg gun show with me?
The gun show? Sure, why not? Let's go to the gun show.
Hey, this could be a kind of a cool bit. I'll take a 12-year-old to an Islander game. You take a 12-year-old to like a gun show, and Jimmy could take a 12-year-old to a peep show.
Go around just drive him around downtown.
Show him the sights. I don't know.
Maybe I'll take the little lad to see Ozzy at the end of December here in the garden.
Oh,
hey, there you go. Yeah, what is your hobby? Maybe an Ozzy, maybe a rock concert?
Yeah, of course.
Because people know I love my hockey, so that's an easy one for me. And Ant loves his guns.
Do you go shooting there, JC?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
You sound like the pilot in an airplane.
What's you like shooting there, JC? What's your weapon of choice?
You like gladiator movies? Wasn't that the one?
Yeah. Peter Graves.
All right, well,
He's a little flustered.
Are you a little nervous? Don't worry, there's only about 1 million people listening to you.
Is that your phone?
yeah, guys, thanks. My favorite is, I own a 22. My dad gave it to me, but he is a Springfield.
Yeah. That's a great weapon to start off with as a child, the 22. My father gave me one of those, too.
What's a 22? I'm
22
I'm
caliber.
dumb.
It's a little,
Is that just a little pop?
Yeah. Little pink, little small game. You do a little hunting.
You can barely kill a squirrel with
shoot
it.
a little squirrel or a bunny rabbit.
Strikes fear in rodents of America.
Yes. But it's a little rabbit. You shoot little rabbits with it and stuff. Learn how to kill early.
How many bullets do you got to pump into a rabbit with a 22 before it finally goes down?
Well, let me tell you. My father thought it was 1860 when I was living out there. And he was always into this man training thing, kind of, man me up a little because I was such a little crybaby. And he gave me a 22 rifle and then said, all right, go out camping. I'm giving you you're getting nothing to eat and one bullet. Here you go. And now you got to go out and get your dinner.
And he left you? Shot yourself.
Yeah. That would have been hysterical. He shows up, I'm just dead. I shot myself.
With your jaw askew.
Dude, your dad would be on trial, and that would have been on the cover of the Post.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a different time. And I had to go out and shoot a rabbit. I had one bullet.
Did you get him?
And, I cheated. I grabbed a handful of 22 bullets and put them in my pocket before the.
How many did it take?
So you dragged.
I took about 10 more, and it took a couple of shots, First of all, it was getting dark. I'm there with a flashlight and a 22, and I see a little bunny eyes, you know? So I go to aim for him, and I missed, and I got one I hit in the side and lost
How
them.
did you find a rabbit? That's when you know how
They're
old,
all over the
how
place.
old you are. Yeah, back then there were.
It was California.
Before global war, man.
Southern
All you
California.
had to do was walk into the woods with a
Right.
gun and a flashlight, and I see bunny rabbit eyes. How does that happen?
Yeah, back then there were only 46 states. It was a different time, man. See, that's
Sorry, Bill. Let me tell you about a band named Nirvana one of these days.
Good Lord.
Oh, sorry, you young kids. There was rabbits. There was California. You still go out
happened?
at night and there's...
What happened the first time you missed? You hit a mastodon? Stepped in the way of your shot?
I get it. Exaggeration humor.
I was going to go with elk, and I was like, hey,
Mastodon is funny.
Why didn't you have your slave go and get the rabbit?
Anthony's father was obsessed with giving him like manly tasks.
Man
to do.
train. It was all these manly
You're
tasks.
gonna go in the woods with
That's
one
it.
bullet, and don't come home until you bring me a dead rabbit.
Bring me a rabbit. And then he got me for, I think it was my 14th birthday or something, he got me a pistol. And I already had like a great rifle. It was like modeled after a Winchester. And he goes, well, if I had just gotten a brand new pistol, I'd saddle my horse up and go riding and go shooting. He goes, bring me back something. All right, so I went up there and bagged me a snake, a rattler.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, I was shooting at this thing like crazy. I must have. And then I bring back a rattlesnake.
Why did you hit him with your flashlight?
I should have just beat him over the head with a flashlight. But I felt really kind of good about it because the horse freaked out a little bit because they don't like snakes. So I'm on top of the horse trying to shoot this snake, and blam, 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 blam. I'm reloading. I'm pulling out the rifle. I'm shooting. So I go down and I go, Dad, look, I got a rattlesnake. He goes, Jesus Christ, you should have come back with 50 of them for all the rounds I heard you go through. I'm like,
And then he gets on the phone with his ex-wife.
No, pleasing this guy. What the hell, Ro? The kid can't even shoot straight. You didn't give him a gun, Joey, did you? Gotta give him a gun. He's got to man up. You're raising a fruit, Ro. You're raising a fruit.
You got
stop crying. Don't fight.
Stop crying.
Oh, you stop crying. That's what he would tell me.
Yeah.
Every time.
You got on a horse and went out and shot a rattlesnake? Where were you living?
It was in Southern California, like Orange County, but it was in the hills. It was
when?
When? It was probably 1976.
I know, this is like Dogtown and Z-Boy days.
Yeah,
You sound like you grew up on like the Ponderosa.
It was because there was the riverbed that we used to ride in sometimes.
Riverbed.
The riverbed.
Good Lord.
It had
In Yellowstone.
It was like the
filming
flood.
of Mice and Men were Anthony
It was like the flood control.
It was in Dead Man's Creek. Was there a hollowed out skull of a
No,
bull?
it had cement size. It was like those things
There
you
we
see
go.
the Terminator riding through on his motorcycle. You know, it's got the concrete. They're always in
Just slice
California.
open a cactus to get some liquid.
I've done that.
Wanted dead or alive.
See, when we were in the Mojave Desert, I learned how to get water out of cactus and did that. Yeah, I made a big hole, and then I filled up the hole with cactus and then put plastic over the top. And
Why do I picture you whimpering through all of these
It was
exercises?
just all, why you do this?
You're basically saying Man vs. Wild ripped you off.
Exactly.
What happens with the cactus?
You get water out of it.
How?
So you dig a hole, and then you line the hole with slices of cactus, and then you put a cup in the middle of that. And then you cover the top of the hole with plastic, and then take a single little rock and put it right in the middle so it kind of makes the plastic in a funnel shape. And as the sun beats down on the cactus, the water evaporates from the cactus, collects on the plastic, and since the rock is in the middle of the plastic, it drips downwards and drips into the cup.
Wow.
And that way you have
That's what they
liquid
did.
to drink.
Back in the old days, yeah, the Indians, they used to take out some saran wrap.
You could use actually.
Yeah, because that happens. I know the amount of times I've been stranded in the wild, and everybody has saran wrap on them. So
Son of a bitch. You just gotta crap on it. Crap on it.
Well, how do you do it? You raises a good point.
What? Plastic?
Yeah, what would you use?
Do you use anything that kind of can collect water but not absorb it.
You take out an empty gallon of bleach that everybody just always has on it. These household products you'd never have.
Oh, can you use like a T-shirt or something?
You are it would just absorb the water.
Then that's just dumb.
What if you only had Bounty towels?
You could squeeze them into your mouth.
Hey, we're going to go back to what Bill was talking about because this brings up a Bill Burr story. Brandon in Boston listening on BCM. What's up?
Hey, boys.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to go back to what you're talking about with the kid with the Islanders game. I was actually in a restaurant bathroom, and there's like a little girl just kind of like running around in the bathroom. Her dad was like in the stall and like totally unsupervising a kid. So I'm like, initially like, uh-oh, that's not good. So I waited like a minute. I'm like, well, forget it. I just gotta, I gotta get in there and get out. So I started going over to the urinal to go to the bathroom, and like the little girl just starts coming to like walking over and like peeking into like what she probably shouldn't see for another like 10 years. So I'm like, whoa, no, don't do that. And so I'm like, I just zipped up and like ran out of there until like the dad was like, until they left the bathroom, because I'm like, there's no way like I'm getting like in trouble for this one.
Yeah, everyone's so paranoid now.
Chris Hansen has made everyone paranoid to hang out with kids. It's as simple as that. Bill Burr.
Why don't you zip up and come out here with me?
Right.
What? I was just...
Bill Burr has an elevator story, and that started that whole bit.
That's how I got the bit. How I got the bit was I was in my building, and me and this other guy were waiting for the elevator. It started coming up, and I just hear this kid screaming. This little kid screaming, and the door opened up as this little, 5-year-old girl with nobody else screaming. I kind of figured out, a couple seconds that somehow she got on the elevator, the door's closed. So
stupid kids.
And left mommy behind or whatever,
yeah,
right?
She was downstairs, so we walked in there. The big dude is not even addressing that the kid is even there. And I basically was crouching down going, okay, what? But keeping, I was crouched. It was the weirdest thing. I was crouched down 4 feet away. So it's probably even more weird. I was just, I was just and I was just in my head the whole time. I was like, I got to figure out where this kid's mom is. But in no way, shape, or form am I coming in any contact with this kid. If the kid's falling down, maybe if I have a pen, I'll try to catch the back of.
You even made too much contact there by even talking to her.
Oh yeah,
because
exactly.
the kid. What happened? Who was that man that I don't know, but he touched me? Yeah. Oh, and they're gonna listen to you. No, I was just helping the... Ow!
Yes,
ow, my head! It's in the cement, and your knee is in my neck.
Single white male, late 30s, never been married. Totally fits the
you're
profile.
The profile.
It's over.
You're just trying to help the kid, and next thing you know...
That's the point on here. You can't help children anymore.
No, you just can't. There's Bill getting tased. Is he trying to explain himself?
Yeah, did a little...
If you want to hear a good one, go on YouTube and look up Skater Wuss Fight.
Skater Wuss Fight?
What's that about?
Is that a good one?
You know what it is? It's about the end of somebody's childhood and any hopes of getting laid in high school. These kids now, I swear to God, these kids now, everybody has that horrific, embarrassing moment when you were a kid, and it just went away. But now it gets filmed. That's going to follow the dude to college. Somebody throws a skateboard at him, and the way this kid cries...
Really?
He sounds like an ambulance.
The wham wham?
Yeah.
I can't get it here. You got to go to Iraq.
Even though it's a video, the audio.
Can't watch.
Skater Wuss Fight.
Oh. All right, we'll try to find it. But he starts...
I can't even do it.
All right, we'll get that audio for everybody. We can't get to YouTube, so it's
that's what I like to do. I like to have a nice discussion and bring to a screeching halt with a video that no one can
It's all
find.
good. We lost Paul, too. That's fine. And David Tell's here. How about we take a break and regroup? We got to catch
Very
up
good.
anyway.
Hey, I want to go a quick plug to Dennis Leary's book signing tonight. We said we would. It's at Borders Penn Plaza in New York City tonight, 7 to 8 p.m. The whole cast of Rescue Me will be signing that book.
Yeah.
Because he was great yesterday. So.
He was awesome on the show yesterday.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
Want to meet the cast of Rescue Me? They're at that book signing tonight.
Cool. So we got David Tell, Bill Burr playing Carolines all weekend long. We'll find out where Dave's going to be, and we'll continue. It's Opie and Anthony.
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 It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yeah, rolling right along. Opie and Anthony, full house today. We got Bill Burr. He's playing Carolines all weekend long. Of course, Jim Norton's here every day doing his thing. And we got David Tell on the couch, who's, I think, HBO special Premieres this weekend, right?
Yeah, December 8th.
Very, very cool.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me in after the pedophile long remix bit. Were you guys talking about Chris Hansen and all that?
Yeah. Well, he's kind of ruined it for everybody. You can't really hang out with a kid in an innocent way anymore because adults are just paranoid.
Did anybody, because you guys know, like Bill or whatever, who has the joke where they go, like, Chris Hansen is the Blade of catching, of like pedophilia? Remember, like, what's his name? Like, he's like half vampire, half whatever. He like knows their ways, knows what they like, It's like mall rock climbing. Sounds like a place for a pedophile to hang.
Yeah, he knows.
But Dave,
he's got to take a serum to keep himself from just going out there and abusing kids himself.
Yeah. You bring up a great point. Chris Hansen has sat on that couch a couple times.
He has.
There's something not right about him. When you look in his eyes, you're like, all right, what is this really about, Chris?
He's got a double side to him, and I think that everybody wants to be on that show. I think that's the new Byron Allen.
It was kind of flattering, sort of, for our show because one of our listeners got caught in one of his things and goes, "Oh, I saw you on Opie and Anthony once."
He goes, "You were great on Opie and Anthony." Oh, you saw me on Opie and Anthony.
The management doesn't really like when we play this clip because it's not good for Madison Avenue. But
the image,
it's a holiday clip.
The guy actually heard Chris Hansen on our show and still got caught in one of those houses.
Let's just, they should turn lemons into lemonade and just have the salespeople go after Oshkosh Bagosh.
And then Chris Hansen wants our emails one day. He's like, "Hey, I've been on the show a couple times. How about we exchange emails?" I'm like,
"Oh boy,
no."
That's one thing you don't want.
I'm not hiding anything, but that's the last thing you want to do is give Chris Hansen any of your info.
Here's an email from Greg.Hughes.
Right. Hey.
I was in New York going to a restaurant one time, and it was like a celebrity sighting that only I think Jim and Bill we would enjoy. The people that play the bait on that show, like they're like these kind of tweener-looking girls, like actresses. They couldn't get in a High School Musical or anything like that, so this is what they're doing, So I saw one of those girls because I was watching the show, Chris Hansen, and I was like, "That's that girl. She's the bait." She'd be like the one. "I'll be out in a minute." Take off your pants, and if you got a gun or a taser or a ball gag, put it on the counter. If you want to start dialing a lawyer, that little Pollyanna thing.
So dialing a lawyer.
Yeah, so it's like I saw her in a restaurant with the girl from Sex in the City, the redhead one. Kind of butch.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Miranda
Nixon.
What?
Cynthia Nixon.
Whatever she plays on the show, I don't know.
So I went up to them. They were sitting at the table. I go, "I'm a huge fan," and like Cynthia's like, and I go, "No." I was like, "Of you, but really of the bait of this girl."
You really recognized her? Come on.
I did, and I got an autograph, and I'm like, and I looked at what she signed, and it said like, "Thanks for the blah blah blah. Stay off of MySpace, wink wink." So that's where they're they're trolling.
Just joking about it. That's
the only story I have.
hysterical.
I sent a MySpace message to the girl one of the girls who plays the bait, the original one, and she said, "I'll try to get her on the show." And she's like, "Well, you have to contact producers and stuff like that. She wouldn't just come on the show."
Yeah, I'm sure that's
MySpace are in here. Or?
I forget her real name, but yeah, she's accessible.
I'm sure that's why you first sent it.
Yeah, she's really cute. She's like 20.
Hey, before
carrying nothing but a T-shirt.
Before the break, Bill turned us on to this video, and that's what you saw as you walked in, Dave. Us all laughing as you're trying to say hi to everybody. I apologize for that. But on YouTube, there's a video called Wussy Skater Fight. You want to explain this again, Bill? We finally got it.
Yeah, it's basically some sort of fat kid has some sort of a whip or something, a stick. He tries to hit this little skinny kid with the skateboard. He hits him once, and then the kid just takes his skateboard. I think he hits him in the back of his thigh.
It's like Charlie Horse area.
Yeah, and
really
the kid goes down like he's been shot with I don't know what, and lets out this wail like I don't know, like a loved one just died.
And he's not going to live this down, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
they're about how old would you say they are?
14, 13.
14.
Yeah, maybe around there. And the fat kid that winds up crying at the end whipped the kid with like what can only be called a switch back in the old days. Go out and grab a switch.
Bit of hickory.
Yeah, some hickory. And hits him with it, and the kid just came back and throws the skateboard at him.
Which you should do, right?
And you would think he would just go, F you or something like that, but he just goes flat down and lets out a cry that only a girl would.
Listen for the cry. It's quick.
That's fantastic.
Why does that end? That's fantastic. Who turned the camera off?
That was
I got up and kicked
fruity.
him.
Yeah, that's it.
I want the long version of that. That's all it is. The video's 11 seconds long.
I had to watch it like 5 times, like to even realize it wasn't fake. I'm like, there's no way he just cried. Like he's one of those kids who's already like 6'2", but he still hasn't hit puberty. You know those kids? He still has all the baby fat.
Yeah. And there he
It's
is
the perfect
crying
thing.
on the street.
One more time. Hey, add that to the Steve sounds. They can mix that into some rock songs.
Laughing stock.
Like a haunted pottery barn.
And then people are bringing up the other video of the fat kid on the log in the woods. And
That's
they're-
another good one.
What are they shooting at him or something?
Yeah,
I
they're
forget.
shooting at him with some kind of gun. I don't know, BB gun or something.
They're saying that's the best crying
He's
video.
saying, stop. He starts crying.
Stop it! Stop it!
That's the best kid crying video ever.
All these little moments that used to just happen and were gone when you were a kid. I mean, everyone knew those situations. You know, you had the kid that you'd smack in the head. You'd have a dirt bomb fight and someone would throw a rock.
Crying.
Everyone would run. They were just moments. But now, I mean, they're captured for everyone to enjoy the humor of some little kid getting hurt.
Amazing.
I love it.
It seems to be fat kids with friends with cameras.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know, it's like-
As long as you got a camera, few friends, and the fat kid, you're in. You're making YouTube.
Hey, Tubbs, what are you up to today? I'll bring my camera.
Want to come out
Maybe
to
a
the
couple
woods?
of laughs.
Yeah, come on out to the woods.
It's Lord of the Flies,
There really
man.
are no sounds better than a fat boy being whipped. It really is music.
It's just a bad dream, fat boy. Ow! Ow! Skateboard! Ow! Why? Why?
Where is the Sean Penn of their generation to protect, like in Bad Boys? You know, he like sit up for that kid with the nose.
Yep. Yeah.
Horowitz.
Yeah, where's that? Where's the show? Hey, that's not right. Leave Piggy alone. Give me that tape.
Ain't gonna happen.
All right. Hey, we got a woman that's upset with her butt implants. You want to hear this?
What?
Just kind of throwing some stuff into the old CD player here. Yeah, sure. David Tell, HBO this Sunday.
Also, Caroline's the December 27th through 30th.
Oh, first, let me clear something up with Dave because, oh my God,
this could get a little awkward.
I was down at the cellar.
Put down the camera.
Put down the camera.
Yeah. You're not going to whip me,
Put down
are
the
you?
camera.
You're not
Don't
going to
want
whip
any
me
crying.
like a West Virginia fat boy, are you? Go ahead.
I was down at the cellar, catching your set, laughing.
When?
Having a good time. Oh, this is a while ago.
Okay.
Yeah, a while ago.
Thanks.
And,
I am an alcoholic.
I had,
Okay.
yeah. So am I.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Had a table with three girls at the table and me sitting there enjoying the set. In front of us, closer to the stage, was another table full of what I would gather you comics just call pains in the ass. Get out of the effing club. You're yapping. You're making. Well, yeah, okay. You're just making a very difficult time for the comic.
Okay, yeah.
So you had turned around, looked right at me, and pointed at me. Now, I had been going to comedy clubs for years. I'm friends with a lot of comics. I know the protocol. Right. Shut the F up, laugh at the funny parts. Don't try to be the act for the night. He's up on stage. You lambasted me.
I did?
As the guy that was making the noise. And then I even tried much, I didn't have the mic, so I tried. I was like, no, it's not me. Shut up. You laid into me, and I was sitting there like, it's not me. I know how to act in a comedy club. And then everyone's looking at me like I'm the douche.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I hate to be all Blackwater about it, but collateral damage. You know? What can I tell you? The boys will back me up here. You know, sometimes
Collateral damage.
And I have to say one thing.
Don't apologize.
Because I saw Jim's special, and when you two stood up,
it was amazing,
in
wasn't
the
it?
sea of seat fillers and people who were promised, if you come to this, you might get on America's Dancing with the Stars. You guys are the most blend-inable people I've ever seen.
Yeah,
True. Because I know now I'm like thinking,
know.
like, yeah, I have seen you at the club.
Yeah.
But you like blend right in.
I know. I all of a
But I
sudden was the
apologize for
a-hole. No, it actually made for a funny story. I was just I was so pissed that night.
Remember
I'm
you
like,
kept saying, but I was
what?
helping him. I was only helping him.
That was it.
I know that's the worst.
I was
helping.
making the show better.
I know. He needs someone to work off of.
If you could come, if we all have to pitch together because there's a problem, and I'm glad you guys are giving me a chance to come on here because we are inundated right now in this city with Europeans with a lot of money that's worth as much as our money.
Oh, my God,
and
yeah.
This hasn't happened since I don't know when, maybe the 1800s or something. There's Canadian people walking around like they have a real country. There's all these Europeans. They come down to the Comedy Cellar and they just stare. They don't get it, and then you have to attack them because you know it brings up your own inner self-hatred.
They're like kind of verifying what you already know.
Yeah,
That you're
I don't know.
garbage.
Are you guys running into that?
Yeah, the Canadians are feeling pretty important right now.
Yeah, even
isn't
the
their
French
their
Canadians.
money's worth more than ours at this right for the first time in a long time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
$3 worth more than ours.
Yeah, a little more. And it's like, well, when did that happen? We goofed on their money for years.
I think it's even Steven right now, and the shekel is coming up.
The shekel. A couple of
balloon is
shekels.
really.
Hey, I saw Bill Burr recently. I got to keep going back to the last time I saw you. He was taping his latest DVD, and he's killing, man, killing. It was a big theater downtown. And remember the guy completely asleep at your show, and you're like, "What the F
My
is
whole
this about?"
set, there was this guy, like that, not, your head wakes you up.
Not even just a little tired. This
doing
guy
that.
was like,
You know what I found out later?
Brace.
He was one of the guys in the crowd. He was on something, and he was freaking people out. This is going to be awesome. And, by the time the show started,
yeah.
he was, like, passed out. So, of course, this kid's, like, right in the third row. So the entire time, as a comedian, that's all I'm focusing on.
Right.
I'm just like, this DVD is going to put people to sleep. They're going to nod off. This is, I suck. I'm terrible.
Dude, you
You should have had nothing to
smashed
do with Bill Burr.
You should have smashed him and said something like, "Gee, sir, am I keeping you up?"
I was like when you see the guy who's sleeping and he's like wearing a suit, so like he's not like trash or anything or whatever. And then like later you find out it's like, well, I'm sorry. It's like, hey, dude, what's the matter? Not funny, blah blah blah. And then it's like, I run a burn unit, and single-handedly saving lives, and you're like, oh, I feel like.
Dude, I used to do a thing at Sloan Kettering, the cancer
awards
here in New York.
Oh.
That's right.
I want to host that.
Right. The winner of the slowest walk to the bathroom is. I would go there and do these gigs. They would have Tuesday night, to cheer the patients up, and I was doing it one time. And
you?
Yeah, I know.
Who was the second choice for that?
Well, I wasn't the only one, but I was one of many.
Okay.
So I was performing, and this one guy was just staring at me the whole time, and I was just kept addressing how this guy hates me and I'm bombing. So afterwards, he walked over, and he's like, "I'm sorry I wasn't laughing. I'm just not feeling very well."
That's what you want to hear. Great.
And you patted him on the back and he spit up blood?
No, I punched him in the face, and I said, "I don't want to hear it. You should have stayed in the room."
You set wrecker.
I was really felt bad. I made a poor
Set wrecker.
Right.
The cancer gig is the gateway to the telling kids they're adopted. On
Well, they
Chris
wouldn't let me
Hansen.
onto the AIDS ward until I proved myself and we got a tape.
That's part of your reel of sad.
So you want to hear about butt implants or what?
All right, let's do it.
All right.
And in Knoxville, Tennessee, a woman is having a hard time bending over after she had implants placed in her rear end. The woman paid $5,500 to have a more curvy figure. Sorry, that's crazy video there. However, her implants have drooped. Her implants have drooped, causing extreme pain. Now, if you need a laugh this morning, come out and look at this. Whenever she bends over, and even when she sits, wow, for an extended amount of time. Now, she says she wants them removed, but has lost trust in the doctor and is trying to find one that she feels could trust to do the right job. Wow. Okay.
I want to see it.
There's your news right there.
I want to see the video of the chick with the
butt implants.
Yeah, I felt them before. Like certain of
Really?
Hookers, yeah. Hookers certain times have them, and they just feel like
Wait, hookers have butt implants?
Well, I mean, a couple of them. Yeah, you can feel that there's something not right. I hooked up one time.
Something not right.
Really? I came back off the road one time.
Something alien.
And I felt, I still think this was a post-op tranny. And we had sex and something felt
Now,
wrong.
that's not a band, is it? I always thought that was a band. Go ahead. Post-op training right after Sweet Charlotte. Go ahead. Sorry.
And
Sorry, Joe.
I didn't really have a story to it. I just kind of felt that there was something wrong. I could feel like it didn't feel right. And then the ass, something felt plastic about it. It was in hindsight that I really Like that was.
Oh, that's odd.
What was she doing as you were realizing she had a fake ass?
Helping me finish. I mean, I didn't stop.
So how do they do? Where do they go in for that? They just go under the cheek?
I don't know, actually.
There's the
They do it in
video.
Brazil a lot. Brazil.
Video's up over there.
Really?
Brazil? They need it?
We'll link this on onaradio.com later today.
Ew.
What is
Your
that?
breast implant.
It looks like a
Oh my God, she's got a boob on her
oh
butt.
my God! How do you
It's a
explain
butt
that?
boob.
Are you a big butted guy? I mean, do you like?
What's going on there?
That's her without her pants on.
Stop.
What the F is that?
Oh my God.
Oh my God! I'm gonna get sick.
I don't know what that is.
How do you
Rocky
explain
Dennis's
that?
head.
Rocky Dennis's head.
Just go to onaradio.com later today. We'll link what we're screaming at. What is that?
Tupperware.
How do you?
What it is? It's a.
How do you explain that? Seriously,
I can't.
Looks nice.
I can't even figure it out. Never mind explain it. I'm looking at it and I can't work out where it.
What?
Bunion.
Wow, we don't know how to explain this.
It's like a bike helmet.
It's like a bike helmet under her skin. There you go.
It's got all my dreams in there.
That is disgusting.
All right, we'll get that video up later.
Wow.
Hey, let's say hi to Steven in Canada.
That's a lawsuit.
Steven,
Hey, brother, what's going on? What's going on, man?
what's up? We got David Tell in studio today.
Oh, that's cool.
And many
now
others.
I'm in Toronto now.
Yep.
I love you guys up here. A lot of you guys are starting to spread up here.
Yep.
You guys were talking about the Canadian dollar.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny, dude, because if you didn't know already, all these Canadians, we're all starting to rush down to the States because the way we see it is now that our dollar is at par, everything's way cheaper down in the States. So everyone's coming down there. So it's funny, these Canadian retailers, they're all scrambling to now start competing with American prices.
Oh.
Thank you for that
Wow.
little economics lesson.
What are they buying? Bobsleds and Parkers and snowmobile.
I was just thinking that this show
Canadians
is going.
are the most polite people, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah. I was thinking this show was going so well that we really needed someone to like kick us in the nuts. Thank you, Steven, for that interesting comment.
You know what you need to do, though?
What?
Go on the internet and look up Rick Mercer's Talking to Americans. I think you'll like it.
Whoa.
What is that about?
Canadian perspective.
Very challenging, Randall.
All right, well.
Wish we had the money to fight you on this one, but we don't. I'll be able to clean your house later.
All right, we'll check that out. Let's say hi to Tim in Missouri. Tim, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just wanted to thank David Tell. I was in Iraq last year, and I saw him on July 31st at Camp Liberty at one of the MWR sites. And, you know, we were all going there. We know how sometimes when the MWR and the USL bring comedians over, it was like, holy cow, this is really David Tell. There was no skimming down, and we really appreciate everything you did for us.
Well, you know, I don't know what to say, but that was probably the highlight of my year, definitely, because going over there, you know, I really, I don't know, Jim, I know you've been over there a couple times, but you really, it's the best shows you can ever do, and a great time just hanging with you guys, and it's really freaking hot over there, and I don't know how you do it.
Me and
Do you yell at the soldiers for speaking up during it?
Pipe down!
With two Republican guards screaming and he's yelling at the U.S. troops.
Enough with the howitzer. I'm trying to do comedy.
Me and Colin did a show on the back of a flatbed truck for like 35 Army guys that had just come in from the field, and they just sat there on these like picnic park benches and watched us, and they were fantastic. They are the best shows because the crowds are really happy they're there.
Well, Jim, I draw when I'm over there. I'm looking at 2 or 3 battalions.
Yeah, I sold tickets.
No, but the best part is that like you do the show and then like you know, you jump onto something like a plane or whatever, and then you're like moving to the next base, and it's cool that you get to see and, you know, be a part of, like, it's amazing. So thank you very much, man, for coming out, and like I said, all the dudes who I saw over there, first round's on me if you see me in a club. So
All right.
All right, there you go.
All right, so everyone that just heard that,
I know, really,
just
Caroline.
look at Tell's calendar, figure out where he was, and say you were there.
Yeah.
I can't believe you guys had the nerve to go over there, because I would never go
It was
over
right
there.
after
Really,
they
Bill?
caught Saddam.
Oh,
It's
you
scary.
kidding me? Go
But
over to a war zone?
But it's
like,
sad
you
that
know
you'll
what?
be playing
I'll-
one of us in a movie about going over there. He's the best looking one in the room.
I'll do. I'll play a bass, like in New Jersey. I'm not gonna go over there and get my head.
Face in Jersey.
I'm gonna go over there and get my head sawed off. Those guys, you know,
Right.
that's
Bill
no.
Burr live from Fort Monmouth.
Dude, it's like, I'm not a Marine. I don't know how to shoot guns, and you know, my luck. That's what's gonna happen. All of a sudden, something crazy is gonna happen.
They protect you, though.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they do.
As they're flying you
That
around.
would be like the one huge offensive where the base you're at is this huge secure base, but it gets completely overrun, and someone hands you a rifle and just goes, "Dude, you have to." And there's Bill Burr in a foxhole just going, "What do I do?
How do I get the safety off? I didn't go to basic." Then I'm on YouTube rocking slowly in an orange jumpsuit.
Wouldn't that be
Somebody
amazing?
reads a manifesto above me. No. I'll go to any barracks here in the States.
I thought you were like a rough and ready dude, though. I thought you jump on that.
Yeah, but I'm also one of those guys. I have a very realistic perspective of what I'm capable of. And, if I haven't gone through basic training.
You don't want any
Yeah,
part of it.
All
right, hey, look.
I'm pushing 40. It's over, man.
Well,
I can't handle it.
Wow.
The heat alone's going to kill me.
The plane we were on actually got hit by a mortar.
Oh, cool.
Really?
No.
I was fine. I took very good care of us. It was very safe.
I mean, Bobby was telling me, he was trying to tell me he was over there and somebody, they had to do these maneuvers and somebody was shooting at him. It's just like, dude.
They probably thought he was an
right.
Iraqi, little fat man.
Well, I'll tell you, getting a buzz on over there ain't easy. No. Got to chuck some Purell, put a little scope in it for flavor.
Hey, let's go to Tom. For some reason, we have now taken on Canada today. We got Tom in Toronto. What's up, Tom?
I don't know if you're calling for me, but Dave, I think I saw you at the Comedy Cave in Calgary. But since you guys are picking on us good Canadians, I just want to give you the big F you.
Oh, that's all you got. All right.
Did he just put a spell on us?
Yeah, some Canadian spell.
All right,
I don't think I've ever been to Calgary. Have you guys been there?
No.
I've been to Toronto, Montreal.
And
Montreal.
I got a hooker in Vancouver in 1990.
Yeah?
Yeah, my last 80 American dollars went to one girl in the alley doing something to me, and the other girl was like, for an extra 20, you can pat me bum. And she came over. She called it a bum, and so my last 80 American dollars.
It's great. That's how
So you
Jim.
had sex with Oliver.
That's how Jim remembers places he's been. By the way, by the hookers he's had in these cities. It's amazing.
You got a map.
Right. All right, more with David Tell. His HBO special is this Sunday. I hear it's a great
Saturday.
one. Oh, Saturday. I'm sorry. Saturday night?
It's December
8th.
at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 night.
That's funny, man. You named
10
it
o'clock.
Captain Miserable. That's great. So December.
Womp, womp. I was going to name it Womp, 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 Womp.
And Bill Burr, Caroline's all weekend long. We'll continue. It's Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. David Tell in studio today. It's been a long time, Dave.
Yes. Thanks for having me in, guys. Because
no problem.
Let's face it, there's a writer's strike on. I was supposed to be on. I don't know. What's a funny reference? Carson. No.
No, not Carson Daly.
But Dave's got his HBO special this Saturday at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a rough time to promote just because none of the shows are doing anything. But then again, nobody's got live programming, so maybe people will watch it because it's something new and fresh.
Yeah, you got to
It sounded
think.
more like a housewife delivering that.
I'm doing it old school, flyers, bikini car wash, get the message out.
Word of mouth.
Yeah,
Bikini car wash.
Oh, wow, that's really cool. There's a girl with large breasts holding up an Insomniac DVD.
No, when was that?
Now.
Was that my house? No. Look at that rack, as they used to say. That must be one of your. You guys. Oh, do you have the Whip It Out Wednesday?
Yeah, we still do that.
I don't. I'm coming out of a time.
No.
What's going on? Where's that young fella I missed?
Well, we kind of downplay
Young upstart.
We downplay it these days because we're too busy to actually completely focus on it. But whatever.
Well, that's cool that you get to do it.
Yeah.
Like we were just talking about the regulations and all that kind of stuff. It's amazing that you get away with anything now. I mean,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was
I'm
going
afraid to say anything after that.
I was just going to say there's nothing better than when you're doing a comedy club and you get a chick to flash just because the clubs are so not used to having, girls show their rack in the club. Nothing there.
Nice.
I ran out of steam before I started, but then the pressure was on. I completely folded.
I feel like this is my moment and I'm blowing it.
No,
Dave, you're killing. Hey, it's Renee's last day. We got a lot of funny people
Are you
in
kidding
studio
me?
today. And she does a bit for us called What Renee Thinks is Funny. Maybe we should give her a little attention today.
Where the hell is she going?
Why not?
Renee's one of
Wow.
Renee's she's been our intern for the last 3 years. And I think today she's finally given up on being hired. I think that's what it comes
What
down to.
happened?
One of the few decent human beings.
Oh, were you hoping to get hired by this stupid show? Yeah.
In them.
Who could we?
Duffy and everybody.
Who could we fire so she could get a job?
Steve.
You just got it like in comedy. You just gotta
right.
give it 6 more months, honey. You just gotta hang in there.
Wait it out.
So you're giving up today? Today's the day?
Yeah,
Where are you headed?
Oh, man.
Yeah, what are you doing?
All right, you know what? I really don't care. I love them. It's what I want to do. I'm going to Z100.
You whore.
Holy crap.
How could, after what we did for you.
You're going to Z100?
After all we did for you
I
here.
know. I am so sorry. But
What are you
going to
be doing there?
I'm going for the morning zoo.
Holy crap!
But wait, how is that? That's where.
Wait.
That's not a.
Are you going to be working for the morning zoo, or are you
Yeah.
going to get coffee for them?
Interning.
Yeah.
That's not a.
Can you stand next to her so I can attack her?
Yeah, really. Wait a minute.
Collateral
excited.
damage.
I don't-
Okay.
I know. I
But
told
wait,
you guys.
you
but
said it was because you couldn't afford it, but if you can't afford it,
where I park now is cost $14 a day to park.
where are you going to park for Z100?
I take the light rail.
Is that in Canadian? What are you talking about?
The light rail on the turnpike.
By the way, for the rest of America, Z100 is a pop crap.
I think you could tell by the
Pop
name,
crap.
just Z100.
I know.
Very me.
But
What are you talking about?
But I thought we were
with their Britney
turning it.
Spears rotation.
She came to us loving Z100, but I think you started liking the Opie and Anthony
No, she
show,
doesn't
right?
like it.
You never liked us, huh?
I did, but I like both. I like.
But now you have
everything.
to like Z100.
No, I don't have to like anything. But I'm saying I like everything, and I've always liked them from.
We were going to
day
throw you a
one.
party. You know what? Cancel the party.
Wait a
Cancel
second.
the party,
There's no
Kenny.
talk about party.
Yeah, well, because it was going to be a surprise.
Well, not the way these people keep secrets.
It was
Whoa,
gonna be-
she's a loose cannon on a rolling deck. She's got too many ideas. Get her out of here.
Wow.
You so you're leaving our
I don't even know who does mornings over
non-paying
there.
job.
Who does mornings over there?
Elvis Duran.
Elvis.
It's a crazy show. They also do the phony phone pranks, but the guys always get so mad. I'm like, man, what are they doing? You're getting people all PO'd, Elvis.
Whoa, hey, slow down a little.
Our non-paying job, you're leaving for their non-paying job.
Yes, but it's a lot cheaper.
She's
than-
making a
It's
statement.
cheaper by
Today.
$14 a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're also
All right.
only.
That's all right. We never really liked you anyway.
countries.
It's no big deal.
If
They're in Jersey. Yeah.
if
They're in Jersey.
How come they don't say that? Z100.
Yeah.
Well, you know
Jersey.
where the light rail is. What is this future city you're talking about? The hovercraft? Is that where you're taking it to the cloud steps?
I'm taking a Jetsons car over the river every day.
Oh, light rail, of course.
so, you're gonna go over there and pretty much blab everything you heard and saw
No.
over here.
No, absolutely.
No?
Not do that.
Good.
Oh, I would.
Blab everything over there? No, I don't do that.
Oh,
Not at all.
I kind of feel sorry for you.
Why?
Elvis. Ugh.
I don't care. I'm very
everything-
excited. It's what I want to do.
He's
Yeah.
everything that radio shouldn't be.
It's what you.
know
So it's
that,
not
right?
just the money;
That's all right.
it's what you want to do.
She's actually nodding yes, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It's what I want to do.
What are you going to do for
Because
that?
she was prepared for this. She knew she
Yeah.
was
Oh,
going to
yeah,
get
I knew
trashed,
this
so now
was
she's just
coming
like,
I know you're
going to
you're going to be an intern, but have they give you your responsibilities?
They gave me a brief overview.
All right. What does that entail?
What is
coffee
that?
black.
Oh, Jesus.
Very minimal of getting breakfast and coffee. A lot more, on hands-on.
Oh, so what you're saying is we pretty much didn't really give you a chance to do anything.
And
Yeah.
I know that's what they told you. It's going to be a lot of hands on the coffee.
And
On the breakfast.
have they given you the speech? The make believe he's straight speech yet, or maybe they wait for you to actually start working there.
Don't ask, don't ask.
And I didn't mention a name, by the way. Let's just keep it right
I'm not
there.
going
Of course.
Hey,
The
wait,
make believe he's straight speech. You're going to be getting that one soon.
did what happened here that you didn't like? Anything happened here that you didn't like? You can say now. You
Besides
gotta-
Pat Duffy.
No.
Come on, what happened that you don't like? Tell us. You can. That's the last day.
Yeah, this is it. We'll never
Yeah.
see
I
you
don't
again.
I don't want to leave on bad terms.
You're not leaving it. What
Don't
happened
worry,
that
we'll
you don't
never
like?
have you
Say it.
back.
Can you actually
Oh, thanks.
give an honest assessment of pretty much everybody in this room that you've worked with and stuff? Give an honest assessment of the people that you've worked with.
Oh, that's good.
Kind of
I knew this was
kind of quickly, just like
Leave on an honest note.
Everybody? Like,
Well, yeah.
Or anyone that
don't
comes
leave,
to mind,
Don't
maybe.
leave anything out. Things that you didn't like about people. Put that in there. Just give a quick overview on. Let's start with E-Rock.
awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, I honestly, if
You're going to bring him to Z100 with you, right?
He's going to start crying.
you know what, never mind. I was gonna say something, but
Say it.
you know what? If
Say it.
if E-Rock leaves, I'll take his job.
Oh. All right. So you want to sit and do nothing all day?
That's what I do now. No, I'm kidding.
Whoa.
Oh, hey.
Hostility.
Okay, Sam, how do you feel about Sam?
Sam, I wish I could learn more about the videotaping. I wanted to learn
You
that.
want to do everything.
Well, you know what?
Nobody really showed you anything.
Sit down and do the show.
You don't understand what's going on here, Anthony. She's basically saying that she didn't really. What did you learn from us? How to get coffee.
How to get coffee.
Oh.
Every store, I know where to go and get.
See,
now.
you learned a little geography around Manhattan. You know what? I'll be honest with you. Here's why. Everybody was probably so petrified of like being alone with you to do anything because of some kind of you might have said, "Oh my God, he touched me."
You know that Bill Burr bit?
Because it would have been, it probably would have been nice to go like, "Hey, let me show you some production or something and how that works. Let's go alone in the production room," and then all of a sudden you come out and your sweater's askew.
I know, right? Oh wait, hold on. I got this in my hair.
That's how you move up.
Mace are in the guy's eyes.
Basically, what Ant's saying is you're a victim of past sexual harassment cases.
Yeah.
I'd love to agree with that, but I think it's just that everybody's lazy.
That is so,
Everyone's just lazy.
this young woman
okay.
starting out her career in broadcasting, you guys are totally dumping on that?
I know. Isn't that awful?
When you were a little girl, did you get home like set up like a lot of little knobs and stuff like that? Like, woo, you're on, call her, bring.
No.
Tin cans with string tied to them.
So what didn't you want to say? You can give an honest assessment. You have a few minutes left. Don't hold back. That's what.
Yeah.
I just wish I could have learned more about production and
Who could have showed you? Who should have showed you?
Anybody
good idea.
could have shown me. I
I mean,
mean,
good
She
question.
basically wishes she could have learned something.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing you said? What's the worst thing you said off air when you walked out of here when you really started bitching about how you weren't learning anything?
God, Duffy has to sit in studio every single day.
Wow.
Even though he's not even here right now. That's why I'm saying it.
Why didn't you just ask somebody though?
Because just in case they might not. I don't know. You know
Did
what?
I- one time
Honestly, I don't know why I didn't ask.
Squeaky
somebody.
wheel.
I told Renee one
Right.
time. I said one time, like, if you have any bit ideas or any of that stuff, you should come right to us with
we're gonna-
bit ideas. Like, so
We're
you.
going to do the last, what Renee
absolutely.
thinks is funny bit.
Yes.
You even had your own bit.
You had your
I
own.
know.
You had
How
your
many-
own bit.
You know what though? I did not expect that, and I do appreciate.
I don't
that.
think you'll get your own bit over at Z100.
No, I don't
Not
Tell
at
you
all.
the truth.
Not at
I don't
all.
think I will.
I don't
no,
think
not
you'll
at
get
all.
your own
But
bit.
I just
Unless
wanted
it's
to
who's
thank
the
you
least
guys
funny
for
person in the room, and you just sweepingly point at all of them.
Well, this is what Renee thinks is funny today.
Okay.
Her last,
Watch it be Elvis Duran. That would be the move to make.
That would be good.
basically, this is a 3-year-old, and he's asked about monsters. And
Yeah.
and you found this funny.
Well, it was like the. I completely forgot what the other one was about. Where she, Sparkling Wiggles.
You brought Sparkling
No,
Wiggles?
no. It's similar to that.
No.
No. Not that at all. It's very it's similar, but not that.
Okay.
All right, this is what Renee finds funny. Here it is.
And tell Mommy again what you said you were going to do to him if he came here.
I said I'm going to kick his ass.
Oh. That's not nice.
If he's going to come in here, he's going to kick my ass.
He will?
Yeah. He'll come out in the movie. He will come out and kick my ass.
Okay.
And I can kick his ass.
Okay. But that's not a nice word. You should say kick his butt.
Oh.
What's the difference, really? Let's stop.
That's only funny if that kid is 17.
That's adorable. Little kids cursing, you find funny.
Yeah.
I do too, to
You
tell you
never
the
wanna
truth.
ask what you say, but you do it anyway just to hear him say it again.
Yeah.
Something
It's
about little
funny.
kids cursing is really funny.
I didn't like the way the mother milked it, though. The mother
Yeah,
milked
yeah.
it
Yes.
before.
Yeah.
She milks it like 8 times. What? And then the
What?
kid says it, then she goes, "Oh, say butt," to try to redeem herself.
I gotta do an honest moment after hearing that audio. I don't know how the show survives without Renee.
Well, since I'm half hard, I really something about that with a little lisp at the end. It was like very Kramer versus Kramer. Can I have some chocolate cheap cookie? Like like too cute,
All right, well, here's the awkward moment where we tell Renee goodbye.
She wouldn't say anything mean about anybody, though.
That's all right.
But I'm not a mean person.
She's got to. You got to have some
Yeah,
kind
she
of
does.
problem with
She's
something.
precious. When she leaves, she says stuff.
Yeah.
You know
You're
she
right.
does.
You're
You
Who
do.
do you think is the
do. So let some stuff
I'm not
out
doing
then.
that now.
Who do you think
Why
is
don't
the
you?
biggest incompetent here? They don't even
On
have to,
staff or interns?
either or.
Either or.
First on staff.
No.
Come on, you might as well.
No, I'm not going
No,
there.
you should because it will help us. Help us on the way out because you have no motive to lie.
Yeah, so they don't lose anybody again. As
No, and then I get
There you
bashed
go.
off it.
No one's
No.
gonna bash you.
Ugh.
Who's gonna bash you? You're very popular.
God, is she perfect for Z100 or what?
She's already.
Anyone else noticing this?
She's anticipating the silly string party they're going to have. How they greet you over there. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Hey, welcome aboard. You're more of a coming up another 8 in a row type intern. She's perfect for that type of radio. Perfect.
Oh.
And there's nothing
Come
wrong
on,
with
you,
that.
you can't let him say that. Now you got to come back with something.
You gotta attack him.
Come on.
I got nothing. I can't.
Yes, you do.
Oh,
You're
no.
sitting on
I
it.
like that.
That causes cancer. You can't sit on stuff like that. You got to let it out.
Was it really?
Watch. I will come back with something so good. I'll be like, I should have said that. But not right now. I can't.
Let her turn her knob.
Well, Pat Duffy is requesting your goodbye music. This is it for you.
This is the sad walking away music from Hulk.
Are you gonna miss Duffy?
No.
You really don't like him?
No.
We're cool, but he just. I don't know.
What?
I'm not.
You do know.
Yeah, what?
Is once they find out you're gonna get so trashed. I said that's great. I'm doing what I want to do. I really don't care.
There was a little love thing going on between her and Pat Duffy back in
Yeah.
the
You have a
day.
crush
A year
on
ago.
Pat?
A year ago.
Absolutely not.
What?
It was a year ago, and absolutely.
Did you
not.
guys
I do
hook
not.
up?
A year ago. Yeah, they did hook
Did
up.
it end with the baby bird?
Was he any good?
No.
Really?
Wow.
Sorry.
Why was?
We did nothing more. He kissed me, and that was it.
Why was?
Nah, there was more.
No, no. Honestly, there wasn't.
Really?
Why was it
No,
bad?
no, it's
That
him.
Abe Lincoln beard coming at
Ugh.
Did he bite
good.
your ass?
Why was he bad?
Yeah.
If he just
Dan wants
shaved,
in?
it would have been a lot better.
guy?
Yeah, Dan wants in.
What? Thank God.
I don't
That-
want it.
Just talk.
No, go ahead, please.
Southern Fried Rock kid over here?
What's up, Dan?
Well, Renee has mentioned that she's less comfortable when certain people are not here. And I just want to know who that was, if you could say,
I
and
was
why.
less comfortable.
We don't have a lot of time, so I'll say Steve and Jim, just to get it
Oh yeah.
get the ball rolling.
There was a day that you weren't here and Steve wasn't here, and every day you're so used to everyone being around, and they weren't here, and it just felt weird. And I was like, this. I don't know.
I like the Jim part, but the Steve part.
Yeah, you kind of
it
wrecked
was weird because
kind of wrecked it by saying Steve too.
Pat Duffy squealed on her, and actually, that day that Steve and Jim weren't here, this is all from Pat Duffy, it's not from me.
No, it's fine.
That day Steve and Jim weren't here on the same day. The next day, she came and got on the train with Pat, because they go on the train together.
Light rail.
And
Please.
and she said, I felt uncomfortable yesterday because Steve and Jim weren't here. And then Pat was like, well, Steve and Jim probably aren't going to be here today either. And she was like, oh, really? And then 30 seconds later, she had a mysterious stomach ache and she was not able to come in.
Let me explain. Those actually were not my words. In general conversation, I said, it was just a little weird without having Jimmy and Steve there. You're so used to having everyone there every day, and they weren't there. It was weird. It was a little awkward.
It's understandable. I'm eye candy.
I have a general conversation with him, and he has to just tell the whole freaking world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's why I tell him absolutely nothing.
Was he a good kisser?
No.
Why?
Wow.
Because if he just shaved, it would have been, I don't know, it was a year ago. I don't
Did he have good
care.
tongue motion?
You know what? I don't remember.
Oh, boy.
That's
Honestly,
not very good.
I don't.
That's
I don't
not a
even
good
talk-
selling
I don't
point
even
for
talk
him.
about Duffy anymore.
Let's all
He's very forgettable. That's what you're saying.
let's all acknowledge that the last 10 minutes of radio was just god awful, and
I'm gonna miss Renee.
and the
Renee
listeners
really-
will accept that as an apology.
Yes, sorry guys.
Renee,
I'm outta
enjoy
here.
Z100.
I will.
We loved having you around here. All
I appreciate
kidding aside,
it.
okay?
Sorry, all you listeners out there
Oh.
don't want to hear me.
All right,
It's okay.
There it is.
There goes
See you later.
Renee.
Good.
Renee did a nice job
There
for
she
us.
goes.
Well, she'll still be over at XM
Bye,
today.
Renee.
Good luck, Renee.
Good luck to Renee. David Tell
Thanks for having me.
kicked
man.
ass today, Saturday. His HBO special will be on at 10 o'clock. Captain Miserable.
Hold up. Renee, wait up. Oh. Thank you, man. Yeah. Captain Miserable.
I'm actually been looking forward to your special, man. I didn't watch the other ones. I mean, I watched 5 minutes.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah. But yours I'm really looking forward to.
All right, and also we got Bill Burr. He's going to be at Caroline's all weekend long.
He'll be at Caroline's this weekend, and Dave will be at Caroline's at the end of the month, December 27th through 30. 212-757-4100. And this works out perfectly. Because Dave's at Caroline's December 27th through 30, and then I'm in Westbury New Year's Eve.
Oh,
I mean,
North Fork Theater.
Could it get better for the holidays?
Could you slur my dates a little more? Dave's there through cookies. Renee, now I know why you don't want to be here, Renee. I get it.
Anyway,
This is a jungle, a political jungle in here.
Yes, I really did whore that one terribly. Caroline's December 27th through 30. But if you want to really, December 27th through 30, and of course Bill Burr there this week.
Jim's a genius. He'll do everyone else's plugs just so he can plug his own
Oh,
game.
yeah.
Sorry about the acid reflex, but I will be there.
Right. Yeah, perfect
He
voice
really
when it's time for
he
his
really does
plug.
taper up.
Dude, my Ticketmaster for New Year's Eve, no one cares about it.
All right, we're going over to XM to curse a little bit. You guys have a good day.
Bye, Renee.
Later.
Bye.
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus. Get infected.
everybody. How cool is this? David Tell made the walk to XM Satellite Radio.
What's up? Can I use it? Can I say it now?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's up, motherfuckers?
We love curse words.
Think about a Candyland over there.
We turn into like, I don't know, like 17-year-olds or something.
You just got to get it out of your system right away. Jimmy's doing drugs.
Yes.
Oh, no.
What is that?
Oh, boy.
Chlamydia?
No,
Oh, it's a big bottle, too.
That is.
AZT. Oh,
Allegra D.
AZT.
Oh, no.
Allegra. I like the Allegra
It's good
D.
for my allergies so I don't sneeze and cough.
Is that what it is?
I got to get glasses. I was over at that optical place.
What's
fucking-
allergies when it's snowing?
I always
Glasses?
do. Yeah.
A young lad like you. How old are you now?
I'll be 40 in July. I was putting I'm getting the lens surgery, so I have to wear glasses for a couple weeks to let my eyes go back to normal. And I was just looking at myself in the mirror, putting on glasses, and I'm looking at my fat neck, and I'm like, you look like you're about to turn 40. I wanted to commit suicide in the fucking optical place.
No, Jimmy.
You are not going to be 40.
I'm 30. I'm 39 years.
39.
Are you going to have a big 40 like me and my dudes? We're going to go to baseball camp. And,
God.
Then we're going to run midget NASCARs and have the biggest steak you've ever fucking seen. Are you going to do the guy thing?
He's going to go on a mancation.
Yeah.
Awful. A mancation with his pals.
We're going to parachute into Ecuador.
It's going to be great.
We're going to hit a couple of strip clubs, right, guys? You strip clubs.
And then
want
the
to go
next day,
golf.
back to being pussy whipped.
Yeah.
I really want to get a stripper and then impale her on a coat hanger, and then me and my friends rape her and then try to cover it up. That's what I want for my 40th.
That's a good 40th adventure.
The big 4-0.
Didn't John
Pre-signing
Favreau do
DVDs.
that movie? Didn't John Favreau do that movie?
I was about a bachelor party or something that went awry.
I'm such an idiot. That's like the reference, and I'm like, and I just name the reference.
Didn't that movie do that?
Hang in the shower and cut you up with a chainsaw. Yeah. Didn't they do that in Scarface? Yeah, Bill. That's what we're talking about. Fucking idiot.
Oh, Bill, stop giving yourself the business.
Bill
Wait, was that Amy's husband out there?
Yeah, we're going to get him in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. I was wondering who that guy was.
Yeah,
okay.
I just got to mention something. Bill Burr's playing Caroline's all weekend long, and we were discussing as Ecstasy of Gold was playing that Bill and I finally acknowledged something. The last time I went and saw him, filming his DVD, we went out and had a few beers and stuff, and we finally looked at each other and went, Let's finally admit this.
Yeah, we've never. I don't know if anybody who's listened to the show.
It was an unspoken thing between Bill and I for years that we just didn't really fuck with each other because we come from the same place, a bad place,
an evil place,
an evil place that no good could come of it.
No, I just knew. I always knew. Like the second I saw it, like maybe like 3-4 days on this show. I don't know what. There was just something in your eye, and I was just like.
I know that look.
Yeah,
like,
I know his childhood. I know how he grew up. I have the same stories. If I ever lock horns with this guy, it'll be the last day I'm on this show because it'll just get fucking evil.
5 minutes later, you're kissing, you're fucking rubbing his back.
But Bill and I have like issues about really dumb stuff, and this comes up because you were saying you were going through an airport, and people, authority figures in general, are just driving you nuts.
Just
right?
that guy saying 9 zillion times to take your laptop out, in like it's like I fucking got, and I like literally get to like such a seething rage every time I go through like airport security.
See, I can understand that, but I'm from a completely different place. I see it as these motherfuckers, even though I really don't like the security people at all, but the morons they have to deal with on a daily basis that don't fucking do what they say, that just walk in. And they're the motherfuckers, not the security people. They're the fucking assholes that make the line so long. The people that didn't take, I take my shoes, I with this, and
I'm
the
not
laptop I need to do. I could fucking go through security in a second. I'm fucking through. I know what has to be done. Old people suck.
Around the holidays.
Fucking, old Hausfrau women
I'm not
fucking
talking
suck
about
that
that.
travel once a fucking decade.
But see,
I have a bit just like this, by
Bill
the way.
just wrecked. Bill wrecked it by bringing up the wrong.
Me too. The funny questions they ask you. Oh, sorry.
I'm not saying that those guys, those people bug me too, but I'm saying
You
like,
brought up the wrong example. I'm talking more like you're at a street fair and it's in your. You've told us that you've done the bit many times where you just want to punch muffins because it feels good. That's
the
what me
muffin.
and you can relate to.
Well,
beating up.
let me in on it.
fluffy,
Where are you guys
delicious
from?
foods?
Boston, right?
I don't know where he's from,
I'm
but
just,
no, just
Long
because
Island kid.
yeah, it's
No,
I
it's
don't
his
know
whole
what it is.
mindset.
Oh, the mind. Okay.
See,
No, like I was in the dentist's office yesterday. Lindsay got some wisdom teeth pulled, and I'm sitting there in the waiting room. and she's filling out paperwork, and this lady sat next to me with a big fucking coat and gloves.
What's with Novocaine?
And a hat, and she had a planner and a big fucking pocketbook, and everyone else is being very considerate and being quiet with their, even like just turning a page of a magazine, you're just trying to be, considerate of everybody around you, and she's just like going through her shit, taking her coat off, putting it back on.
Big stupid coat.
And even her writing was just really loud. And Lindsay's looking at me, and she's getting the minor, surgery done, and she's looking at me like, don't do it. And I'm this close to fucking making a massive
wrapping
scene.
the coat around her head and just belting her in the face as many times
That's
as
what
you
I'm
could.
talking about. Bill and I can relate on that level, and she's not really doing anything wrong, but in my mind, she is a major fucking problem and needs to be taken care of.
Yeah,
just because she's writing and
executed.
and she's got Post-its, and now she's going through her wallet, and then she goes and gets her insurance card, and now she has to open everything to put the insurance card back at that moment. I'm like, and I'm losing my fucking mind.
Dude, I always felt that vibe, and then that one day when Poe took that kid down on the sidewalk, and I saw you snap, like, how do you like that, motherfucker? That was like, that's the guy. That's the guy. I knew it. I knew he had that in him.
That's the guy. You were smiling right along, though, like, okay, good.
Dude,
good, I'm not alone.
You missed an opportunity in that dentist office. You could have slammed that fucking bitch. When she was making all that noise, you said, hey, why don't you keep it down to a dull roar?
Boy, that would have showed her. It's like I got
She said, you got
moxie. Were you raised in a helicopter factory?
I got a parking ticket once, and I marched around the neighborhood for 40 minutes looking for the guy, and Lindsay's like, what are you going to do when you find him? I'm like, I don't know, but I need to fucking find this guy now.
Tries to look for the traffic agent that gave you a ticket?
Dude,
he's insane.
Because I double parked in front of my place to take some luggage out. It was a weekend, long weekend, whatever, and we came back to the apartment. I'm unloading the car before I go find parking. At the time that I grabbed my bags, went inside, came back out, I had a ticket. I was out of my fucking mind. I had to find the guy. I never did.
It happens to me at least once a day. I get to that level of rage.
Wow. That's not healthy.
Yeah, it's brutal. I've been trying to, I was on the way out here, once again, in an airport, and for some reason, I stick my, the credit card in. It doesn't work. You need to see a gate agent. So I go outside. I try to do the SkyCap thing. He tells me I have to go see a gate agent. So I give the guy $5. He puts me in the short line. And there's only one person working our line. And it's like, as I'm standing there, the guy up there, had overpacked his bag. It's like this Mexican dude. He has a box with a string. He's trying to, and the cowboy hat. And dude, that was it. And just every other word is fuck is coming out of my mouth, and there's kids, and it's just not good.
See, that kind of stuff I can understand, because when I'm put in situations where I have to deal with other people fucking me over, that's what gets me. When I watch the news and say, well, a lot of people are angry at the airlines for the delays that it's not the fucking airlines. It's the idiots that don't know what the fuck they're doing, like Jackass with the luggage. People that don't know when they bring their fucking carry-on, and it's it should go into a cargo plane. Never mind the fucking baggage compartment. It should have a C-130 just for this guy's fucking carry-on. And he's trying to jam it in, and they're saying to check it, and he doesn't want to check it. And strollers are fucking going up and going down that little slide. It's just people are stupid. And I get in line to do anything, and I make sure it takes 2 seconds, just so in my head I could go, see how fast I could fucking go. Right. You ever go? Now, Jim's showing a little, he's got his prescription over there.
I do.
Pharmacies are amongst the worst fucking places for lines, because you're dealing with old motherfuckers that don't understand anything. So they go to get their prescription filled. I'll be behind one person, an old person, and they'll go, well, my Medicare card should take care of that. No, you got to call your doctor. You're over the limit of something, whatever the problem is. They can't grasp it. It's not even in their head unless some fucking big band music is playing in the background. All right, Mrs. Green, we'll get that right to you. I'll have the delivery boy send it over.
Here's the difference. I was at the Dwayne Reed yesterday filling a prescription, and I was the guy that said, hurry the fuck up. That's the difference. I can't help myself.
I'll throw money at people that argue over 12 cents, coupons and shit like that. It's like, but the coupon has this. She goes, but it's expired. But it says that I take money out of my pocket and I go, there, leave. Right. I'm in a hurry.
And take your shoes off. What is with the shoes and the old people? Because I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to say something at some point here.
ahead, you.
I made the wall. You know? I actually have been online where an old woman had to take her shoes off, and we had to convince her that she would get them back once they went through the magical machine. And I said, they're going to be better shoes on the other side. Everything you've ever loved is going to be alive again. It's like a Twilight Zone episode. It's going to be a swimming hole and a gazebo.
all that dirt from those graves you had to stand up out of the treads.
You'll be in Willoughby.
Yes. Next up, Willoughby.
Yeah, good point.
Dude, that fucking rant you're talking about, dude. I address all that on my new CD, Don't Get Me Started.
Gym World.
I can see the cover. You with a fist shaking it.
It's just me looking around exasperated and like craziness happen. It's really funny, man.
It sounds it.
You know what that's like? How many comedians have done that thing where they create their utopia and it's just their name plus world, like, Gym World. And then that's like your whole thing, like, how this happens.
Like
well, in my world.
like Demented World, Opie and Anthony's Demented World that we put out.
Oh, did you put that out?
Oh, we put one of those out.
Oh, God.
But it was,
what year?
10 years ago.
1965, I think.
Let's go to Peter in Massachusetts. He's got a question for Ant. Peter, go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hey, good morning.
Hi.
Hey, Anthony, what's it like to be so smart and so much better than everybody else?
You know what? I'll tell you the truth. It's a pain in the fucking ass. Ignorance is truly bliss, and I wish I was a lot more stupid than I am. But I'm too fucking smart for my own good. I walk around looking at idiots on a daily basis. I hate human beings. I don't know why I'm one of them. I don't like driving with them. I don't like eating with them. I don't like anything about people. I'm not supposed to be here.
Are you ever worried about your road rage when you're driving around, telling everybody to F off, that someone might just decide to fuck with you at some point?
First of all, no, because no one ever drives faster than me, so they'd never catch me. Like the people that get road rage and then get shot, the person has to catch up to them to shoot them. That never happens with me. And I've mellowed out with my road rage a little. It takes a real fucking asshole to get me pissed.
And Peter, that shouldn't be a worry because most people just go after soft targets anyway. The soccer mom doesn't have a gun when you're fucking with her in traffic.
Yeah, but I guess I gotta ask you, Anthony, what makes you think the traffic laws don't apply to you like they apply to everybody else?
You bend the laws. I know because, and I'll tell you why. I'll be honest with you.
We got a do-gooder on the phone.
I know.
Yeah,
who are you?
I'll be
honest with you.
God, I hate you.
Are you the last man on earth?
I know enough. I know enough cops and have talked to enough cops to know what is the actual law and what's get away withable. And I'm not talking about like every
Not to
cop.
mention you have those cards that you can whip
PBA
out.
cards, but I'm not saying I'm impervious to fucking getting a ticket or anything like that. It happens, but I could go faster than the speed limit. And if you're not going to do that, get the fuck out of the left lane. That's.
Well, what about when you say you drive up on the sidewalks and fucking blow?
Okay. I'm going to sit there while a truck is taking about 20 minutes to back into a loading dock, blocking the entire street. And not drive on the fucking sidewalk that no one's walking on? I'm not plowing over pedestrians like Grand Theft Auto. But if it's open, I'm going to drive on the sidewalk, get around the truck, and be on my merry way and leave the fucking line of idiots that want to sit there.
But Peter's all about safety first.
Attaboy, Peter.
I'm all
10
about
and 2, right, bro? 10 and 2. Come on. Give me that 10 and 2.
You are a pussy.
Hey, seriously, though. When you drive up on the shoulder and you're stuck in, like, a traffic jam,
That's right.
everybody's late for work, and you just get up on the fucking grass and blow by everybody.
You're right. Yep.
Because you got your stupid fucking get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yep.
Nobody's got that shit.
You're right, Pete. It's like my grandmother used to say, hooray for me, the hell with you, huh?
I am taking a chance that I will get a ticket. Believe me. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free fucking card. It's if the guy's in a good mood, he might let me off the hook. But if not, I take my own chance. If I'm fucking doing 120 in 55, I don't think a PBA card's going to help. It's taking chances, but what are you going to do?
There are people that take chances.
That's what I do.
And then there's people like Peter. 10 and 2, 10 and 2.
Oh, keep it safe, kids.
You are a goody gumdrops.
Ugh. He gets a little crazy out there. Sometimes he goes 57 miles an hour. Whoa.
Stay in the right lane,
Hey,
then.
Peter. Whoa,
You know what
slow
happened?
down.
I'll bring up a prime example, and it happens every fucking morning. And this morning it happened again. I'm in the left lane. Of course, some idiot doesn't want to fucking get out of my way. It's in the morning too. It's like 4 in the morning, so no one's on the road. But this idiot's got to be in the left lane. I understand this. I'm not even going to get on his ass and make him move. I'll make the move. So I go to the middle lane. The same time I'm doing it, a van comes from the right lane into the middle lane. Now there's 3 cars abreast doing the exact same speed.
Which is not safe.
Of course it's not. They're all like bunched together. The van, I'm saying, could have stayed exactly where he was and done the exact speed. He wasn't doing this to go faster.
They're in cahoots.
He was
Anthony.
doing it to fuck me over. You're right.
They were boxing you in.
They
That's-
saw me coming and said, let's fuck this guy up.
That's a Colombian mafia trick. We're gonna machine gun you.
Yeah, exactly. Machine gun.
All right, Peter.
Yeah.
Enjoy your safety, all right? That's
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, let's go to James in Chicago.
I
James.
hope Peter's driving 55 and the tumor that he doesn't know he has just shuts off his vision.
James, what's up?
I love texts from the cops. Thank you, sir.
Problem Anthony does if I have to come to a stop on the highway, I immediately say there better be someone dead right now. There better be a helicopter in the middle of the highway. If I got to stop, somebody should be bleeding to death right now.
Yes.
You're not alone with that.
Yes.
Thought. That's a biggie. Everyone thinks. Very good. All right, hey, we got to get Amy Fisher's husband in here.
I didn't reckon. I walked in. I'm like, he's kind of he's like a fucking like a Long Island tough guy.
Yeah.
But he's just standing there. I'm like, who is this guy? And then as soon as I sat down, I'm
Strong
like,
handshake.
Oh, did it? I didn't. I didn't.
Oh,
meet
yeah.
him.
You didn't?
No, he probably
I'm
slapped.
from the island, you know.
Strong
Hey,
handshake.
sir.
Yes.
There he is.
Handshake and a strong
What's
cock.
up, man?
How you doing?
Hey, Lou, what's up, buddy?
What's happening?
Beat me up. I just walked in.
Wow. I thought I could sneak one in. I didn't know you heard that.
Yeah, this guy's
He's from the Lee
he's in
Marvin
shape.
generation.
Yes.
Lee Marvin. Lee Marvin.
Yeah, we got a nice seat for you and everything.
Lou is a fucking big dude.
He looks like he could kick all our asses.
Jesus, Lou, we ain't fucking with you.
Yeah.
Man.
Lou is
What
a
the
problem.
fuck? Lou, you are a problem.
Lou's a fucking problem.
You can tell right off the bat, Lou is a problem.
Lou's the guy that starts off clapping you on the back, and 11 beers later, he's fucking mashing your teeth into a curb.
That's funny.
Is that natural or steroids? Let's get right to it here.
Well, I don't believe in steroids. I believe you have to win the war, not the battle.
Yeah.
In other words, you have to lift and stay in shape to stay in shape for the rest of your life. You know.
Implants? What do you say?
No.
Bicep implants?
I haven't done a push-up in
I'll tell
about
you
25
what,
years.
I'll tell you what. I was lifting very heavy weights for a long time, and then recently, I injured my shoulder. So as a consequence of that, I had to do high rep exercises, and I lost about 20 pounds. So rather than walking around like a tank all day long, I rather walk around more fit, feeling better. So I learned a lesson. You're better off lifting high reps, lighter weight, and you'll feel a lot better.
This is, of course, Amy Fisher's husband, Lou, who was in the porno with her, and we talked about it the other day. And
God, I hope you didn't hear that show, man.
we actually
now that I see you live,
we goofed on the dialogue, but
He's going to throw us a beating.
Amy looks great. I mean,
It was nothing about. Yeah, it was.
She was fucking hot.
The
I mean,
dialogue was. Yeah,
we
Amy
teased the
does
dialogue.
look really good.
Yeah.
And we were commenting on. Well, the one thing I guess we commented on. How many takes did you do during that scene?
Well, you know, a lot of people think that this was staged. It wasn't. It was just for our own personal enjoyment.
Yeah.
It's kind of filmed like every other porno out there, though. It really looks like
No,
it's
that
staged.
wasn't meant to be released as a porno, although...
Did you kind of in the back of your head think, well, maybe?
Because it kind of looks like it doesn't. It doesn't have the
three-camera
appearance
shoot. Yes.
of like a Paris Hilton's. You know.
Well, let me say
just
one
turn
thing.
the camera on and let's fuck.
Let me say one thing about those other videos. Those people plan the videos to be released in some clandestine way.
Yeah.
So their objective was to create...
The perpetrator.
Their objective was to make believe that they were, didn't know anything about it, and they were going to film this tape and release it. And in my particular case, in our particular case, this was strictly, home video enjoyment. We
He
just did it
sounds
for our
like
own
a
sake.
cop after they overly beat the shit out of someone.
I was a
And,
cop.
overly,
I was a
He
cop.
was a cop. There you go.
This
Oh,
incident,
Yes.
the person in question.
Well, unfortunately, I'm out of the force like 20 years, but I still come off.
How
as a
long were you
cop.
on for?
I was on for 12 years.
Okay.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
What kind of work since then?
What does that mean?
I've been an event video producer for 25 years.
Were you one of those rogue cops?
No.
We just
It was
stopped
just
turning
called
in
being a
reports.
cop back then, by the way.
This isn't an episode of The Wire. There aren't any real rogue cops.
Before everybody had those goddamn camera phones, it was just called being a cop.
He was fucking Danny Aiello in Fort Apache.
Well, that's funny because I was in the one of the few cops in the Screen Actors Guild in those days.
Really?
Right after Sonny Grasso and Eddie Egan. I got in the Screen Actors Guild, and I was in about 40 or 50 movies back
Really?
in the 70s. Yes.
In the 70s.
That's correct.
Anything we would know?
Frank Sinatra. I worked in a couple of movies with him. Contract on Cherry Street and First Deadly Sin. Charles Bronson.
But I mean, like,
Brunson.
like describe something we would know. Like, you remember that scene with whatever? I was the guy.
I basically did extra work, some day player work, some stunt work. Kojak. I got shot and killed. Played a detective on that show.
Really?
Do you have
Fun.
dialogue? You have dialogue?
So you did all the
I
cop
had some
shows?
dialogue, but to be honest with you, I was a lousy actor. So
How about the Rookies? You ever on that?
The
no,
Rookies.
I wasn't.
SWAT?
Macmillan and wife.
Vegas?
I never did it McLeod. Is it true?
McMillan and wife. He was the one.
Hard
Who
cast.
look at that
I'm glad-
faggot with a woman.
I'm glad I wasn't on Macmillan and Wife because I'm glad I wasn't, next to Rock Hudson.
Yeah.
I dropped something in the,
Yeah, that old school. There you go.
Yeah.
them
Especially-
fucking
He'd have
quiz over
fucked
there.
me in the ass, is what he would have done.
Does this taste funny episode? Remember that was a rough one.
He arrested McMillan for drilling holes in the fucking restaurant stall.
Hardcastle
funny.
McCormick.
That is funny.
People are just tuning in. This is Amy Fisher's current husband, and I got to say right off the bat, you don't look like Joey Buttafuoco in person. I don't know why they make that.
Well, they make
know,
the
comparison.
they make the
He's older than
comparison.
she is, and he's a big guy.
Yeah,
like
this guy-
Joey has he's just a bigger guy and an older dude. That's,
There's not even a comparison when you see. You,
Well, I think
you in person.
those two are compared to like a Laurel and Hardy or an Abbott Costello team, so they
Well-
want to get me in the mix, I guess, to somehow.
I don't think
maybe-
Laurel ever shot anyone in the face, except with a pie.
Well, can I ask a question? As a fellow Long Islander, I got to know something because I bought this tape, and I want to know one thing: who did the drywall in the
in the stairway
the scene where she's on top behind a beautiful work, the cabinetry? Just give me a name and a number after.
He's
the
very good. You should see the finished work. He came out great.
I saw the
Beautiful home, by
where
the way. Real
Amy's
beautiful.
coming up the
It is.
stairs in the towel. I'm looking, going, "There's spackle on the wall. It's just sanded. It's not painted yet."
That
Few
goes
people
to show
notice
you
that
that
in
we didn't
porn.
intend to have this released to the public. I mean, that's.
We were like a room full of homos. And like, why would they have those drapes? We don't understand.
What is that?
It was strictly casual filming. There was no intent.
So
to
you guys
release
were
it to the
filming
public.
yourselves, and
Exactly.
so what's the story? Then you guys broke up for a little bit.
Well, my wife made quite a few appearances on Entertainment Tonight. I'm sure you're aware of that, where
Sure.
she had confrontational episodes with Joey and then culminated in her being forgived by Mary Jo.
Right.
So it was a huge success on Entertainment Tonight. It was the highly rated show they ever had. So subsequently, another Hollywood producer came to us. I hate to use the police terminology, but that's me.
Subsequently, the
I
perp.
feel like I'm in a court case here. I'm on testifying in a traffic summons case.
Subsequently,
Yeah. At the time and
had to
place of
pull out our
occurrence.
nightsticks.
At the time and place of
And
occurrence.
we ascertained.
I got a 317, and I'm looking at a 289.
Well, I couldn't help myself. I was listening to you guys talk about the traffic violation, so
Yeah.
it's just kind of like.
So wait,
brought back memories.
you
hold on. Yeah. So another producer, after the
Right.
success of the entertainment appearances, got a hold of
wanted
Amy.
to ride that wave into a possible reality show. So
Affirmative.
He put them together. They were chatting on the phone, over due course
How
of time.
annoyed were you as her husband though? Like, did she say to you, "Look, I kind of want to do this," and you're like, "What the fuck are you doing? I'm married to you."
Well, but, I'm very low key, and this our whole entire marriage, basically, and the time I've been with her has been very low key. So I wasn't really prepared for this kind of publicity.
Just to bring everyone aboard, what we're talking about is we're trying to get Joey and Amy back together and film it for a reality show.
Yeah, as if they were an item.
But it was so obvious to, I think, to almost everybody. There was nothing there.
Well,
it was obviously being done for.
No, I'm not saying that. It did culminate where they did wind up going out with one another.
Yeah, but
so.
was it really them going out?
Yeah, it was. But I mean, the groundwork before that wasn't though. So then they're rehashing old memories and one thing led to another, and obviously that
How
didn't
jealous
sit
were
too
you?
well.
How bad you want to smash Butterfield?
Well, with a man can lift 300 and carries a legal pistol. I think he did very well controlling himself.
Wait, we're going way too fast here, though.
Yeah.
Because the producer gets together. He's got this idea. I want you and Joey together. But, yeah, the big thing is she's married. So how does she come to you and go, look, Lou, I got to...
Well, she didn't really come to me. I mean, I found out about it. I was...
MySpace.
No, not MySpace. I was buying her...
I cleared up the whole talk.
I was buying her some flowers for Mother's Day, and then the lady next to me had a front page headline in the New York Post that they're getting together for dinner, and I wasn't informed of that, and so obviously
You had to find out from the front pages of the Post?
Yeah, I did, because before that I thought it was strictly conversation taking place for the sake of a reality show.
Oh, boy.
And obviously that didn't sit too well with me.
So you called her and you're like, what is this shit?
Yeah, we got into it, and I was upset, to say the least. So I left. I was living in a friend's apartment, and
you guys have 2 kids together, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
yes, we do.
Well,
So-
2 words: revenge. Fuck. You must have went on the ultimate fuck suck fantasy mission. Yeah,
I'll put it this way: I didn't take it to the extent of OJ, but good. I was more civilized about it. So I made a decision. I mean, I made a decision to get revenge on the one hand and possibly make a business decision on the other hand, because I knew that if I was going to divorce her, it was going to cost money.
Right.
So here's on the
Wow.
one hand. On the one hand, I could get back at her for what she did to me, embarrassed me, and on the other hand, I could hopefully make a few bucks out of it. To be quite frank.
All right, I got to slow down again because it's something we talk about on the show all the time. Now, she obviously is getting back together with Joey at the time, and now you might be heading toward a divorce case, and this is how fucked up the divorce laws. We have to go down this road again. You would have to end up paying for this shit and losing a lot of money
The
and
house,
possibly
the
the
beautiful house.
because
Yeah.
she's decided to go.
Well, I'm going to wind up paying for it in any event. So if I have to pay for it, screw her, screw him. I'll make a few bucks and I'll
Right.
take the earnings out of that and pay for it, rather
Right.
than my hard-earned money.
So you had all this videotape. You guys obviously how many hours of taping did you guys?
Oh,
do?
there's a lot. I mean, we did over a few years.
Is there
Jesus.
There's more.
A few years. There's more.
Is there a box set in your future?
Yes, yes.
The remastered
Over a few
pornos.
years of wow.
How did you meet Amy Fisher? Like when you first met her, you obviously knew who she was before you met her. And that to
Actually,
me,
I didn't. Well, yeah, I did know who she was, but believe it or not, I didn't even know who you guys were, so I didn't even follow.
What?
That's
I'm
right. Like a
sorry.
lot
I
of
don't want to
markets.
offend anyone, but
All
So
right.
what happened?
She was in the news a little more than us.
Yeah.
yes, it's true. But
You met her, and when did it turn you on? Like I'm hooking up with Amy Fisher. Like
no, because I'm an event video producer, and I've filmed people from Mickey Mantle to JFK Jr. So I've met a lot of celebrities, so-called celebrities, in my life. So that didn't impress me. I went on a blind date.
That's how we got her.
I went on no,
Amy, I'm
no,
going
I
to tell you
went-
something right now. You don't impress me.
It didn't impress me. She was hot looking.
She's hot.
She
Yeah.
had a great bod, and I was divorced, and I want to have a good time, basically. So I didn't care if she was.
Whoa! You went on a blind date with Amy Fisher?
Well, it was a result of a AOLmatch.com.
Who drove you, Robert Chambers?
That's
Wait,
she was on AOL looking to hook
No,
up.
I was. I used that. At the time, I was about 49 years old. I was still doing the nightclub scene, although I didn't like to do that. So AOL was a good vehicle to meet people back in those days. I don't know how it is today.
But she had to have been on it to have seen.
No, what she
you
did
there?
was she didn't like dating that much. The guys, whatever. So
Right.
she saw my so-called ad on this internet match.com. She liked the way I looked. She liked what I had to say, and she contacted me via email, and we had a blind date.
She didn't tell you I'm Amy Fisher. She just said,
No.
okay.
She used a different name.
And you really
So
didn't
she
know.
shows up, and then
I showed up late. She was waiting in the car. She said, "Look, if you want to show up 5 minutes late, I was getting ready to leave. But when I saw you,
or shoot somebody.
Jesus.
Sorry.
she said, when I saw you, she said, I you attractive, and she was glad we met. We had dinner at Bocce's, famous restaurant here on Long Island.
Did you know right off the bat, like
No,
when you
I
saw
didn't
her?
know. I didn't.
See, I would have looked at her and gone, "Holy shit, it's Amy Fisher."
I wouldn't have known. honestly.
Driven away.
What did she eat?
But you know what? Let me just say what I'll say thing in her defense. What she did years ago was a reckless, idiotic act. I mean, not to minimize it.
Yeah.
But she did her time.
Definitely.
And the lady that I know today is quite different. I mean, you know, as I know, she worked at the Long Island Press. She's a good mother, takes very good care of our children.
But haven't you ever gotten into an argument with her and at one point in the back of your head, like, this woman has shot somebody in the face?
You know what?
Is that where the police training comes in?
You know what? I mean, it's funny, but in a way, I don't fear anyone. I don't fear whether her or a 6'8", 500-pound guy. That's not my makeup. You know.
You could have just said black. I mean, really. What are you talking about? Who's this Swede out there that we don't know? I don't fear a 7-foot.
What I'm saying,
Nordic gentleman.
Nordic gentleman who throws down a rhyme or two.
Yeah, you're talking about Vikings?
George Mikan.
In other words, what I'm trying to say is I treat people one-on-one. If they treat me good, I treat them good, and I act accordingly.
So how did the past come up? You guys start dating and then...
No, what happened is that she liked me, and we were conversing very well. We got along very well, and she said, you know what, let me tell this guy who I am right away. Because this way I give him the opportunity to either move on right away or... Because I like him, you know, let him know right away who I am, and then if he doesn't bother him, we can continue on the relationship.
So when she said, I'm Amy Fisher, did you go, oh, that's the girl who shot the person in the face, or did she have to then explain?
No, I knew who she was when she told me who she was,
okay.
but I was more interested in the chicken dish and the Parmesan and everything else. It didn't really faze me.
You were the coolest guy in the world.
It didn't faze me at all.
Did you have a drop gun in the bathroom like in The Godfather? Excuse me, Amy. Wash your hands, drop it to the floor. Don't make eye contact.
Don't look away.
By the way, that is one of my favorite movies, and my wife has not seen it to this day.
What?
I'm trying to.
It's not a chick's movie. It's not a chick's movie.
I told you, got to see this movie.
My girlfriend watched it, and she got bored during the wedding scene, and I wanted to strangle her. How do you fucking not like the wedding scene in The Godfather? Yeah, of course. Hey, let me... one thing, like, you're older than Amy. How much of an age difference is there between you two?
I just turned 57.
I don't know how old Amy is.
She's 33.
Wow. She's a
great, huh?
Young girl,
yeah, absolutely.
Dude, you kidding me? It's the greatest
there was a sexy
story ever.
moment in the tape where she said something about, like, daddy. She said something like that.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of fun.
I was
We
fucking...
like that fun with that.
And you said, like, your little girl's pussy. And to me, I said, I bet you that's what their real sex is like. But they had to edit that out so it didn't have that
The
whole...
funny thing is, when I met with the distributor and they saw the footage, they said, hey, we got to make this into, like, a guide to proper marital relations. So they were impressed by it. They liked the way everything flowed and the way we were, the way we got
How
along.
pissed is your ex-wife that you're hooked up with such a hottie now?
Okay, what was that? How pissed is my wife? What?
Your ex-wife.
My ex-wife. Oh,
fuck her.
No comment, Billy.
Wow.
I've been divorced for about 14 years. So.
How do you feel about Buttafuoco? Like, have you met him?
I did meet him. I mean, I met him on the shows, and I
Could you take him? You think?
Absolutely.
No, with chains.
Matter of fact, I wanted to challenge him to that celebrity boxing. I was supposed to fight him on that celebrity boxing, but he backed down.
But how about like a stomp down? You know what I'm talking about? Like a real, whoa, hey, I can't believe you're here. You know?
Actually, we did. If you saw the Entertainment Tonight episodes, I did have a verbal confrontation with him. When when he was getting on my wife. My wife wanted to come clean. They wanted to have an apology. Take responsibility for the actions. That's the way it was supposed to go, and then he came on and blindsided her and attacked her. That's where I stepped in, and I confronted him.
Well, being from Long Island, I have to tell you, it's either cop or mechanic. The rest of them, they're all little girls. All right? I'm a hedge fund faggot. That's what you are.
Was that shot at your house? That was
in my home, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because I would never say where, but you live probably a couple of doors down from my mother and
South Shore
and Sal.
Yeah. Somewhere on the island.
Yeah, in the same community there. So I passed your house a couple of weekends.
I don't think you did. It's a gated community.
Yeah.
You didn't pass it.
Oh no, I passed it because I'm allowed in.
Oh yeah, they allow you in.
My mother lives there.
I want a refund on my security.
My mother lives in the same community.
Yeah, look,
it's all the rage. She's like, Amy Fisher lives down the street. I'm like, really?
Yeah, you missed what he was saying. His mom.
Yeah, my mom lives there.
Well, what is very funny is her and I can go out. I mean, there's no problem. Nobody approaches us. It's beautiful. But when she goes out by herself, forget it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they're not going to,
they're not going to bust balls. That's for sure.
one of those meaty fists in the face.
Yeah,
I don't think
he just looks like he's a hard-faced man. He's a major fucking problem. He's like one of those guys you have to hit with a piano.
I didn't think I was going to have so much fun.
Piano. Oh, he's a fucking. You can hit him as hard as you want. You just do this.
and then you know you just fucked.
That fucking haircut.
Just that my nut.
Yeah, you got.
So anyway, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place now because we created this tape. I didn't expect to be a porn star at 57 years old. My wife obviously didn't sign off on it. She was upset about it. But what happened was it hit #1 on the AVN charts. It's
in my house, I have it.
Your house, good.
Yeah, I love it.
I hope you paid for it.
I did. I actually did. Yeah.
Yes, we screened it.
Yeah, let's. We're doing pretty well here. So, you guys are separated. You got this footage you call Red Light District, right?
Right.
And all right, so now they're gonna send this porn out, and then obviously you and Amy got back together. How long after that?
It was about a month.
And now you have to tell her what you did.
Well, I tried to stall it off with the distributor. I mean, they created this site. I tried. Hey, look, fellas, it was a decision I regret.
Well, when you realized you were getting back together with Amy,
there's nothing I could do.
You must have been thinking in your head like, "Oh fuck, how do I tell her this?"
Well, you know what?
You don't see this on According to Jim. That's for sure. How do you handle it?
Hey, in a moment of heated passion, you might.
But I
want to know. Tape out there.
I guess what I'm saying is, I want to know how that conversation kind of went. How do you break the ice and go, I got something
this
to tell
distributor, I had bought up the website, amyfisher.com, and what I did was made an official site for her, which she really had no interest in, but I just wanted to buy the domain name anyway. So as part of the deal, they took over that site, and they created the site for the, buy the tape, and all the legal work was done. So obviously, when I told her, what am I going to do? It's going to come out. I had to let her know about it. She almost hit the floor. So, but I have no regrets looking backwards. At the time, I felt I was justified in what I was doing, even though it was an emotional decision. And
Lou, let me ask you, I'm always wondering about these things. What's the legality of that? Like, if you film, I know it's your wife and you're in it, but like, is there a way, like, because people always wonder about Pam and Anderson and Tommy, like, what's the legal thing she could have done to stop it if she wanted to?
Well, she is trying to stop it right now, but what's been happening is that the response to it has been so overwhelming. From what I'm told, it's like 25 times the amount of tapes sold in the first 2 weeks than anybody. It's #1 out of 50 on the top 50 at the AVN site. I'll give you an example. Kim Kardashian's tape is not even in the top 50. That's right.
Which, by the way,
take that, Ray
You guys
J.
are making money.
So obviously she's resigned to the fact that it's out there, even though she had contacted
And
a
Kim's
lawyer.
tape, they're starting to say that she released her own tape, like you were saying earlier. A lot of these, these sex tapes, that the people involved are actually,
Well, let me say, in addition to that, she's been getting a lot of calls for lingerie products and other spin-offs from that. She's getting swamped with that and to do talk shows and everything else. So she's resigned to the fact that it was done, and you probably have to make the best of it at this juncture. I don't know if legally we can do anything to get out of it.
You spank pretty well, too. I was watching Lou administer a spanking.
Yeah.
And he's got fucking just
Sounds
big mitts.
spanking.
Yeah,
I was going very mild.
I have to spank. I have girls'
Very
hands.
Very
like
mild.
fucking Jake LaMotta. I have little girls' hands. I have to spank like that. But he was doing a spank.
Oh, wait, come over here. Bend over. I'll give you a demonstration.
He was doing the whole cup of the hand and fucking the whole cheek. I was like, what a big fucking... Those are good spanking hands.
And just fucking in every room. We go in this room.
Yeah, where were the kids
there by the
during this
pool.
The kids were in school or they weren't in the house.
So this was an afternoon fuck?
Yeah, it was
pretty much
broad daylight.
all day long.
We noticed the light filter changed a few times, too, during some of the scenes. Like, all of a sudden, you guys were in sepia.
Yeah. I thought that was a dream. That really happened?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm an event video producer. If I wanted to really make a video, and plan this thing, I would have had a lighting crew in. I would have had cameramen in. It was... Whether the daylight changed, I didn't even give a shit about white balancing or whatever. It was just done for our own fun. So, that's why some of the scenes that look out of white balance.
Lou doesn't. It was funny too. There's one scene we were laughing because you looked like you were skydiving. You're having sex.
That was
It was actually a really good fuck scene because it was just like it just looked like raw fucking. It was hot.
Which one was this?
She's on her back, and you're like laying on top, but you had your left leg
One leg
positioned
was
in
up.
the air like you were skydiving, which I could never do. My fucking bag would tighten up and my leg would cramp, but your leg was up in the air. I'm like, pretty acrobatic.
Well, let me give you a little insight on this. This was very difficult to do this because we're having fun, we're enjoying ourselves, but we don't have the benefit of an independent film crew who could walk around, get certain angles, and so on and so forth. So when we wanted to make these tapes of ourselves for our own private enjoyment, you had a tripod. And you had to be on mark. You had to look up at the camera. So it was very awkward. So a lot of the scenes, like in the very beginning, that beginning scene where you see me almost like straightening up. I'm basically, the viewer doesn't know it. I'm just looking at a monitor to just make sure I'm on mark and I look good. You know what I'm saying?
We wouldn't
so
know.
it looks very stiff. Some of the scenes.
Yeah, because there was no reaction emotionally in your face or anything to you coming. You shot the first load you shoot in this video. You're pretty much straight face going, I'm shooting a load.
It was like watching Superman get blown.
You're just like, man, whatever.
I did look like Superman. The reason for that again is because I was more concerned about being on camera as opposed to my head's chopped off.
It's not the kind of guy you are. Somebody 6'8", it just doesn't scare you. First load, it's no big deal.
That's right.
I think we
shake
should
it up.
do this in 24 frames.
You know what I like is that whenever you talk about it,
more of a movie feel.
Hey, you just cut this poor guy off.
Sorry, sir.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No,
I do it in the comedy clubs to him all the time. Apparently.
Revenge. Thanks, Sam. Is that like when you talk about it, because you're a gentleman, you're from a different generation, not like us, trash over here. You're like, we're enjoying ourselves, having a good time. Like when old people talk about that, they'll I always in my mind like,
hold on, let me get my walk around.
No. Older people, they never say sex. It's always like we were enjoying ourselves, we had a good time. My mom talks that way, and I could always see her like being teabagged in the back of like a Model T or something. Like, we enjoyed ourselves. We, of course, showed affection. There's no detail.
Yeah, black dick in her mouth. And
it's like two in the air.
The fucking forbidden fruit.
Listen,
I with overalls open.
No, that's class. That's what I'm saying. I didn't need to bring it up generational.
I didn't drive up here in a Model T, by the way. I could get down and dirty too, but when I discuss my wife,
exactly.
We did things that people do who are in love.
Yeah. 4 on the floor, airtight.
I found a fucking condom in my parents' house. I was living with my parents when I was 15. I found a floating rubber in the toilet.
Wow.
Why don't you just stick it in her ass so I don't have to see this?
Wow. Horrific. Oh, shit.
Hey, Lou, how old are your kids?
6 and 2.
Do they get any?
Allegedly.
Well, I guess the 6-year-old, does he get any shit about
no,
mom's past?
No. We live a regular, mundane life, believe it or not, and we treat our kids the highest priority. Make sure they have the best things in life, and we love them very much.
By the way, I got to back you up. I've heard that exact thing over the years. When it comes to Amy and her mothering skills and all that.
We go to school meetings, and we were right on top of homework and stuff like that. She's really a great mother. I mean, and this is people have the really wrong impression of like who she really is. I mean, this so-called stage persona, and then the real person behind the, what she is. And
it's like Jim. The real guy.
She's just a down-earth, regular, ordinary type of girl.
Is her mom still alive?
Sure is.
Does she approve of the relationship?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Has she ever gone into?
Let me just cut you off on that. Relationship,
marriage,
marriage. It depends upon how people treat one another.
Yeah.
And how they understand and communicate one another. Age is really irrelevant. If you take care of yourself physically, and the two of you get along, you have things in common. That's the groundwork for a good marriage, as opposed to being close in age. That really, doesn't really mean anything. It's how you communicate.
You don't have to explain that to myself or Anthony. So
let's all hug.
The two of you are married.
Yeah, me and Elvia.
Marriage.
That did sound a little weird. You don't have to explain that to me and Anthony. Right. We've been going out now for quite a while.
Let's cut up that pecan pie.
So you're both getting along good.
Yeah, but now that people see you in porn, don't like girls. Like they see you in a club or whatever, don't they like want to like 'cause
Well, actually,
you've kind of proven yourself, right?
I don't go to clubs, and everywhere I go is with my wife and
It
my
could happen
family.
anywhere, though. Like,
Yeah, but when
Home
that was
Depot.
shot, I had longer hair. I got the military buzz cut, so I wear a Yankee cap all the time. So a lot of people don't even know, who I am, and it's fine with me.
So you whip out that cock online and show them.
Well, why? Now, if I walked around with my Johnson sticking out, then everybody.
See,
would
there
know.
you go, with my Johnson.
My Johnson,
yeah. My howdy do and my wiki wang.
What do you call it today? What do you call it today? Am I
cock?
Back.
Well,
We've always called
he's
it
probably
that.
not used to it on being on the radio and being that dirty either, because most times.
Oh,
on
we
the
can
radio,
say anything here on satellite. Yeah.
Hey, can we get Amy on the phone?
I think she's taking my son today. He just was.
That was the excuse
under the
you guys
weather.
worked out.
No. Believe it or not, he had surgery.
Yeah, no,
He
I
had
see
surgery
that.
done, and he just got out yesterday, and it's where we were yesterday. So tomorrow would be a better time to talk.
Did you ever go in depth with talking to her about the whole episode of her shooting?
You know what? I never really get into that with
Cool.
her. When she confides in me, anything that she wants to confide in me, it's between us, and it's a special relationship. So I
Unless
don't
it's
press
a
her.
sex
I don't.
tape.
I was just wondering if she.
Right, unless it's a sex
And you've had a
tape,
fight.
absolutely.
I was just wondering if she ever did.
I don't press her on that.
Yeah.
She does confide in me from time to time, but I allow her the space to do it when she ever wants to do it.
That was
one
fucking. You want
of
some-
those dumb kid things you do.
How come
You know,
kids always
it's just-
find guns, but they never find like the sex
Well, look
tape
what
of
happened
their
in this
parents?
mall.
What eat this, mommy?
I mean, look what happened in the mall that just recently took place. So you don't know what happens in some child's or some kid's mind to make them do something stupid like that.
When's the last time you belted somebody?
Ooh. Probably when I was on the police force.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A while ago.
Do you miss
In
it?
the old days. Well, actually, I liked it a lot when I was young. When I was a kid, it was very exciting. I couldn't wait to go to work. I didn't want to go home. But
Crack some skulls.
Against the believe it or not, I have a lot of respect for police officers, especially
Definitely.
those who work in high crime.
What force were you on?
I was in. I worked in Brooklyn.
Oh, neat.
okay.
Yeah, and some of the toughest neighborhoods.
What decade?
It was a decade when Lincoln was elected.
I was saying 70s.
Oh, must have just been some of the worst
Yeah.
times
The
ever.
De Niro taxi
I
driver.
came on,
years.
The crack epidemic.
Well, I'll tell you something. I came on right after Serpico, but I'll tell you, there's one movie, Dog Day Afternoon, which I was actually on that actual site that occurred, and the picture depicted the events totally, total fabrication, because the police at the scene at that time were very cool and level-headed, and they allowed the perpetrators to be escorted out of the building, and where one of them was subsequently, and there's that word again, shot on the way to the airport. Yeah, but the police handled that in a very professional manner, and they were very cool and laid back in what they did. But the picture portrayed them as like a bunch of bumbling idiots. So,
Did you have a black partner who was too old for things?
actually, I had the greatest partner that any man could ever want for a party. He was a great guy. He passed away from cancer about 6-7 years ago, but he was terrific in that he wasn't big. His name was Rocky. I loved him a lot. He was right by my side anytime, any situation. You could always count on him. And he was a great, great police officer, and sorely missed as a friend.
Hey, did you get that coat when you did Kojak?
Actually, that's an Abercrombie and Fitch.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
my wife got me involved in Abercrombie and Fitch, so she's keeping me up to date. That's the good part about being married to a younger woman, in that you have no reason to get old. I have young kids. I have a young wife. We do a lot of things together. It keeps me young. And that's a plus in a so-called younger woman.
You get to feel a nice smooth ass.
Do you have, let me tell you, that goes a long way with me. Believe me. I couldn't be with a 50, 60-year-old woman. Never. Forget it.
You know what? I want to know what Lou finds funny, because we've been cracking jokes for the last hour, and we can barely get him smiling here.
He takes it
and
in.
I know I know the listeners are enjoying it. What do you find funny, Lou?
Well, you have to look at life in a humorous way. You can't take everything too serious. You know? I don't know whether I'm quoting Freud or Immanuel Kant or whatever, but you got to treat people with respect. You can't be on edge. You got to enjoy life and enjoy conversations. And
Schindler's List?
Schindler's List, absolutely.
Well, cops usually have the best sense of humor because they've seen so much crazy stuff that, like, they just gotta, like, laugh at it or drink
Well,
it out of
that's
their
funny
system.
because you talk about my references in police terminology when I talk about things. And when I was a police officer for 12 years, it's never changed. Even though it's 30 years ago, whatever it is, I still feel I can get into a car today and do the job. So I'm thankful for that experience. It also gives you a chance to view people in many different situations and understand different walks of life. So it was a very, very good opportunity.
There's a lot of stuff underneath that statement.
Profiling.
Yeah.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with profiling.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's too much political correctness in law enforcement today, which is wrong.
What's that
in
age?
everything, actually, Lo.
What got you off the force? 12 years, you didn't retire.
Well, I could have vested at 15 years, and what happened was I formed my own entertainment company, and I was one of the first mobile DJs at the time, and I was moonlighting doing that. I was doing big gigs at the Hilton and the Hamptons, and then I instead of schlepping this equipment around, I got into the video business, because I was hiring video people as subcontractors, and I said, hey, this is easy. So I self-taught myself how to film and edit, and hooked up with a major studio in Manhattan. And I was with them for like 22 years. And then also have my own clientele on my own. And thank God I've been very successful. So I had a choice to make back in, I think it was 82, whether to go from $29,000 a year and a pension or to go to $250,000 a year.
What'd you decide?
Well, I think I made the same decision.
You just said my career in reverse. 4 years ago, I'm making $250,000. Now look at me.
So,
eyeing that jacket.
and also at the time that I made that decision, the police force wasn't as attractive as it once was, because it was, quite frankly, very depressing. After a while, when you work in high hazard areas, it does become very depressing.
Do you remember when frickin' Frank Lucas got busted? Were you working then?
Frank Lucas,
What's that
that was
about?
probably something the detective squad handled. I think it was a major
Denzel's movie,
narcotics.
American Gangster.
What is he? A major narcotics?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's something that the average street cop wasn't involved with.
I heard that they took a lot of liberty with that story. Is that true?
Again, I was on patrol, so I handled the every mundane task of
Beatings.
patrol. Beatings.
Handled the
stuff like
beatings.
that.
Handled the back
Give
alleys.
you a beating.
Doesn't that suck? You didn't have the tasers back then?
No, you know what we had? Look, I'm off for a long time. I'll give you a fun story.
See, this is what he finds funny. Here we go. Now
I'll give you one of my war stories, which you can't do today. But I was a rookie, and I went with a seasoned cop to a family dispute, some kind of dispute. It was in downtown Brooklyn, 7-8 precinct, which was a very, very violent precinct at that time. Most of the gun runs were founded. When we locked up Indian construction workers, you couldn't even get the cuffs on their wrist. So it was a very violent precinct, but I liked it. I was 21. I couldn't wait to do it. So we went on a dispute, and I go in there in the apartment, and I see this lady saying, "Officer, I want this man removed from my house." And I look over, and I see this big, muscular
Chinese person from that
Chinese.
Hey, man, that was a Mandarin accent, wasn't it?
I said, "What's your name?" He said, "My name is Wee Fuck I'm Young." So anyway, a very menacing figure, and I asked the lady, I said, "Who's paying the rent?" She said, "I pay the rent." So I motioned over to him. I was in good shape. I had my arms crossed like Mr. Clean, and I pointed him. I said, "You have to leave." So he gets out of his seat, and he comes over to me, face to face. He crosses his arm, and he says, "I ain't leaving." I said, "Listen, I'm telling you one time, you have to leave." He said, "I ain't leaving." So I reach in my back pocket. I had a big big lead slapper.
The sap. That's what Kenny talks about.
In one motion, brought it across his head. Opened up his head. The guy went flying back on the couch. I walk over to him with a napkin. I start, absorbing the blood off his head. And I said, "Are you going to leave now?" He said, "Yes, sir, officer. I'm leaving right away." Now, you can't do that anymore.
No.
Well, those fucking Kenny gave me one of those slappers, man. I don't know where it's like
They're
a
illegal,
hard leather
Well, the
thing with a
slappers
fucking
were
metal
good.
ball
The
in it.
slappers were good because the jacks would put a hole in somebody's head. A slapper, you couldn't see the consequence.
But he was disrespecting the lady, so it was good that you did a good thing.
No, what he did was
thing.
disrespect me also as a
Yeah.
cop. In other words, I treated people fairly and decently. And if I'm telling you to leave, and it's a high-hazard, violent precinct, and I'm saying, please leave, and the man's saying, I'm not going to leave, what are you going to do about it then?
Were you alone or no? Did your heart rate go up at all
No.
during that?
Not at all.
Hannibal Lecter just completely...
My heart rate did not get up. I'll tell you another one where we went when I was in the 90th precinct.
I'm thinking of the movie montage. The clock is just circling, so I cracked his fucking head. It's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
If you would put the cop talk over the porn, this would be like a double-edged sword of guys want this. You know? Cracking them in the head.
Anyway, where's that coat?
I'll give you an example how we could use restraint. I went on a run years ago in Williamsburg, and when we got there, a guy was laying in the street, stabbed to death. And the people were telling us that the perpetrator was on the top floor. So my partner Rocky and I went to the top floor, kicked down the door, and there the guy was standing with a knife. So I could have shot him right on the spot, but we didn't. Rocky distracted him, and I got the knife out of his hand. We locked him up, and we gave him over to the detectives. But we do use. I did use restraint.
How did you distract him? Hey, look at that.
He took out his cock.
Shot him.
He took out his cock. All right? I said it. I did it.
Did you ever have to shoot anybody? Or?
Thankfully, no. Thankfully, no.
Well, sometimes thankfully.
Did you ever just
Sometimes
wave it
would've been
around
fun.
just to...
No.
Brandish
your weapon.
Were you there during the blackout?
Yes.
Okay, that must have been a wild, crazy, Wild West. In New York, it was crazy, right?
Yeah, that was around 78, I think.
Yeah.
That was wild.
I remember watching that on TV.
I think the most scariest situation I went on is when we had to face a big mob riot. We're throwing bottles and rocks at us.
More Vikings.
Oh, Jews.
Oh, the virus tour.
No, this was a Latin
virus tour.
You did your time, didn't you?
This was a Latin area off of Grand Avenue. I don't know if you ever heard of Grand Avenue in Williamsburg. This is a big Latin section. We responded to a disturbance and they're throwing
responded to a disturbance.
What do they call you, like Captain Blanco?
Where
were you during the Crazy Eddie bust?
You know that's funny because those are the customers that I catered to today.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Wait, what about this
Syrian
disturbance? Get back to Grand Avenue or whatever.
No, but I'm just saying you can go on one hand rescuing somebody or saving somebody's life, and then on the other hand you can have bottles thrown at you. I mean, one time on a late tour, we were coming out of a job and somebody threw a brick from God knows where, and it crashed into the back of our windshield, just missing our heads. So it was a very exciting type of job. You can 1 minute face violence, 1 minute helping somebody, 1 minute solving a dispute. So
well, you must have been on there during Son of Sam also, right?
Actually, I was, yes, I knew the detective who handled that case. But again, that was not a matter for patrol.
Yeah, but they told you to keep your eyes open, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You see a cock blocker lurking. Fucking Son of Sam, what a cock blocker.
The ultimate cock blocker, yeah.
They told us to keep our eyes open and our fly zip it, okay?
So
you don't want that cock hanging out.
You're comfortable around violence. Like you seem like a guy who's not one to shy away from it. I'm not saying that in a bad way either.
I'll put it this way. With my Sicilian background, so to say, I could treat somebody with respect and have a nice conversation. And if somebody attacks me or is violent toward me, I'm going to come at him the same way. So
please do not come to the Comedy Cellar.
No, I
don't
enjoy
think I can take him.
Yeah.
You know who you
He'll
need
be
here?
blaming the table behind him.
Yeah. You know who you need here would be funny? Lionel. Remember Lionel?
Yes.
He's great.
Yeah, the radio guy?
Excuse me?
Lionel the radio dude?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard some of his tapes, some of his comedy. He's great.
Yeah, he's one of the first guys to ever have me on television.
Although my favorite comedian is Jackie Mason, by that show my age.
Jackie Mason?
Jackie's funny.
He is good.
Really?
Oh, he is.
I got 2 different pictures with Jackie Mason, and both times he's looking the wrong way. Fucker.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The greatest experience I've ever had, 2 experiences, 2 celebrities who I idolized, and I don't really care about celebrities. One was Mickey Mantle, and the other one was Frank Sinatra. So when I was able to work in motion pictures, I worked with Frank on contract on Cherry Street and took a picture of him and I. And 2 years later, I saw him on the set of First Deadly Sin. So I took the picture over to Sinatra, and I said, Mr. Sinatra, I worked with you on contract on Cherry Street. Would you mind signing this? He was very gracious and signed the autograph. He said, "What's your name?" I said, "Lou." He said, "For Lou, Frank Sinatra." And I still have that to this day. So that's a cherished memory. And I also had the privilege of filming Mantle in his restaurant with Vice President Quayle, which was great because I was hired by some congressman to film the two of them, the three of them together. So Quayle comes into Mantle's restaurant, and it's like Santa Claus. Mickey, he was looking at Jesus or something like that.
Quayle was like that?
Quayle, yeah, he looked at Mantle like it was God. So Mantle was very stern. And then this guy who hired me was like hiding in the corner. So I told him, I said, "Come on, come in the picture." I says, everybody smile and look at the camera and say Yankees. And Mantle goes, "Yankees?" And he cracks up. And it was great just filming Mantle talking to Quayle about his career and why he quit. And then all of a sudden he brings Quayle over to another guest who was sitting in the restaurant. And it was Rocky Blyer of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So those are the two highlights. I filmed a lot of people over the years, from Liza Minnelli to Jackie.
Was it before the Botox, Liza? We saw her yesterday on television. She looks fucking horrible.
Yeah, you know what this was, believe it or not? Believe it or not, what this was some very wealthy dude hired her for his 11th wedding anniversary at the Hotel Pierre. He must have paid her about $100,000 or so just to sing for 10 minutes. So,
was Mickey Mantle didn't seem like he'd be impressed with anybody.
No, he wasn't. He looked a little annoyed at first, but then he kind of warmed up to Quayle.
That's fucking hilarious. The vice president just irritated him. Like, what?
No, actually, what he did was, before I went over to Mantle's, he was talking about the Gulf War. And when he sat down in the news conference, which I was filming, he said, "My kids could care less what I do every day, but I'm going to go see Mickey Mantle today." And they want a full report. So when I heard that in my mind, Mickey Mantle, I said, "Oh, this is fantastic." So I got an opportunity to film Mantle.
Did you talk to him at all?
I didn't really want to impose. I was there as a producer, so I didn't really want to get involved with that.
I would have imposed. I would have sat on his lap, got a fucking photo.
I have one question. Like, when you were a police officer, the gun that you carried was what?
.38 revolver.
Right, but and the gun they carry now is the 9, right?
Yeah, that's the problem with these semi-automatic guns, is that people say, "Jesus, this cop shot this guy 40 times."
You have no control.
What happens is that they react to a dangerous situation. They perceive they're going to be attacked, and when they put pressure on this gun, it's not like an old revolver where you go 1, 1, 1. You put pressure in, like 20 rounds come out. So you have 3 guys shooting. It's like, why did you shoot this guy with 100 rounds? When in reality, all it was guys putting pressure, and the rounds are flowing out much faster. That was the old days. You'd shoot bang, 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 bang. So if you shoot bang, bang, and the guy goes down, you stop. But on the other hand, if you're pulling squeezing that trigger, and 10 rounds come out all at once from 3 different angles, in the next day it's the papers that the cops filled this guy with 40 rounds. And that's
right. It's not.
I think while you're assessing the damage that you've done to the guy, you're still shooting because you can. You have a big enough magazine, and you have a semi-automatic. So you're shooting. You're in that situation where you don't know, it's life or death. So you're assessing his health at the time. Is he down? Is he going down? Am I hitting him? But as you're doing that, you're still shooting at the big target.
I don't think anyone in this room wants to die. And if you go on a situation where it's a dangerous situation...
That's usually what you hear before someone dies. I don't think any of you want to die.
Am I right?
So here's a proposition for you.
I'm going to make you an offer you can't
refuse. Here it is.
Yeah, great.
That was delivered perfectly.
What I'm alluding to is that nobody wants to die. And if you're in a situation where it's life and death, and you get a description of a so-called perpetrator, and he looks like this perpetrator, and he's acting in a suspicious way, you go to approach him, guns drawn, and you say, "Hey, put that down," or "Don't do," and he reaches in to get a pack of cigarettes. You don't know that he's reaching for the pack of cigarettes. Yeah. And if you repeatedly say, "Stop, halt," and he keeps going on with that movement,
you're going to
react.
Dumbass move.
It is a dumbass move.
Oh.
That's where your black partner would go, "It ain't worth it, player." And he would pull you back, right?
But unfortunately, the Sharptons of the world have to make political hay out of this and take advantage of it, and unfortunately, the police have to suffer as a consequence.
Wow.
Well, let me ask you a question. How come they never say that, like, in the trial? Like, they never seem like that side of the story comes out where you talk, like, no one's ever explained the 9mm the way you just explained it, so it actually makes sense for the other side of the argument.
I'm sure the police commissioner and the police department's aware. They conduct investigations via IAD, But the Sharptons of the world will never come out and say, hey, it was justified. Right. Because it ruins their view of who they're supposed to be. If they played it fairly, they would say, oh, this guy was wrong, he was locked up, he went to jail, or this guy is innocent, and we apologize, or we came to the wrong conclusion. It's just not in his benefit to come out and admit there was a mistake made on his part.
What can I do for my abs?
I was going to go back to the porn.
Lou's got damn good abs. I was watching, like you have your abs really show, and I have trouble knocking off this extra weight.
The way you work the abs, you got to be dedicated to. You have to make that. I'll tell
He's
you,
like our father.
This guy really is.
I'm going to be your father.
He's a Renaissance man. He's a cop. He's a video. He's a porn
If it's
star.
a gray sky at night, what does that mean?
I'm going to tell all you guys and all you listeners out there have a good abs. You got to look at the abs as like a baseball team, the way a pitcher is. You build your foundation around your pitching staff.
All right, so I need a Dominican on my stomach.
No, what I'm trying to say is a lot of bodybuilders only concentrate on arms. They want a big chest, big arms, but you look at them. They got tiny stick legs or a big belly sticking
Vinny
out.
Brand.
So I think bodybuilding should be renamed body sculpting. I think you're better off if you concentrate on the abs and then move outward to arms, back, chest, and so on and so forth, and do it in a way which the body is supported in a healthy way. You don't overbuild joints or muscles. You build the body in a streamlined way. It gives you more mobility, and you use the abs as a starting point. And
how many sit-ups a day do you do?
I don't do sit-ups. I do all various types of machines, and I use those machines in conjunction with Smith machines and other types of machines to work on the abs. But diet is very
slapstick.
important.
Yeah, you can't eat like crap.
No, you don't.
You really can't. You could have great abs underneath a bunch of fat.
Yeah. The biggest killer of them all is bread.
Why is that?
Yep.
Because it
Stupid,
stores in
delicious
the
bread.
body. The caveman had a mechanism in the body where they didn't know when they were going to eat. So the body would store carbs and turn it into fat. And that's what happens to this day.
Right.
People sit on it behinds all day. They're not active. And when you eat a lot of bread, it gets stored in the body. So don't eat as much bread. Try to lay off the pasta, and don't overeat. When you're full, stop eating.
See, I actually eat until I'm shitting while I'm swallowing.
Well, that's what happens.
Swallow, log, push. Swallow, log, push. Time to stop.
But when you were on the force, were you like drinking and smoking and like living the life?
Well,
young cop out there.
There was two types of cops when I was on a job. There was the married guys who needed the money for overtime,
right?
And then there was the cops who did their job, but they didn't really need the blood money. We used to call it. We used to make an arrest on a 4 to 12 shift, and then spend all day in court, and then go back to work the next day where you had no sleep. So we used to give a lot of our so-called collars to those type guys. And we'd administer the type of justice that we had to do, and also make our share of arrests, but we're more of so-called ladies' men,
right?
So I think I was in that second category. But the drinking and smoking I only did at nightclubs. I never drank and smoked during the week. I always took care of myself, and I always did things in moderation.
That's his movie right there.
Racking head and fucking.
That's right. SWAT meets Boogie Nights. That's his movie right there.
Were you also like the kind of cop that's like, I'm also on the police benevolence to teach the kids how to box team? Like that's always like the cops cop.
Down at the Y.
Yeah. No.
That gray on gray
Kids,
sweatshirt.
judo is the way to go. Forget crack.
Well,
Chest Rockwell.
Yeah, we got to take a break. So, Lou, are we promoting this tape? Are we getting it shut down? What are we doing?
Yeah,
with this?
what do we want to do with this?
What do you want from us? Because we have a lot of power here.
Well, what I think that my wife is leaning toward now, I mean, because of the popularity of it, we didn't expect that at 57 I'm going to be a porn star. And she certainly didn't expect to get involved in this. So, but the results
accidental porn star.
Accidental porn stars. The results have been so overwhelming that, what are you going to do? You might as well accept it for what it is and roll with it.
That means plug it.
Yeah. Are you?
It's called, obviously, from the Red Light District, Amy Fisher, caught on tape. And she looks really good.
Yeah, did you give the address, by the way, the web address?
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, come on. What's the matter with you?
All you have to do is go to www.amyfisher.com.
Amyfisher.com.
That's it.
You can go to, and the cover's even very sexy. She has this little red boy shorts, which I'm a big fan of.
I like them too.
Oh, that was a good one when she was against the dresser there.
Let me tell you something. She is hot. Built like a brick shit house.
Yeah, really
sexy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your wife.
She's in great shape.
It's great. You got to buy this just to watch. And it's weird to say because you hear it, just to watch Lou get blown. Because he doesn't. Fucking Lou rules. He doesn't move. He just stands there like a statue getting blown.
Because he's still listening for perpetrators.
Oh, that's funny.
Once again, that's Amy Fisher, Alpha Mango, anything?
AmyFisher.com.
Tango.
It's long too. It's not like it's some fucking 10-minute tape, man. There's a lot of fucking in this tape. There's a lot of scenes. There's like a head, and, and then it just keeps going to different stuff.
So I've been told, I mean, by Red Light themselves, and also from reading on reviews on the porn sites, that it's the best celebrity tape ever made.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, when you look at China's tape, it was awful. The sex wasn't good. You just wanted to see it.
You know what he should have done, though, after every sex scene, you should have told a police story.
That's what he was saying.
Oh, you said that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Bill was saying,
I'm sorry, Bill.
Well, that could be a good...
I'm with you, though, on that one.
That could be a good
Dave said it.
Yeah. That could be a good foundation for a TV show, right?
Yeah.
Sex and Police or something like that.
I love it.
All right, you're going to get Amy on our show or what?
Tomorrow, yeah. She's going to come on. She'll talk to you from the house.
That'd be
that's
cool.
pretty cool.
Okay.
All right, well, the tape is Amy Fisher caught on tape, and it really is, it's fucking, it's good. Especially, you got to watch it also just to see, there's some really good Hummer scenes, and you got to watch it just to see Lou banging with his left leg up in the air. It really is a feat of acrobatics.
That scene's great.
Fucking...
And the whole country can laugh along at the Long Island accent.
Well, wait a
It's not
second.
sexy.
My accent's a Brooklyn accent.
Yeah, yours is Brooklyn.
She's got the
Amy's,
Long Island accent.
That was so funny. My hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to brag, I got to pee.
Yeah, we got to pay.
That's a
And
good
also,
one.
don't forget David Tell's special, man, a great
Summary.
HBO
Captain
special.
Miserable.
It's this Saturday at 10 o'clock. So if you're not going to be home because you're going to be out, at least DVR it. And fucking Sweet Bill Burr will be at Caroline's this weekend.
There's nothing better than topping a load and then putting a little comedy.
Absolutely. That's what you do.
Exactly.
While it's still soaking up in your belly button. Fucking pop on and tell the special.
That's when you get that urge to read, usually. It's like, I got to read more.
All right, we got
By the way, fellas,
low.
you get paid to do this for a living?
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. And that's
you got a
silly.
job
All
for
right,
me here.
somebody's
This is
gonna-
great. I
Say
love
it's
it.
fun.
It's silly. I know.
All right, my friend, you just crossed the line.
Lou, thank you. It was a pleasure,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you. Great
How do you
meeting
say your
man.
last name?
Bellera.
Bellera.
Bellera, Paisan.
Bellera.
That's got to be the name of that new sex move.
Lou, how do you say
When
your
he got
last
that
name?
leg of the-
Fisher.
.com.
All right, we'll be back in just a bit. It's Opie and Anthony.
It's like punch sound, woman scream, Opie and Anthony.
That's right.
Opie and Anthony.
Your wedding is a day that you'll cherish and remember for the rest of your life. So why not share those precious moments with the whole world?
I'd just like to say, I'm so happy I found Laura.
That's nice, but not what we had in mind.
And Jake, let me tell you, no one ever thought Heather would settle down with just one guy. I mean, you know, because, we've all fucked her. I'm gonna fucking kill you!
The Opie and Anthony Show wants to exploit your wedding videos. Send your videos to Danny at FoundryMusic.com. That's Danny at FoundryMusic.com. And if you have no fucking clue how to send a video clip, you can always snail mail it to the Opie and Anthony Show. Attention Wedding Videos, 111 West 57th Street, Suite 500, New York, New York, 10019.
And we're back here at XM Satellite Radio, having a lot of fun today. Lou was the real deal, man.
And Paul, as he's leaving, Paul goes, "Okay, Joe."
Yeah, he called him Joe.
Anything with 3 letters.
Way to go, Poe. He goes, yeah, what did he say exactly? Way to go, Joe?
Okay, Joe.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah,
see you next
Lou.
time. I heard you turn around and went, Lou!
Yeah, Lou was great. Attell had to leave too, but he had a really good time, man. He was hilarious.
That was a
Okay,
long time
Joe.
coming, man. We've been trying to get Attell on for a long time.
Yeah, how funny was he?
He was hilarious. Absolutely
Yeah,
hilarious.
he did a great job.
All right, we got this, and then we're going to do line of the day. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the heck out of here.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
Hey, guess the
Luke
sound, by the way.
Side.
Guess the sound.
That's hard.
Hold on. For callers. How about this? We're going to give away a pair of my New Year's Eve tickets to whoever can call in and guess the sound if you live in New York or Jersey. Okay?
Nice.
Any second now, those phones are going to start lighting up. There's not one goddamn caller.
Pair of my tickets for the fucking Long Island.
Oh. All right, listen, we got this news report from 1998.
There's not one call up there.
They're
Jim.
slowly calling.
Oh, there we go.
There's
there
a
we go.
delay. So those phones will be lit in, God, any moment now. All right, news reports on...
We got one.
We got one. News reports on water-powered car. This goes back to 1998. Lou, Jesus. Now
Lou.
Bill, Bill appreciates... Bill appreciates alternative, fuel and all that crap. So we play this one for you today, Bill. Or do we?
I saw you fucking Amy, Lou. Your cum dribbled out on your balls, Lou. Okay.
Okay, put your cock in her pussy.
Get a blowjob from Pookie.
Fucking Ted Knight.
Fuck.
Yes, it's Jimmy's medicine. Jesus, everyone got it, Jimmy.
No, I know that, but who's the first one that called? You got to give tickets to the guy.
Oh, I went to Instant Feedback. Bill K from Philly. He's a regular. You should just give him a pair of tickets.
If Bill K will show up, he'll absolutely get them.
Yeah, Bill K. Leave a cell number or something. And we'll
Not for me, for Travis. He'll call you, but you will get tickets for the show.
All right, here we go. Water. This goes back to 1998.
The top our news here at 6 o'clock. An age-old dream becoming a reality. A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
It's a major breakthrough that will no doubt make motorists happy. And as Ralph Robinson explains, the Pentagon is also showing lots of interest in this project.
Are they? Are they?
Where does this guy live?
That's the
Hey, why don't you come in here and show us your little invention?
Yeah.
Drop a J-Dam into his house. Just blow him up. Hey, I want to know what happened.
Hey, what happened?
The CIA is very interested.
Yeah. Well, this is 1998.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we at?
Where is this guy now?
Where's he at? Where's the water-powered car?
He's in Guantanamo. I'm not a terrorist. I swear.
We got to start.
Swear to God, I'll never invent anything ever again.
Oh, God, not another toe.
I'll buy an Escalade. Just let me out of here.
Let me leave with all my fingers gone.
I never said I had a problem with oil. It was just a hobby.
Water's for drinking. Water's just for drinking.
What are you going to do with that power saw? Oh, God.
He has to write 1,000 times, water's for drinking, gas is for driving. Water's for drinking, gas is for driving.
What is that torture with wetboarding? What do they call it?
Oh, yeah, waterboarding.
Is this what you want to put in your car?
Here it is. This works real good, doesn't it? They pull him out of the drum.
You imagine if they did that in gas?
Oh,
you imagine getting soaked in gas?
That would be horrible.
That would
Horrible
suck.
and horrific.
Especially if they kept your eyes open with fucking things.
Oh, that would sting, I bet.
That would sting.
Sting. That would
hurt
sting.
you. All right, hey, let's. We got to start over because I don't know how to work these CD players.
What happened if you got jerked
That's
off
okay.
with gas?
Ouch.
It's a great contest. Like who could hold out the
Oh,
longest?
all right. New contest that we can't do.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get a bunch of people.
Jerking
They have
off
to
with-
jerk off with nothing but gasoline. How fuck would that
What do
hurt?
you would get you? The pain or the fumes? I mean, there's a whole other bunch
I
of
think
things
the
going.
fucking pain because gas would offer zero lubrication.
I would for a second.
And so you'd chafe. You'd start chafing, and once that happens, that gasoline. And then the smell. That gasoline smell.
Smells like blue balls.
Chlorine. Whoa,
Jerk it off with chemical. Why don't you figure out like all the different things can you jerk off with?
Let's see. Motor oil.
Motor oil.
Bleach.
Probably could with motor oil, but don't get any in the tip and come quick.
Jello.
Bleach, no.
Beach sand.
That should be a contest. The wackiest thing you can jerk off in front of us with. We got to start. Yes,
What
I look.
grain sandpaper?
We got to start thinking.
Oh,
of
you go
box
up
here.
to.
Yeah, that wet, dry sandpaper. So
Weirdest
it leaves
thing.
a nice shiny cock.
In case you didn't know what sandpaper was, I went like this, Anthony.
Yeah, I know. You rubbed your fingers on your fist.
Can we go back to the news report, please?
Oh, I forgot.
Listen to the old school
Where
news
were we?
guy with the latest invention.
The top our news here at 6 o'clock. An age-old dream becoming a reality. A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water
Becoming a reality.
Sure it is.
Well, the future says,
There you go.
try again.
Let me drink some of my petroleum for the way home.
That newscaster was
some of
beaten
my
with a
fuel.
hose.
Here in the future, we say, no, it didn't happen.
To run your car.
It's a major breakthrough that will no doubt make motorists happy. And as Ralph Robinson explains, the Pentagon is also showing lots of interest in this project.
Water has always been considered a precious commodity, but Stan Meyer's invention may make it even more valuable. He has developed what's called a water fuel cell.
Can you Google
It has taken
him?
the place of his old gas tank.
I was right behind you. You got to
Oh, wait a minute. Danny's got some news
I
on him?
guarantee he's dead.
He died in a car accident.
And it's something
A heart
very
attack,
suspicious.
car accident. What was it?
Wait. Danny, you have the answer?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try. Hold on.
This guy is so
There we go.
dead, it's not even funny.
So dead.
So fucking dead. Not even just dead, he's so dead.
Okay, let's.
Someone bought the patent, nothing ever happened, and he had a heart attack.
I'm going to say
Yeah.
that something weird in his past suddenly came up. They don't even need to kill you anymore.
I'm
They
going to
just
say a knife fight in a bar.
No, I think that Stan, he was fucking,
Let me think.
he disappeared.
No, it's got to be a car crash.
Nah.
It just has to be like they cut his brake lines. or
He fell down the
something.
stairs, and his family wondered why he had handcuffs on his hands and feet.
They did the kiddie porn thing to him. They switched his hard
yeah,
drive.
that's what they did.
A character assassination. That's what they usually go with to inventors.
Died in prison? Danny, what do we got on Stan?
Well, Mr. Meyer was mysteriously poisoned.
Holy shit!
No, he wasn't.
And the poison caused an aneurysm in his brain. And he died leaving a restaurant.
Wow.
See,
a theory.
Oh man, Bill.
Bullshit. You see?
I'm with you. I'm so with you on this one, Bill.
I'm
Don't
telling
fuck with the
you.
government.
That's not the government. It's the oil companies who
They're more
telling-
powerful.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Wow, they fucking got him.
Yeah.
They got him. And what happened to his big fucking?
Well, the brother of Stan claims that I think like a week or two after his death, people broke into where he had this water powered dune buggy and just stole it, tore it to pieces, and he doesn't know what happened to it. It's gone.
Oh come on!
And his brother's too stupid. Like he talent like that probably is just one person.
Yeah, it was just him.
Other
One
guy, like
one
he
guy.
watches Sports Center, right? He doesn't
Yeah.
give a fuck, right?
Oh, he had a
There's-
water powered.
You don't see that like
car
that
and
guy.
the-
You ever like if you go on there and you see like some of the inventions that were just suppressed, and then they used to just always say that the person was crazy, like that guy Tesla right out there. In
Yeah,
Long Island.
Tesla's
like,
lunatic.
All this wireless technology, he came up with this shit. I guess in the 1800s, and you could actually there was these big ugly things, but you'd put it in, and he somehow tapped in the electricity or whatever, and everyone could have had it for free, and then they
like Wi-Fi electricity.
Yeah, and then they just went up and that's real interesting. Put him in a fucking headlock, you know.
He's crazy. He's talking about force fields and
He's out of
aliens.
his fucking mind, and they just totally destroyed him as a human being. And like 150 years later, now
And
we're gonna,
Edison was their guy. Hey, Thomas Edison, wires, goes to a power station, you pay for it.
and it is all bullshit. I was in my apartment in L.A. I was getting free internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, I wasn't getting it. So then I had to pay for the shit. So then the guy shows up and he puts it on, and he goes, all right, I need to adjust this. I'm like, what's the matter? I'm getting a good signal. He goes, yeah, but it's too strong. It's too strong. So because he doesn't want anybody else to steal
Oh,
it.
right,
I don't think
gotcha.
it's that big a fucking deal. We're just all like, they don't teach you anything. What do they teach you? They teach you how to add. They teach you how to be a fucking drone that goes and sits in a cubicle. And I got my 1 week vacation coming up. That's what they want you. The last thing they want you to is be down in the cellar, like that fucking guy in Back to the Future, trying to come up with shit because they're gonna whack you. That's what
Dr.
happens.
Brown?
Yeah. All of a sudden, everything starts tasting like almonds.
You just
you-
fall over.
yeah.
You smell burning hair.
Let's go back to
That's it.
Let's go back to the news story from 1998. More on Stan Meyer.
Yeah.
It has taken the place of his old gas tank. The water fuel cell breaks down water molecules into oxygen and hydrogen. The hydrogen is used to run his dune buggy.
I don't care if you use rainwater, well water, city water, ocean water. If you don't have any fresh water, go ahead and use snow. If you don't have any snow available to you, then use salt water because there's no adverse effect to the fuel cell.
And the oil company said, here's some poison water.
Yeah, here you go.
So what? Did you
Water,
say,
sir?
and the Pentagon is interested. You know, there was some guy in there like that fucking like De Niro's Al Capone. I want him dead. I want his house burned down. I want that fucking buggy here in 10 minutes. I want him pissing on his fucking ashes.
Hey, shit.
Dude, it's what.
Yeah.
You know what kills me is it's so
That's
fucking.
bad.
It's so fucking obvious. It's just like
that really is.
It's
Like,
just-
and you know I would sit here and argue with Bill Burr about this
one's
and go,
too
this
good.
is bullshit.
I can't believe they killed him.
with you here.
I thought that they were just going to go
Not only did they
destroy his character.
Not did they kill him.
Not only
Oh,
did,
that's horrible.
Not only did they kill him, we knew that he was dead.
Had to be dead.
I'd never heard of this guy before. Anyone
Poison.
I
else?
can't believe it.
The
I can't
second
believe-
part of this story.
Myers started working on this project 4 years ago. He's not a scientist. He isn't even a chemist. In fact, he never graduated from college. Myers was determined, he says, to design something to protect this country from oil embargoes.
And we have calculated that if we take the dune buggy from Los Angeles to New York, we would roughly use 22 gallons of water.
The Pentagon flew a lieutenant colonel in last week to look at Myers' invention. There's talk of possibly using it in the Star Wars defense program and to run army tanks. Myers is currently perfecting a water fuel cell for cars. It will cost about $1,500. He says it won't need any maintenance, and you won't have to replace it. It'll be at least 2 years before the fuel system goes into mass production. The day it happens will be one the fuel industry hates, but it'll put a smile on the face of those who've had to say at one time or another, fill her up.
This is
fill her up, all right.
He wrote his death sentence right there.
Oh, that was it.
God, now, knowing he's dead, it's so obvious. They flew in a colonel.
This is
A
not
lieutenant colonel was flown in, and
This is
It's like that
98?
Brady Bunch episode when they
Yeah,
saw
with
the
the
little
UFO.
flying saucer.
No, this has got to be older than 98 because they said the Star Wars defense. This has got to be older than 98.
Did we get the
Oh, there you go.
it's
No,
a UFO. No, it's swamp gas.
Everything I found
Oh, is it
referenced
98?
1998.
Wow,
yeah.
okay.
Wow.
Dude,
That
he
is
basically
amazing.
came up with a way to make
kill him,
to make
to
the,
get
the
himself
people
murdered.
who are making the most money in this country to go broke. I've discovered a way to fuck over the Illuminati. And come on over to my house. That's it. You're done. You're fucking done.
And there's no way there you couldn't just prevent people from grabbing a bucket of water from somewhere. You know, so they can't capitalize it. The oil companies can't go, okay, now we're the water company.
Dude,
No
the
way
number,
to
the
sell
number
it.
way, one way to control people is if you control the energy. They figured it out years ago, centuries ago. Whatever.
We need it.
So so they got everybody. So if this guy, you know, it's just like, hey, you want to go to Connecticut? I got a bottled water there, huh?
Yeah, it's nothing. And then he was saying, it's going to be a day, you know, bad day for the oil companies, but a good day for people that want to say, fill her up.
But before that day, there's going to be a bad day for Stan.
Oh.
It's going to start with the
Guy shooting a little dart into his neck
Man,
from
I'm so-
across the fucking room.
It's going to start with liquid diarrhea and end with death.
I'm surprised they didn't take out his brother too.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing.
They
that-
probably really, he must have been some kind of Billy Carter moron motherfucker that they just figured
leave him
there's no
alone.
chance. He's retarded.
Just give him some pennies to play with.
all those guys. I used to bit my act about that shit. We used to you'd see these guys on the news. They figure out how to make their truck run on like ketchup or something, and they always show it, and then you just never see
Never
the guy
hear
again.
about him anymore. See him.
The companies are really looking into this, taking a
Yeah.
strong interest. So what's the weather going to be like this weekend? And it just goes away.
End
and then
of story.
That guy's like a fat burger like 6 months later, all of a sudden just clutching his chest. It just falls over.
That motherfucker was just like, and it's going to cost next to nothing. It never has to be replaced.
And good news, the colonel's being flown in.
LA
you know
to
what
New
that
York
means?
on a fucking thimble of water, and a lieutenant colonel
He said-
and an assassin are being flown in from the Pentagon.
He said everything wrong.
Everything.
Wait, you want to? Let's hear that again.
I got to hear the end of that.
Dude, that
'cause-
meant
where is it?
every
Where is
time
it?
it rained, you just put a bucket outside and you could drive to Wyoming.
Do whatever you want. Run your house. It's just because it runs a car doesn't mean it can't create energy to heat your house and run anything.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, and that's why we're headed towards disaster. Because the only way to ever make any of this shit change is there's gonna be blood spilled like you've never seen. I'm telling you, man.
I can't fucking wait. I can't
well,
wait.
Jesus Christ, you're loaded for bear, man. You're ready
I
for it.
am
All right.
waiting for, I don't care what kind of war it is, put whatever word in front. Oil, race, well, that's about the only two.
Why don't we get the bell ready? Ring the bell every time this Stan says something.
That got the Pentagon's ear?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here we go.
I don't think, hold on.
What do you got, something
I think
better?
that bell's
I don't think
gonna
we should
break.
have the bell.
I think the bell's going to break by the time you get to the end of this.
How about whammy sounds?
No, I think I got.
Dan, how did you find that, man? That's great.
This clip was just floating around the other day. I just thought it was so funny. Because obviously, I was laughing at the same thing that you guys are now.
Right.
So
You got something good? What is it?
Yeah.
Let me hear it.
All right, this will happen every time.
And that's the assassin. The assassin, practicing with a target of Stan.
Stupid
in the
Stan.
in the bowels of the Pentagon.
All right, here's that same story again. Listen for all the things he probably shouldn't have said.
The top our news here at 6 o'clock, an age-old dream becoming a reality. A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
It's a major breakthrough that will no doubt make motorists happy. And as Ralph Robinson explains, the Pentagon is also showing lots of interest in this project.
Water has always been considered a precious commodity, but Stan Meyer's invention may make it even more valuable. He has developed what's called a water fuel cell. It has taken the place of his old gas tank. The water fuel cell breaks down water molecules into oxygen and hydrogen. The hydrogen is used to run his dune buggy.
I don't care if you use rainwater, well water, city water, ocean water. If you don't have any fresh water, go ahead and use snow. If you don't have any snow available to you, use salt water because there's no adverse effect to the fuel cell.
And if you're really desperate, empty the ice cube tray. Anything. Spit in it. He'll take you to fucking Florida.
Or lay a bunch of cactuses out and put plastic in a rock over
Holy
Jesus Christ.
So dead.
Can you come up with another way where you could even... I'm trying to think how can you top getting
oxygen.
killed that quickly?
That is the worst thing he could have said.
The only people that weren't impressed were people that lived in New Mexico and Arizona.
Holy shit. He fucked up so badly. So dead.
He just go to a mosque in the Middle East and just yell "fuck Allah," and you'll live longer.
That's pretty much it. His invention would basically collapse our economy. Is basically what would happen.
People would be driving to no jobs.
Right. The economy
or anything.
Would be,
but the amazing thing is with that invention, as long as it continued to rain, we could still drive around bitching about the economy.
They would just build a fucking roof over the United States
A weather machine.
and collect, a weather machine. All right, now we got to break out our fucking weather machine we've had for years.
We knew we would need this eventually.
Dude, and he just gave them
Colonel.
all the information they wanted because he probably viewed them, this is the United States government. I feel important.
This is great.
Giving his only blueprints, his only copy of his
What's his fucking name?
Stan Myers.
Yeah.
Or
Mr. Myers, hi. Yeah, you think we could meet tonight for dinner? Okay, great. Yeah, it's Lieutenant Colonel Smith. Yeah, we'll meet tonight for dinner. Look, don't tell anyone about this. Your family or anyone. Yeah. Just show up alone. Can you take a taxi and not your own car?
And how many copies of the blueprints do you have?
Yeah, you got the blueprints and the keys to where you keep the dune buggy.
It's really fascinating.
Yeah, we're fascinated with it. You're a great American.
All right, here's the second half. You're ready?
Oh, of course.
Everything he said that maybe he should have said, you'll hear the gunshot.
Myers started working on this project 4 years ago. He's not a scientist. He isn't even a chemist. In fact, he never graduated from college. Myers was determined, he says, to design something to protect this country from oil embargoes.
And we have calculated that if we take the dune buggy from Los Angeles to New York, we would roughly use 22 gallons of water.
The Pentagon flew a lieutenant colonel in last week to look at Myers' invention. There's talk of possibly using it in the Star Wars defense program and to run army tanks. Myers is currently perfecting a water fuel cell for cars. It will cost about $1,500. He says it won't need any maintenance, and you won't have to replace it. It'll be at least 2 years before the fuel system goes into mass production. The day it happens will be one the fuel industry hates, but it'll put a smile on the face of those who've had to say at one time or another, fill her up.
Wow.
$1,500.
$1,500. A drop in the bucket, quite literally.
22 gallons. What's a gallon of water cost?
$3,000.
$2,000.
They'll find a way to get AIDS into most of the water.
Times 22. We had to put AIDS in the water. You could have driven across the country for about $30.
And you use up the hydrogen, and all that exhausts out, I guess, is oxygen. So it's clean. It's completely clean.
And it's funny you say how much does water cost. When this story came out, water was still very much free.
Sounds like a bunch of fat
Very
cats
much
out
free.
there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That guy committed suicide by knowledge.
Well, you know,
that's what it was.
You know what we got to do in honor of Stan today. You do know, right?
Wow.
Lock up your sons, lock up your daughters. Death is on the street, and it is called water, water, water. Hell no to H2O. Hell no to H2O.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Hell no to H2O. Hell no to H2O. Worse than cocaine. Hell no to H2O. Hell no to H2O. Man, it's got no taste. Hell no to H2O. Gotta go when you serve that H2O. Water's so bad, man, it makes me choke. So drop the bottle of water and pick up a Coke. In my opinion, if it was up to me, the whole wide world would take a bath in Pepsi. Water is sleaze, causes disease, more dangerous than killer bees. So, man, it's worse than murder,
Shut up.
murder. You know it's overrated. I'm talking about hydration. Rather have a can full of carbonation. So pick up a soda. Don't be a coward. Water is worse than milk that turns sour. Everybody knows cola gives you power.
Parody.
Water's only good for taking a shower.
Morning zoo type show.
Now, I must bow my head and pray to the soda gods, all up in soda.
We look like assholes right now, man.
Hey, this is coming in from New Hampshire. Chris K, thank you. He says, good news. Steve Meyer. Oh, okay. Steve Meyer, Stan's twin brother, lives. He's into the same technology. He stays very low-key because he wants to live.
Wow. We ought to try to find him.
Same technology. He's probably figuring out how to make cars use fucking, like, more gas.
More gas.
Right. There's a new gas. It's fucking, it feels like a brick. They have to drop a lot of them into your heavy car. Fucking Steve Meyer's a cunt and he's sold out.
Not only are we not contacting Steve Meyer, I strongly suggest that we cut this part of the show out of the replay.
Yeah. We don't want any problems. A lieutenant is coming? I mean, a lieutenant colonel is coming to see us?
Because like Lou eloquently said a little earlier, who here wants to die?
Exactly.
You know.
No, but I don't think they don't give a shit about. We're just
we
idiots.
can't come
it's
up
like,
with it.
but if you actually came up with it.
Wow.
If I ever came in and you're like, so Bill, what do you got going on? You're not with it. I was messing with my blender last night, right? And all of a sudden.
And look outside what I drove up in.
Yeah. Ran it on yogurt. That'd be the last time you saw me.
Where did Bill go?
He just, I don't know, he just.
Let's do line of the day and get the fuck out.
Language, please.
Norton's going to be at the North Fork Theater on Long Island.
Of course he
New
is.
Year's Eve.
Nice.
And
I think the word's getting out that we might do a little thing at FH if people are looking for someone to go after your show.
Yeah, I want to because there's so many times I was drinking and do what people want to do afterwards, which is why I wanted to do it like that.
I haven't checked with
One
my
of these
brother,
days,
but
I
the word's
gotta
getting
get
there.
out to that place. That place is like legendary in my head.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
heard it so many times.
I think you're going to say, got to go see Norton's show. I swear to God.
Oh,
if it
Jimmy,
me.
come on. You know, I'd be right there with the Jimmy Norton sweatshirt on. You got the hoodies out yet?
I know, I really am fucking just disgusting. I'll put my name on anything.
Dude, I told you, I read his book. It's fucking hilarious.
It's great.
Oh, thank you.
Fucking hilarious.
I read your book.
I read it in 3 days.
That Pumpkin, A Love Story is my favorite one.
Oh, yeah.
How you ever thought that she was going to enjoy that
Cost me a
story?
relationship, yeah.
All right. So North Fork Theater, New Year's. Tickets on sale now. F.H.
Yep.
Riley's possibly afterwards. Well, at least I'm sure people will end up going that way.
Absolutely.
Bill Burr's at Caroline's this weekend.
Thursday through Sunday.
Bill might come back tomorrow because we don't get him often because he's an L.A. boy now.
Yep.
Art of the
Fancy
Topless
man.
is going to be playing at the infamous Baby Fuck Party tomorrow at Bar 9.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, it's
Oh,
gonna
can I
be
go to
huge.
that?
Yeah.
I gotta
fuck
fucking.
yeah.
Oh, no, I gotta go away fucking for gigs.
Yeah.
What's the baby fuck? It's Angel fucking baby girl.
Yeah. It's
What's
going to be
the-
a big,
What's the occasion?
no fucking occasion.
He's
It's
come up with a
just
fuel cell.
hang out. Yes. Ronnie B. going to be down there.
What about Fez?
Fez.
What about Fez?
Fez.
What about-
Fez is home. He's invented a way to run a car off of cat piss. From what I hear, he's not very happy with
How
his
funny
cat.
would it be to invent a car that you could run on your own cum?
Just people jacking
But
off
no,
on the
it
side of the
worked
road.
the same. You needed as much as regular gasoline. Like you'd have to
That
jack.
is not economical.
You'd have to have a lot of cum.
There'd be fucking homeless milking machines
No,
Yeah.
they'd have
all
those,
over the place.
They'd have those phony like vagina things from a blow up doll,
Yeah.
right where you insert the gas nozzle.
you
and
just gotta
fuck
fuck your car.
Every morning.
Alan's dancing.
Oh, Ellen. Look at her go.
She's wearing a suit.
Hey, she got a big scoop yesterday, though. She talked to the president on her
Yeah,
show.
big deal. Phony bitch. She should have talked to him. She
What
knows
is
she hates
happening to
him.
this country? Look at above. You got fat people fighting on Jerry Springer.
The
And we
fights
got
are back with
a bunch
Jerry.
of fucking. Look at these women thinking they're. Stop it, you fat fucking pig!
I know.
Look at this audience.
Her
Love for the-
dancing thing fucking sucks.
And now do the table thing.
Who enjoys
Come on,
it, though?
straddle the table.
You know what the worst part of is she's almost good, which
It's
is
just
worse
fucking
than being
corny.
terrible.
Here she goes. This is a new thing.
Ooh, this is
I'd
gonna
love to
rub
put
up
a
on
cop-
her pussy.
That's the first time balls have been near her pussy. there were little Christmas balls on the table.
That's how to do the limbo across the table.
Oh, all
there.
right.
Or the opposite limbo. Or,
Get
I
it.
don't know. Whatever.
12 days of giveaways. Oh,
Line of the day brought to you by BodogFantasy.net. Free live scoring, stats, bios, and news that will help you win big this season in fantasy
know what to
football.
do with that.
Fantasy football is just about over. People do know that, right?
What do you
It
mean?
ends before the season ends.
she's so
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
we might need some new copy.
You need a new copy because we're going to look stupid. Fantasy football is just about over. They end before the season.
Oh, I
pretty
thought they
much.
were just for some reason they
Pretty
weren't
much.
going to have it anymore.
BodogFantasy.net. Here's a runner-up line of the day.
No, that's what they told you. It's going to be a lot of hands on the coffee.
And have they given you the speech, the make-believe he's straight speech yet? Or, maybe they...
Hey, wow. Look at
Very good.
that. Here's another runner-up line of the day.
I found a fucking condom in my parents' house. I was living with my parents when I was 15. I found a floating rubber in the toilet.
Wow.
Why do you just stick it in her ass so I don't have to see it?
That was a great line, man.
Thank you.
I remember when I found my dad's condoms for the first time. He was a big boy. He had the extra
Oh, Jesus.
extra
I wanna
large
hear
in his
that.
top drawer.
Really?
Yeah. Doing a little
No.
snooping, I found his condoms.
Not want to hear
I
that.
didn't,
What were
I
you
didn't find
looking
one in
for?
the toilet bowl, though.
Doesn't matter. You didn't need to. You found them in the package. I didn't pick it up and measure it.
Yeah,
I know how
right?
big my dad's hog is.
Went all the way down to my tonsils.
Yeah, what were magnums called back then?
I don't remember. I just knew. Well, maybe it was.
Negroes. They called them.
Gland bags.
You know.
They just called it that.
Condoms with a picture of Tom Bosley on them.
You know what? I bet you it was a regular condom.
I bet Tom Bosley, he's got like a fat one.
Just a fat, stubby one.
He's got a good thickness. Just a fat, stubby.
I think it was a regular condom, but I was just a little thing that I just thought it was. Wow, how what? Really? You know?
What were you looking for in there?
Yeah, really.
I really don't remember.
Money.
Probably money.
Yeah, I
used
always
to
steal
steal for
from my
the
parents.
change and a few dollars here. and
Yeah.
there. Yeah, it was
That's what you
probably
gotta do
money.
as a kid.
Seriously. All right, here's another runner-up line of the day.
Number 4 on the list is 50 Cent, Bulletproof. Rapper 50 Cent is involved in a web of corruption, double crosses, and shady deals that lead him on a bloody path through New York's drug underworld.
And what's the game about?
Oh, Anthony, that was just fresh.
Turnabout is fair play.
Everybody was very quick today. Very quick.
Yes.
Bush looks good.
Who's that? Oh, Jenna Bush, right.
That's from yesterday.
She looks like her father.
That'd be weird.
She looks right in between. She looks a little bit like
Yeah,
mom and dad.
definitely.
I see the mom in there, too.
She has George's
this
eyes.
was definitely pre-planned, though, because, they're not going to let the president's number show up on the fucking thing,
Yeah, on their fucking.
on their phone bill.
Come
Yeah,
on.
did she star 6'7" the White House?
Who's this?
You want to hear this? Because we do have the audio.
Yeah, I heard it before.
We didn't throw it on the air, though.
Oh, it was
That's
really
all.
good.
Do we do it, or
No,
get the
it's-
fuck out of here?
Who cares?
We have another runner-up line, or is this another runner-up line of the day?
Police handled that in a very professional manner, and they were very cool and laid back in what they did. But the picture portrayed them as like a bunch of bumbling idiots. So,
Did you have a black partner who was too old for things?
actually,
Attell had so many good lines today.
Yeah, but fucking Lou didn't understand when people were laughing. It's like, Lou, shut up and enjoy the laugh. We'll get back to you.
Well,
He's
Lou
like,
doesn't know.
actually, and we're just dying.
Lou's idea of a laugh is to nod, smile, and point.
Right.
This is Lou.
No, he was saying during the break that guy was absolutely hilarious until he was trying to be funny.
Trying to be funny, yeah. Then he would be all
Lou.
corny. Lou. He was funny until he like tried to make a joke.
Yeah, he's just funny.
And it just wasn't.
In cop talk, telling you how to get abs.
Just talk. Just talk about the porno video in terms that grandma uses.
He was great today, Lou.
Oh yeah,
and David Tell was great today. Don't forget his HBO special Saturday night.
I'm sure it's gonna be hilarious,
man. Here's your line of the day, people.
Here comes line of the day. Line of the day.
That's going to be a weird social.
But in the old
situation.
days, it was just like, "Hey, son, we'll go to the game."
Yeah, exactly. And if that kid ever fell down, you'd have to comfort him from a distance as he's crying. You'd have to have like a stick with like a tissue on the end, like trying to wipe his tears away, just so there's no.
Shut up for 2 minutes.
Congrats to Bill Burr, line of the day.
Yes. All right.
Caroline's all weekend long, starting tonight.
Beautiful.
And that's it. Let's get the fuck out.
212-757-4100.
And that's how we end. Let's go.
Thank you.
Later. Thanks, guys.
Bye. Hit it. Go.
When you throw this effing show, there are 4 words that you must know. Learn to punch out.
I'm punching out.
I'm punching out.
Punching out. Punching out. You guys are great.
You ever do that,